Chapter 2092. Yi Jifan would also receive documents sent home by his subordinates when he was at home. They were not important, so he would take a look at them if he was interested. If he was not, he would just put them aside and take them out when he was free. He had just finished arguing with Sun Dongqing, so he was not in the mood to look at the documents. He threw them on the sofa and stood up. "Take out your luggage. We're going to the airport." Yi Jifan had originally planned to leave after lunch, but the argument made him not want to stay at home for even a moment longer. Yi Ying did not dare to go against Yi Jifan, who was the real head of the family. She quickly glanced at Sun Dongqing and bit her lip. "Mom, don't be angry at Dad. I know that everything you do is for my own good. Dad is the same. Don't misunderstand him. Yi Qian may be a military academy student, but Dad was right. She will have a military rank after graduation. As for me, if I don't work hard, the day she graduates and joins the army will be the day I retire. I'll go to the airport with Dad first. Take care. I'll come back to see you during the holidays." Compared to the blind Yi Ying in the past, she was much more sensible. However, her temper had long been raised to the point where she could not keep her cool at the slightest thing. Her words were always better than her actions. Yi Jifan knew his daughter well, so he constantly reminded her. He was afraid that she would miss the hard-won opportunity again. Now that he heard Yi Ying's understanding words, Yi Jifan felt that his efforts were not in vain. She was much more sensible. He did not want to argue with his wife, who had gone through thick and thin with him. Although they did not have any feelings for each other, they had been together since they were young. Their daughter was already so old. What was the point of arguing? When he spoke, Yi Jifan's tone softened. "You're already in your 40s, but your temper is worse than when you were young. In the future, when my daughter is not at home, I'll have to give in to you so that my daughter won't worry about the family." Although his tone softened, he did not mention anything about Sun Dongqing going to the airport to send Ying off. Sun Dongqing knew the reason why he didn't mention it at all. She also knew that what he said just now was just to reassure her daughter. It didn't matter. She didn't care about it anymore. She wasn't afraid that he would mess around outside. As long as he dared to mess around, at that time no one would have a good time. They would run to the Urban Construction Bureau and the provincial government to make trouble, so that he wouldn't even be able to keep his official position. The reason why Yi Jifan didn't ask for a divorce was because he was afraid that Sun Dongqing would come to his workplace and make a scene. That was why he tolerated it. It couldn't be helped. Sun Dongqing was a shrew who could do anything and wasn't afraid of being embarrassed. After saying, "I'm going back to my room to get my luggage," Yi Jifan turned around and went back to his room without even looking at his wife. His patience with Sun Dongqing had long run out. He was only giving in to her for the sake of his daughter, Yi Ying. Yi Ying, who already knew that her parents had problems in their relationship, heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that they were no longer at each other's throats. She didn't know who to help, and she couldn't help either of them. She could only coax them. When Yi Jifan entered the room, she shook Sun Dongqing's arm and said softly, "It's okay, Mom. Don't be angry. Dad, a bureau chief, has already given in to you. What are you unhappy about? I've already gone to the army. I'm afraid that I won't be able to come back even once a year. You only care about being angry and don't care about me anymore. I can't call home often when I go to the army. Don't make Dad angry. He's a bureau chief after all. You should at least give him some face at home. I've told you before that Dad is doing well now. If you keep quarreling with him, you're pushing Dad out. When the time comes, a vixen will appear and won't let Dad come home. Mom, by then you and I will have a hard time." Chapter 2093. Her family's achievements today were all thanks to her father, who was the director. She didn't want others to take advantage of her. Yi Ying, who had studied abroad in France for half a year, was no longer as naive as she was in China. Sun Dongqing disagreed. "You don't have to worry about us adults. With me at home, your father wouldn't dare." Sun Dongqing didn't listen to anyone but her daughter. The anger in her heart was gradually extinguished by Yi Ying's coquettishness. However, her daughter didn't help her just now, so she felt a little embarrassed. She complained, "I didn't care about you. I was happy, but your father insisted on making things unpleasant. He could have mentioned anyone, but he had to mention that wretched girl. Let's not talk about her anymore. I feel terrible when I think about not being able to go home for a year. Ying didn't want to see her parents quarrel again, so she quickly changed the topic. Sun Dongqing, who was still a little unhappy, looked distressed when she heard this. She looked at her delicate daughter lovingly and reminded her, Ying, you have to take good care of yourself in the army. Don't let yourself be wronged. You have to eat well and sleep well. Don't make things difficult for yourself. Don't fight for the hard work. Just do it. Yi Jifan, who was coming out of his room with his luggage, heard this. His face, which had just calmed down, became gloomy again. Don't fight for the hard work? Did she think the army was her home? Did she have to be picky? Ying, come and get your luggage. He interrupted her directly to prevent himself from getting angry again. He immediately ordered the driver to go upstairs to get the luggage. He didn't give Sun Dongqing a chance to say anything stupid. He said to her coldly, I'll tell you when we arrive in the capital. Then he quickly brought Ying downstairs. When they got in the car, Yi Jifan mentioned Yi Qian again. He had to let Ying know how far she was from Yi Qian. Without Sun Dongqing's interference, the father and daughter's conversation remained calm. Principal Chen also carefully reminded Yi Qian. When you arrive at school, you must obey the arrangements. Do whatever the leader tells you to do. Learn more, observe more, and do more. Don't avoid the important things. It's not easy to get the title of excellent student. You're not the only one who wants it. There are many excellent students who want it. Ying, as long as you do your best, you have a clear conscience whether you get it or not. I have the troops here to take care of you. Don't worry, don't be distracted because of me. Yi Jian's flight would take off at 1 o'clock at noon. She would meet Song Jiqiu at the airport and go back to school together. Headmaster Chen insisted on taking her to the airport. Since the car he took was the jeep of the sniper base, Yi Jian did not stop him. If you're afraid of getting tired from eating, then you're not a good soldier. I remember all of that. You make me happy again. Someone in the front shouted Yi Jian in the crowd. Principal Chen immediately found the direction of the voice. He pointed at two tall figures walking over and asked Yi Jian with a smile, Are they your classmates? Yi Jian also saw them. He waved his hand and answered, Yes. The boy on the left is Song Jiqiu. He's my classmate. The other one is Yang Heng. You've met him before. He's studying in Australia now. Across the crowd, Headmaster Chen looked the two boys up and down, which made Song Jiqiu's heart tremble. Chapter 2094. Later, Song Jiqiu described Principal Chen's eyes to Yi Qian in this way. It was like a bullet going through the center of the eyebrows and killing with one shot. It was like being on a battlefield. This was the eyes of a world-class sniper, sharp, calm and deadly. Yang Heng did not feel like being shot by a bullet. He only felt that it was difficult for him to breathe under such a gaze. It was difficult for him to take a step forward. In fact, Principal Chen withdrew his gaze quickly. He did not expect that such a glance would make the two boys feel so stressed. Seeing that the young men were a little nervous, he did not linger. After Yi Qian took the ticket, he left with the soldiers. Young people had their own way of getting along with each other. If he continued to stay, it would only make them feel uncomfortable. It's so stressful. I don't dare to speak loudly. After Principal Chen got in the car and left, Song Jiqiu turned around and said to Yi Qian, It's like meeting the chief. I'm so nervous that my palms are sweating. Hearing this, Yang Heng nodded in agreement. After taking a breath, he fanned himself with the ticket to get rid of the suffocation caused by the difficulty of breathing. He said to Yi Qian, You can check in now. Let's go in first. Yi Qian did not know that Yang Heng was going with them. Seeing this, he could not help but ask casually, Is your boarding time similar to ours? She thought that Yang Heng was going to another city. Yes, I'm boarding at the same time and on the same plane as you. Yang Heng, who did not tell her, waved the ticket in his hand. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Yi Qian, who was surprised. He laughed loudly and said, Do you need to be so surprised? I'm your parent. I'm sending you two back to school. Come on. It's obvious that you want to go out to play. Song Jiqiu exposed her cousin's lie without hesitation and said to Yi Qian quickly, Uncle knows that my brother has a mixed-race girlfriend and threatens to break off their relationship. My aunt is afraid that the father and son will fight, so she uses her connections to get a ticket. He's not sending us back, but escaping to take refuge. Director Yang was also a somewhat inflexible father. When he found out that his son had found a foreign girl and lived together with her, he was so angry that he pulled out his belt to teach his disobedient son a lesson. Mother Yang was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly let her son escape from the limelight. When Yang Heng heard this, he said that it would be better to go to his cousin's military academy. Mother Yang didn't say anything and asked her old classmate to get her son a ticket. She sent her son out of her husband's sight. When Yi Qian heard this, he laughed a little unkindly. There are so many beautiful women in our country, yet you don't like them and insist on finding a foreign girlfriend. You even moved in with her in advance. Yang Heng, do you think that our country is as open-minded as overseas? If you live together before marriage, what if one day you separate from your foreign girlfriend? Wouldn't you be irresponsible? No wonder Uncle Yang is angry. With Yang Heng's help, the tense atmosphere caused by Principal Chun suddenly dissipated. The three of them chatted and laughed as they passed a group of people who had just entered the airport and went to check in. A slim and tall woman in the crowd suddenly raised her head and looked to the left. She seemed to have heard Yang Heng and Yi Qian's voice just now. Get the ticket first, then go to the restaurant next door to have lunch. After a short rest, go to check in. Yi Jifan took out his wallet and took out his ID card. He said to Ying beside him, "Give me your ID card as well." Ying looked around and didn't find anything. She took out her ID card and said, "Dad, I seem to have heard Yi Qian's voice just now." "You heard it. Don't be surprised." Having said that, Yi Jifan also looked around and didn't find anything. He took Yi Ying's ID card and went to get the ticket. Chapter 2095. Yi Ying did not give up. She looked around and saw a familiar figure passing by the security check gate. She fixed her eyes on it but did not find anything. "Are you still looking for her? If she is here, you can say hello to her generously. Moreover, it is not surprising that she is here. It is the beginning of the semester. It is normal for her to go to school by plane. It is abnormal for her to go to school by plane. The plane ticket is so expensive. How can she afford it?" Yi Ying did not dare to say it out. She was afraid that she would be blamed again. She looked at the security check again and left. At 12:40 p.m. Yi Qian and the other two boarded the plane. 3 p.m. Yi Ying called Sun Dongqing, who was cleaning the living room. She told her that she had boarded the plane and would call back when she arrived in the capital. Sun Dongqing, who was sitting on the sofa, picked up the postal package she had received in the morning and put it on the tea table. She said to Ying worriedly, "Okay, take care of yourself. Don't be afraid to tell your father. I will take care of the family. Your father can't do anything." Her voice was so loud that Yi Jifan, who had turned off his mobile phone, heard it clearly. He ignored her and took out the magazine on the plane to read. It took more than 3 hours to go from the southern province to the capital. It only took a little more than an hour to go from the southern province to the city where Yi Qian's school was. At this time, Yi Qian and Song Jiqiu had arrived at the gate of the school. They watched Yang Heng, who could not enter the school, leave. The University of Science and Technology of China and the Army implemented military management at the same time. Irrelevant people were not allowed to enter or leave the school at any time. Even if Yang Heng wanted to visit the school, he could not. He had to go out alone. His back is so lonely. I told him not to go with me, but he didn't believe me. Song Jiqiu took pleasure in Yi Jian's misfortune. Then she said to Yi Jian with a smile, "However, my brother has friends all over the world. Don't worry. He will definitely call me later and tell me that he has a playmate." That was true. Yang Heng was very popular in high school. He had a group of friends with different faces wherever he went. Yi Qian picked up the suitcase with the students' military uniforms and said with a smile, "Let's go. Let's start anew." She lowered her voice when she said the word new. She, who had turned around, suddenly turned back. She looked at the road with cold eyes. The moment she turned around, she felt someone staring at her. It was the start of the school year, and countless motorcycles were parked at the school gate with the students on them. Even if Yi Jian felt that someone was staring at her, she could not catch it immediately. An inconspicuous black car slowly passed by the roadside, and the tea-colored window slowly rolled up. A man wearing sunglasses sitting in the back ordered the driver indifferently, "Go back to the hotel." The driver, who was wearing white gloves, answered respectfully, "Yes, sir." He stepped on the accelerator and drove into the traffic. Then he smiled inexplicably. "But she looks a little trickier than her mother." The person on the other side of the phone said something. The man in the sunglasses said, "You don't have to keep an eye on Yi Jifan for now. He didn't interfere with Sun Yaozu's business. As for his daughter, wait until we get to the army." The man's voice was not young. It was deep and a little hoarse. It sounded cold and creepy. It seemed that every word he said was full of calculation. At the same time, Sun Dongqing picked up the postal package on the coffee table and cut it open with a pair of scissors. She didn't know why, but when she cut open the package and saw the videotape, her eyelids suddenly twitched. She was distracted for a moment, and a small cut appeared on her finger. Chapter 2096. Sun Dongqing, who was in pain, hurriedly got up to treat her wound. The phone at home rang. She pressed on her finger to stop the bleeding and looked up at the clock on the wall. A deep smile appeared on her face. She put the videotape on the coffee table and ignored it. She hurriedly went to pick up the phone at the corner of the sofa. Yi Jifan did not call Sun Dongqing immediately. The driver who picked him up had gotten the wrong address. He had to let the driver find them first. Seeing his daughter make the call, he said calmly, "You stand here and wait. I'll go ahead and take a look." Ying, who happened to pick up the call, nodded hurriedly and said, "Dad, put down the luggage. I'll stay here." "Okay, don't wander around. Otherwise, I'll come back to find you." The driver who came to pick them up called again. With a smile on his face, Yi Jifan answered the call and said, "We're already outside. I'm waiting for you in the corridor. You should be able to see me after you turn the corner." Okay. Thank you." Yi Jifan naturally had to be polite to the driver sent by the Du family. If he put on airs because of the other party's identity, he would be looking down on the Du family. Sending someone to pick you up was the Du family giving you face. If you look down on the driver, wouldn't it be the same as looking down on the Du family? Yi Jifan, who wanted to build a good relationship with the Du family, would not do such a stupid thing. It was 6:30 in the evening in Beijing. The lights had already been lit. Ying, who was standing in the corridor of the parking lot, reported that they were safe. She could not wait to tell Sun Dongqing the good news. "Mom, Madam Li sent a driver to pick us up. Dad and I will take the car directly to the hotel to meet Madam Li. Madam Li also said that her daughter is also in the arts regiment. It's a pity that her daughter is not in the Beijing political group. It would be better if she was. It would be even better if Madam Li's daughter was in the Beijing political group. She would definitely make her happy every day, just like how she made Yao Jing and the other girls in the past." Hearing such good news, Sun Dongqing couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. She said happily, "Like I said, my Ying is such a lovable person. You have to listen to Madam Li, coax her a little more, and say a few more sweet words. It doesn't matter. Mom, don't worry. I know what to do." Seeing Yi Jifan waving at her, she hurriedly covered her phone and said in a sweet voice, "Mom, I'll stop talking. Dad found the driver sent by Mrs. Li. I'll get in the car first. I'll call you tomorrow." Ying was afraid that Yi Jifan would overhear her, so she quickly broke the phone before Sun Dongqing could finish speaking. By the time the car arrived in front of her, she had already adjusted her facial expression. The chauffeur sent by the Du family opened the door and ran to Yi Ying's side. He greeted her respectfully. "Miss Yi." He first opened the door for her to get in, and then put the luggage in the trunk. Yi Ying, who had gotten into the car, was so surprised that she felt a little unnatural. It was really like the chauffeurs on TV who invited rich ladies into the car. He was so polite that she thought she was really a noble lady at that moment. "Director Yi, Miss Yi, my family's madam is holding a banquet at the Wangfu Hotel. I'll send the two of you there now. The hotel you're staying at is also Wangfu Hotel. I hope you'll be satisfied." The driver's politeness made Yi Jifan feel more assured. Their food and accommodation were arranged by Mrs. Li herself, which showed that the Du family valued them. Chapter 2097. Ying, who was sitting in the back, couldn't help but gasp when she heard Wangfu Hotel. She knew Wangfu Hotel. It was the most famous and most expensive hotel in the country. It was loved by stars both at home and abroad, as well as Hong Kong and Taiwan. Even the cheapest standard room cost more than 10,000 yuan for a night. Although her family had some assets, they weren't rich enough to spend more than 10,000 yuan for a night in a hotel. Thinking of how much Mrs. Li valued her and how much she would eat and live in the future, Ying couldn't help but feel happy. She was even more determined to make Mrs. Li happy. Before she arrived at the hotel, Ying's heart had already flown there. She just wanted to see Mrs. Li as soon as possible. The imported luxury car left the airport parking lot with the excited Ying. When the car completely drove out of the parking lot, the door of a silver-gray car parked at the place where Ying was standing before opened. Someone with long legs stepped out and got out of the car lazily. It was very cold outside. The man who got out of the car was wearing clothes that were completely opposite of the season. He stood tall and straight in the cold wind with only a thin black shirt. He was completely unaffected by the cold, and his temperament was still noble and elegant. Xia Jinyuan, who came back from a hot country, was in a hurry. He didn't have time to prepare a thick winter coat. When he got off the plane an hour ago, he shivered even though he had been trained to resist the cold. Why did you get out of the car? Is something wrong? A man in military uniform with the rank of major strode over from the other side of the car. When he saw Xia Jinyuan, who was supposed to be resting in the car, standing by the car door, his face darkened and he quickly walked over. Xia Jinyuan, who was wearing a black shirt, looked away from the parking lot exit and smiled at his comrade V8. Nothing happened. Get out of the car to get some fresh air. Let's go back to the military headquarters and report. Mrs. Li, the Arts and Crafts Group. It seemed that Yi Zhifan had made a big move while he was away. He even had such a good relationship with the wife of the Deputy Chief of Staff. Yi Zhifan wanted to send his daughter to the army so that she could compete with Lan Weihu. With Mrs. Li's relationship, the possibility of sending his daughter to the army was higher. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du was famous for being obedient. Once Madame Li gave the order, he would definitely obey. To be more ironic, Madame Li's words were more effective than military orders. Why are you in such a hurry to return to the military? The Major General has spoken. It won't be too late for you to go to the hospital and treat your injuries before reporting to him. V8 frowned and started the car. He glanced at Xia Jinyuan's waist and said, "You know very well how serious the consequences will be if the puncture wound is not treated properly." In the end, he was the only one left in charge of the cleanup mission. The rest of the team returned home immediately after taking control of the illegal dealer from China, who dared to come to China to sell guns. Q King, who was left alone, returned home 4 days later than the rest of them. 4 days, 96 hours. He faced it all alone. His comrades who had returned to the country were all on tenterhooks, afraid that something bad would happen to him. Xia Jinyuan adjusted his seat so that his long legs had more room to move. After buckling his seatbelt, he said calmly, "No need. I'll take care of it myself. I'll go to the military headquarters first." He had to report all the important matters at hand first. After that, he had to figure out the situation between Yi Zhifan and the Du family. He also had to go to Nan province to meet Lan Weihu. There was not enough time, so he had to hurry. Chapter 2098. Reporting to the military wasn't something that could be done in 1 or 2 hours. Arriving at the military at 8 o'clock would take at least until the wee hours of the morning. Everyone knew that Q King was injured. If he didn't treat his wound first, everyone would be worried. V8, who came to pick him up, was ordered by the Major General to send Xia Jinyuan to the hospital for a thorough examination. It wouldn't be too late for him to go to the military after his wound was properly treated. Xia Jinyuan was thinking about Yi Zhifan and the Du family, so he didn't want to waste too much time on himself. V8 saw that he was determined to go to the military, so he stopped the car on the side of the road and said to Xia Jinyuan, "Before I came out, the Major General ordered me to send you to the hospital and treat your wound before returning to the military. Since you don't want to cooperate, you can explain it to the Major General yourself." He couldn't persuade him, so he could only ask the Major General for help. Xia Jinyuan was a little helpless when his comrade stopped him. But he couldn't say that he didn't want to go to the hospital, and went straight to the military academy for Yi Qian. Seeing that he was really going to call the Major General, he reached out his long arm and quickly snatched the phone from V8. Don't get distracted, just focus on driving. I know my own wound. Do I need you to remind me if there's really a problem? The wound did have some signs of inflammation, but it wasn't serious. He could take a few antibiotics to suppress it first and deal with the urgent matters at hand before treating the wound. Xia Jinyuan, who listened to Yi Qian's entire conversation, didn't think about going to Wang Fu restaurant himself. Although he put Yi Qian's personal affairs first, they could never be compared to the mission. No matter how important the personal affairs were, they had to be put aside when it came to the mission. Right now, he really wanted to go to Wang Fu restaurant directly and ask about the situation. He also wanted to immediately call Xia Yue and Hou Zi to ask about the situation, but he knew his mission and responsibility. He knew which was more important when it came to business or personal affairs. V8 couldn't change his captain's decision since his phone was stolen. In the end, he chose to compromise and drove the car back to the military. Major General Yang looked at his trusted subordinate who was dragged over. He angrily slammed his hand on the desk and yelled, "Nonsense! Do you still want to live?" As he cursed, his hands did not stop dialing the internal line and immediately asked the guards to call a military doctor over. He wanted to see for himself how serious his injuries were. Then he questioned V8. "I told you clearly that you must bring him to the hospital for a checkup. You ignored my order and brought him to the military. Can you take responsibility if anything happens to him?" Just as V8 was about to say that it was his fault, Xia Jinyuan said, "Major General, it's not my comrade's fault. I was the one who insisted on returning to the military." He didn't want his comrades to be implicated because of his decision. Junyan was slightly tired as he explained in a deep voice, "I have an urgent matter to report. I must return to the military first." As he spoke, he unbuttoned his black shirt and pulled out a thin, white strip that was about the length of chewing gum from his chest. "Memory stick. I got it from the surveillance camera in Antonio's office. There's a very important conversation in it. The translation is in Chinese, and it mentions a certain border outpost in our country twice. A notorious arms dealer mentioned a border checkpoint of our country. What did this mean?" It meant the seriousness of the situation. Major General Yang took the memory stick from a camera company in 1999. It was used to store video and other media. He looked sharply at Xia Jinyuan. "What do you suspect?" Before he could say anything, Major General Yang's face was as dark as water. Chapter 2099. Xia Jinyuan calmly looked at the Major General, whose expression was getting more and more serious, and slowly voiced his suspicions. The firearms and ammunition that Antonio sent to various countries included all kinds of transportation methods. As far as I know, Antonio successfully took over the border checkpoints of 2 Western countries and 1 South Asian country, and used them as a safety line to cover the transportation of firearms. I've only been with Antonio for a short period of time, but I already know that there are problems with the border checkpoints of 3 countries. This shows how big his firearms business is. Currently, there are always traces of firearms dealers in the war-torn countries of Wei Su, Acre and Iran, as well as Antonio. The more wars there are, the more the firearms dealers earn. They illegally transport weapons and endanger the safety of a country. I can't help but think deeply about it. His words made the Major General's brows furrow even tighter. What are you trying to say? Just say it. Right now, I suspect that the Chinese businessman who was escorted back to China had a route at the border, Xia Jinyuan said directly. V8, who hadn't left, showed an incredulous look on his face when he heard this. It was as if he had heard something shocking and couldn't believe it at all. King Q meant that if we didn't completely solve this problem, our country would become a war-torn country? Wasn't that a little too much? There was a brief silence in the office, and then the Major General shouted angrily, "Xia Jinyuan!" His suspicion made the Major General furious, and his heavy military power came straight at him. It was as if the air was being compressed, and it was as heavy as a heavy stone falling down. "Do you know what you just said? If you dare to suspect those soldiers, I'll be the first to come after you." The Major General's understanding was different from V8's. But he did partially guess the meaning of Xia Jinyuan's words. In the face of the Major General's anger, Xia Jinyuan didn't show any fear and replied in a deep voice. Major General, I know very well what I said. I really do suspect that. And now I'm only reporting my suspicions to the military. Whether things are as I suspect, the military still needs to investigate. The businessman who was escorted back to China transported illegal weapons to China through layers of checkpoints. Major General, how many ways do you think he went through? How many people have benefited from it? Also, I won't suspect the comrades stationed at the border. They're loyal to their duty and protect the country. They even sleep with steel guns in their arms. Major General, they've sacrificed enough. As a soldier, I don't want to hear about any soldiers who wear the same uniform as me sacrificing themselves at the border. Xia Jinyuan, who had an injury on his waist, could not stand for a long time. Facing the Major General's cold gaze, he pointed to the guest sofa and said with a smile, "Can you at least give me a seat to dry my body?" He was of the Major General. And mentally. The Major General wanted to throw the documents on the table directly at the face of the guy who was still in the mood to smile with him, but it was just a thought. He really couldn't bear to throw it. Of the he was. Aren't you trying to show off your ability? Why, can't you stand for a while? While he said that, his eyes signaled for V8 to go over and help him. He didn't want to cause any problems. Chapter 2100. This kid had always been a tough guy since he was young. He never screamed unless he was pushed to his limits. Could it be that he was seriously injured? The Major General thought of Xia Jinyuan's usual behavior, and his expression became particularly grave. Just then there was a knock on the door. The guards had arrived with the military doctor. "Come in." The Major General, who no longer pursued Xia Jinyuan's words, immediately raised his voice. After the military doctor entered, he pointed at Xia Jinyuan and said anxiously, "Doctor, hurry up and take a look at him." V8, who helped Xia Jinyuan sit down, said softly, "Captain, your courage is as big as your reputation. You managed to make the Major General's mood fluctuate with just a few words. You're amazing." "You flatter me." Xia Jinyuan's thin lips curled slightly. While the Major General was instructing the military doctor, he lowered his voice and said, "Brother, I've implicated you just now. Find an excuse to leave. Don't stay here any longer." V8's arm stiffened and his voice trembled. "Brother, is the injury on your waist serious?" "It's a little serious and it's a little inflamed." Xia Jinyuan told his comrade honestly and comforted him with a sympathetic gaze. "That's why I reminded you to find an excuse to leave, so that the Major General won't be angry with you." "Then I really have to thank you for your reminder." V8 gritted his teeth and helped his comrade sit down. He said to the Major General, "Major General, I have something to deal with here. Can I leave first?" The Major General did not hesitate and waved his hand in agreement. V8 did not stay for a second and strode away. Soon the military doctor removed the blood-stained gauze. The Major General, who still had some anger in his heart, saw the wound on his waist. At that moment, the last trace of anger in his heart was extinguished instantly along with the bloody wound. It was a very serious wound that went straight through the side of his waist and came out from the back of his waist. Although the wound had been stitched up, there were signs of inflammation around it. It was red and swollen and looked terrifying. The military doctor picked up a small medical flashlight and shone it on the wound. Wearing a mask, he examined the wound and said in a deep voice, "The wound shows signs of inflammation. We can't rule out the possibility of pus forming inside. To be conservative, we should remove the stitches again." The military doctor gently pressed his hand around the wound with a pair of sterile gloves. After taking a closer look, he raised his head and asked Xia Jinyuan in surprise, "Did you sew it yourself?" Although the stitching technique was appropriate, the stitching was sloppy, and there were signs of pulling at the top and bottom of the stitching. At a glance, it was obvious that the stitching was done by oneself. Moreover, the stitching speed was very fast and the stitching was not done properly. Xia Jinyuan nodded faintly and said, "Help me disinfect the surrounding area first. We'll talk about removing the stitches later." "Do you want to be taken to the hospital by the guards?" The Major General glanced at him coldly and asked the military doctor how serious the infection was. Compared to the military doctor's shock, the Major General was much calmer. During battle, if the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade were injured, they would treat their own wounds if they had no comrades by their side. What he was concerned about was whether the infection was serious. From the outside, I can't tell how serious it is for the time being. However, gunshot wounds are different from other injuries, especially penetrating wounds. Sometimes the situation looks good on the outside, but the inside may have formed pus. The military doctor was somewhat impressed by the soldier in front of him who dared to sew his own wound. He took off his gloves and answered the Major General's question with a serious expression. I suggest that you go to the hospital to see if there is any inflammation inside. Xia Jinyuan knew that he could not escape going to the hospital tonight. He asked the military doctor to disinfect the wound first and said to the Major General, "There's no need to trouble the guards. I'll take the initiative to go to the hospital after reporting to you." Chapter 2101. Major General realized that the problem did not end with the arrest of the illegal Chinese businessman. He looked at Xia Jinyuan, who was in charge again, and asked the military doctor, "Can his injury be treated in a few hours? There are no signs of fever. Can be treated in a few hours." The military doctor packed up the medical supplies, saluted and left. It was already 8:30 at night. The office building of the military headquarters was brightly lit. The security outside was tight. Inside, uniformed soldiers were working on their work quietly. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du came out of the General Staff Department building and took a car to Wang Fu Restaurant. He was tired after an entire day of meetings, so he sat in the back and closed his eyes to rest. Director Yi of the Southern Province took his daughter to report to the Beijing political group. In the end, his wife insisted that he go over and talk to Director Yi. He had already said what he needed to say and helped with what he needed to do. What else did he need to see? The Deputy Chief of Staff Du did not want to go. When the waiter opened the door of the private room, his face was full of smiles. He strode over and said with a smile, Sorry, the General Staff Department called for an emergency meeting. Director Yi has to wait for so long." Yi Jifan didn't dare to accept this sentence. He had been paying attention to the movement at the door. When he saw the corner of a military green coat, he was very perceptive and stood up to greet the Deputy Chief of Staff Du before he walked over. "I'm sorry to disturb you. Please forgive me." He did not forget to remind Ying to get up quickly. Mrs. Li liked the father and daughter's eyesight. People should have good eyesight. Otherwise, they would appear clumsy. Okay, you two don't need to chat. Old Du, let the waiter serve the dishes. Director Yi saw that you did not come and insisted on waiting. I couldn't persuade him, so I had to serve some desserts for Ying to eat. Mrs. Li, who was wearing a gold velvet cheongsam with a rich peony flower embroidered on the collar, smiled and invited the two to sit. She personally poured a cup of tea for her husband and said elegantly, "The two children have not arrived yet. The new year has just ended. I really don't know what they are busy with. I want to find someone to eat with, but there is no one to accompany me. Ying is the best. She is obedient and sensible. She knows that I want to talk and chat. See, before you came, it was this child who kept me company to relieve my boredom." Hearing this, the Deputy Chief of Staff Du laughed even louder. He looked at the young lady beside his wife and nodded approvingly. She is indeed obedient. Director Yi has taught her well. If it was Jai tsk at most 10 minutes. Yi Ying, who was flattered in her heart, tried hard to suppress the corners of her mouth that wanted to curl up. She lowered her head shyly as if she couldn't bear the compliment. Her voice was a little soft, but she didn't sound petty as she replied, "You're flattering me. Madam is knowledgeable. It's my fortune to be able to talk to Madam. Hey, why are you so cute? I am still outside, but I can still hear you through such a thick door." The one who spoke was Du Jai. Dressed in a military uniform, she walked in with an arrogance that Ying envied. It was the kind of arrogance that could only be possessed by someone who was confident. Chapter 2102. Before meeting Du Jai, Ying was already envious of Mrs. Li. Now that she saw Du Jai in person, there was not only envy in her heart, but also jealousy that she couldn't suppress. If she grew up in the Du family, she definitely wouldn't be worse than Du Jai. Definitely not worse. She remembered that there was a sentence written in a book. Birth determines everything. In the past, she didn't really believe it, but after seeing Du Jai, she really believed it. Birth does determine everything. In terms of appearance, she definitely wasn't worse than Du Jai. However, she didn't have Du Jai's arrogance between her eyebrows. In terms of temperament, she and Du Jai each had their own merits. One was arrogant while the other was gentle. However, she didn't have the confidence of Du Jai. She also didn't have the elegance of Du Jai. Even when she was just carrying water. This kind of Du Jai made Ying deeply jealous as soon as she appeared. But she didn't dare to show it at all, for fear that Mrs. Li beside her would notice it. Since Du Jai came in, Mrs. Li couldn't care less about Ying, who was trying to make her happy just now. She revealed a deep and loving smile and directly joked, "I can't finish talking bad about you even if I talk bad about you for 3 days and 3 nights. I dare to say it in front of you, but I dare to say it behind your back even more. Your mother is right. You are the most disobedient. If your mother and I don't talk bad about you, who else would we talk bad about?" Compared to his eldest daughter, the deputy chief of staff Du doted on his naughty but considerate youngest daughter more. After joking, he introduced her to Yi Jifan. "Chief Yi, this is my daughter Jai, who always gives me a headache. Jai, come and say hello to Uncle Yi." He pretended to criticize. "Look at you, you don't even know how to be polite. You don't even know how to say hello when you come in." When Du Jai came in, it was her home ground. She took off her military cap and put it on the table. She smiled and said, "You didn't introduce him. How would I know who he is?" She stretched out her hand and took the initiative to shake Yi Jifan's hand. "Hello, Uncle Yi. I'm Du Jai. The bad things my parents said just now were all lies. Please don't believe them." She was generous, decent, and experienced in dealing with people. Yi Jifan could tell at a glance that Ying was not as good as her. He had been an official in the southern province for a long time, but he had never met a superior who had a daughter of the same age as his daughter. Even if there was one, it would be the daughter of a subordinate who was inferior to him. In comparison, he felt that his daughter's temperament was outstanding. Now, compared with the daughter of the deputy chief of staff Du, Yi Jifan could not help but sigh with emotion. He said to Mrs. Li and the deputy chief of staff Du, "When I see Miss Du, I really understand the meaning of the saying, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and the son of a mouse can dig holes." In one sentence, the 3 members of the Du family were praised. Du Jai said in her heart, "It's a bit interesting." Then she took the initiative to talk to Yi Ying when Mrs. Li introduced her. "She's really well behaved. I don't dare to speak loudly. Besides, she's even more beautiful than my mother said." Ying was a little flattered. She quickly got up a little and said in an anxious tone with a little admiration, "Miss Du is more beautiful and very handsome. You're quite honest." "Yes, although you're very beautiful, you're indeed a little worse than me," Du Jai purposely said with a smile. The pair of eyes that looked at Ying were as bright as diamonds shining brightly. Her eyes were obviously sizing her up. She was very presumptuous and calm. Ying was a little nervous because of her words. Now she was sizing her up, which made her even more nervous. Moreover, as a girl, her intuition told her that although Du Jai was smiling at her, there was unfriendliness in her eyes that made her tremble. She didn't like her. Chapter 2103. This discovery made Ying's palms break out in layers of cold sweat. She did not even notice that the phone in her bag had been vibrating non-stop. Ying's intuition is correct. Du Jai really doesn't like Ying. Obedient, well-behaved, honest, and beautiful. Yet another one who wants to establish a relationship with the Du family. If it wasn't for her father saving Big Brother's life, I really wouldn't have come over to entertain this father and daughter pair who came from God knows where. Mrs. Li doesn't show up, letting her daughter look at Ying wantonly. She wants to find herself an obedient daughter-in-law. If her future sister-in-law can't stand it and gives her a hard time, she won't want such a daughter-in-law. The little wife Mrs. Li chose for you this time is really good-looking. You can come up. Du Jai doesn't care about Yi Ying's feelings. She sends a letter to her brother Li Yuan, who is 1 year younger than her downstairs. Under Mrs. Li's knowing eyes, She starts to chat with Yi Ying enthusiastically. Li Yuan takes Mrs. Li's surname. After he was born, Mrs. Li made the decision directly. The Du family didn't say anything and let Mrs. Li make all the decisions. When Li Yuan comes up, the real master is here. Li Yuan, who has just turned 23, is tall and handsome. He has been studying abroad for many years and has an unruly arrogance. But Mrs. Li has taught him well. He is tall and straight, with the noble air of an aristocratic family. When Mrs. Li sees her youngest son, she talks more than before, especially the sentence, "My son has never had a girlfriend. Director Yi, how about we be in-laws? What do you think?" Li Yuan's half-joking words made Yi Ying's heart beat like a little deer. When Li Yuan smiled and said, "Miss Yi is very suitable for the image of a girlfriend in my heart," Yi Ying's cheeks were so red that Li Yuan could not help but cast sidelong glances at her. Yi Jifan knew that Madame Li would not speak without thinking. She only said this because she really meant it. For a moment, even someone as calm as him was a little excited. The father and daughter are so excited that they don't care about the vibrating mobile phones in their bags. After 3 rounds of drinking and talking happily, the vibrating mobile phones in their bags are directly turned off by Sun Dongqing. Sun Dongqing heard that both phones had been turned off. She sat weakly on the sofa like a frosted eggplant. It's over, it's over. The days that I finally had hope for are over again. Her disappointing daughter, this time she was really going to be angered to death. He had sent her abroad to study because he wanted her to study hard and start from scratch. But what about her? But as for her Ioyo, she was so angry. But she actually hung out with those blonde guys from overseas, and even allowed them to put their hands into her clothes and grope her all over. She even curled up on the sofa with the 2 men and kissed them here and there. She was infuriated. She didn't look like a student at all. She was just a slut. Sun Dongqing, who was shocked by the contents of the videotape, was really angry. Although she always defended Yi Ying, she was a woman who came from the countryside. What she hated the most was debauchery. The things that she couldn't bear to see the most, her daughter had done them all. Everything was done. God damn it. The whole family was disgraced. Sun Dongqing, who couldn't get through to her husband, burst into tears. It was too embarrassing. After such a shameful thing happened, she wanted to take a rope and strangle herself to avoid being criticized behind her back. Sun Dongqing called the phone again and again, but it was always turned off. She was so angry that she screamed and jumped. Suddenly, she rushed back to her room and rummaged. She wanted to go to the capital. Chapter 2104. Sun Dongqing didn't think about anything else. She just wanted to bring her daughter back from Jing City as soon as possible. It was okay if her daughter was humiliated at home, but she couldn't let her daughter embarrass herself outside. That was all she could think of. The most important thing now was to bring Yi Ying back from Jing City. She didn't think that Yi Ying was about to enlist in the military, nor did she think that the videotape might have been sent to more people. Sun Dongqing found her ID card. She only brought her wallet and mobile phone. She didn't bring any other luggage. She locked the door and went to the airport. She didn't dare to ask the driver to send her home. She was afraid that the driver would notice something wrong from her face. She even covered her face with a thick checkered scarf to take a taxi. On the way to the airport, she was so anxious that she kept calling her father and daughter, hoping that one of them would turn on his phone. Yi Jifan, who was chatting happily with Deputy Director Du, didn't even look at his phone until they returned to the hotel room. Yi Ying was even more so. Facing the handsome and rich Li Yuan, who had a good family background, her heart was pounding like a deer the whole night. She didn't care about anything else. She was not attracted to Li Yuan, but to the Du family's family background and wealth. She didn't expect that her mother's words would come true. She would really find a husband who could be a general in the future. No, Li Yuan said that he didn't want to join the army. She didn't want to find a general as her husband, but a general as her father-in-law, and a mother-in-law from a famous family. It didn't matter whether Li Yuan was handsome or ugly. Of course, she would feel more comfortable if he was handsome. Although Yi Ying was excited the whole night, she didn't become impetuous because she was always calm in front of others. It was as if Mrs. Li was just joking. After a short moment of shyness, she returned to normal. Mrs. Li was more and more satisfied. Before leaving, she held Yi Ying's hand and said with a smile, "Tomorrow is Jai's birthday. There will be a birthday party at home. Remember to come with your father." Not only did she need to be obedient, but she also needed to see how good her social skills were. She then turned to Yi Jifan and said, "Director Yi, remember to come tomorrow. Don't forget about it." Yi Jifan was stunned for a few seconds by the sudden good news. When he finally recovered, he slapped his forehead and said apologetically, "I didn't think that tomorrow would be Miss Du's birthday. I didn't make any preparations at all. It would be rude of me to go over there." How could Yi Jifan forget about this kind of good thing that could help his daughter integrate into the upper-class circle as soon as possible? He still had to put in 120% of his effort, but he still had to say some polite words. How could Ying compare to Du Jai when it comes to speaking? Du Jai, who secretly curled her lips in disdain, smiled like a flower in the blink of an eye. "Do I still lack a gift from you? It's fine as long as you're here. I'll introduce a few friends of your age so that you can play with them during your holidays." How could Ying not notice the hidden meaning in Du Jai's words? She was disdaining her for not having enough status to give her a present. She hadn't done anything to anger her, but she had been saying such harsh words the entire night. Yet, on the surface it sounded like she was being magnanimous and polite. Isn't she just afraid that I'll steal Madame Li's attention? Chapter 2105. A lady from a prestigious family? Bah! She's so narrow-minded. If it weren't for her surname, I wouldn't have bothered with her. Yi Ying, whose heart was in turmoil, continued to pretend that she didn't understand Du Jai's sarcasm. Maintaining a sweet smile, she said calmly, "No need, no need. I'm already very satisfied to be able to attend Jai's birthday party. There's really no need to trouble Jai to introduce more friends. I'll take my time." Mrs. Li had been paying attention to their conversation the whole time. Seeing that Yi Ying was polite and a little domineering in her daughter's reply, she nodded with satisfaction in her heart. Not bad, she didn't swallow her anger. When pushed too hard, she knew how to fight back gently. It could be seen that she had a soft but firm character. She wouldn't be too weak and let others bully her. She had observed enough for tonight and was satisfied with the result. "Jai, you take advantage of Ying's gentle temperament to be aggressive. Mom saw it all tonight. You're the most dishonest." Mrs. Li, who had let Ying pass another hurdle, finally spoke and stopped her daughter from continuing to suppress Ying. As soon as she spoke, Du Jai seemed to have changed into a different person. She held Yi Ying's arm affectionately and said with relief, "Oh, I'm so tired tonight. Mom, don't call me for this kind of thing in the future. I didn't know how tiring it is to be a bad person until today. Oh, I'm so tired. I don't want to be a bad person for the rest of my life." Yi Ying was stunned. She didn't understand what was going on in front of her. "I'm sorry, Ying. It was my mom's idea tonight. It really had nothing to do with me." Du Jai playfully blinked her eyes and explained, "When my mom told me about it, I was really in a difficult position. When I saw you again, I almost wanted to throw away my responsibilities and leave. But I couldn't help it. It's my mom. As long as my mom says something at home, it's like an imperial edict. Even my dad doesn't dare to disobey. As her daughter, I don't dare to do anything." The more she spoke, the softer her voice became. In the end, she whispered into Yi Ying's ear, giggling as she continued, "Let me tell you a secret. My mother is quite satisfied with you. As for you, you only need to coax my mother in the future. As long as my mother is happy, the whole family is happy." Yi Ying, who understood what was going on, actually wanted to avoid it. Her body had even stiffened from the contact with Du Jai. She did not feel any warmth from the hand that was holding her arm. Instead, she felt her heart tighten. "Well, I'll see you tomorrow. Go to bed early tonight and come over early tomorrow to help me receive the guests." Du Jai had always been strong-willed. Regardless of whether Yi Ying was willing to come over early or not, she made the decision directly. To her, letting the daughter of a small bureau chief come over to help her in advance was already giving the other party a lot of face. She could only rush over. How could she refuse? Madame Li, who was already strong, did not think that her daughter was strong. Instead, she thought that her daughter's arrangement was good. She smiled and said to Ying, "Okay, I'll send a driver to pick you up early tomorrow. You don't have to prepare a gift. Your sister Jai doesn't lack anything. You don't have to worry about your outfit. Just use the same makeup artist as Jai. You'll definitely look more beautiful and elegant. She'll send a driver to pick me up tomorrow? Ying, who was initially displeased by Du Jai's words, was delighted. That's right, Madame Li was the one in charge of the Du family. As long as she could make Madame Li happy and marry into the Li family, would she still need to be afraid of Du Jai? Chapter 2106. She was just a married daughter. How could she compare to Li Yuan? Li Yuan even followed Madame Li's surname. It was clear how high his position was in Madame Li's heart. Ying quickly glanced at the handsome figure who was on the phone in front of her. The smile on her face became even more gentle. Du Jai's eyes flashed with a hint of contempt as she quietly observed her mother's expression and actions. Maintaining the smile on her face, she continued to hold Ying's arm tightly as she pouted and acted coquettishly. Mom, you're so biased. None of my friends have ever received a single word of praise from you. Me too, it's been a long time since you've praised me. Did she really think that she could marry into the Du family just by coaxing her mother? Ha, she sure knew how to daydream. For some reason Du Jai disliked Ying. She had been prejudiced against her since the beginning. Madame Li glared at her daughter who was beginning to misbehave again. Although she said she was glaring, her eyes were filled with affection. If you were half as good as Ying, I would dote on you every day. Even the deputy chief of staff Du joined in. He laughed and said, your mom is right. If you were half as obedient as Ying, I would dote on you too. Polite words were enough to be taken seriously. Yi Jifan quickly flattered back. The atmosphere was so pleasant that everyone's faces were filled with smiles. Du Jai looked at Ying, who was getting more and more uncomfortable, and sighed. Ying, your arrival has caused my status to plummet. I don't care anymore. I'll leave the important task of making my mom happy to you in the future. The intimate and witty words made the three adults laugh even louder and louder. Ying had no idea what Du Jai was thinking. Her whole body was bearing the weight of Du Jai's body. She tried her best to smile naturally and said gently, Jai, you're making me happy. It's my fortune to be able to make Madame Li happy. Du Jai was sometimes cold and sometimes hot. The things she said, the things she did, and the expressions she showed were all different. Her words were obviously sarcastic, but it just made the adults laugh loudly. Ying couldn't help but feel afraid of such a Du Jai. She couldn't help but feel more envious and jealous. In the face of power, Ying was not as arrogant as she was when facing Yi Qian. Even if Du Jai was rude to her, she was willing to endure it. After the Du family of four got into the car and left, Ying gritted her teeth as she stared at the back of the car. Her fingers were tightly gripping the corner of her shirt as she silently vented her anger. Yi Jifan, who had appeared out of nowhere, looked at his daughter's fingers, which were fiddling with her clothes. His eyes were dark as he said, this is Du Jai's confidence. She dares to do this because she has the ability to look down on you. The reason why you don't dare to talk back is because she has enough reason to look down on your identity. Ying, what does it mean to be above others? A person above others dares to say what they want to say and do what they want to do. Even if others feel uncomfortable, they can only accept it. Ying, whose eyes were red, bit her lower lip tightly. She looked up at her father and reluctantly put down her pride. She gritted her teeth and said, I know. That's why I can only endure it for now. I can only endure it until I can marry into the Li family. Madame Li was just joking. Did you take it seriously? Yi Jifan's cold voice interrupted Yi Ying's beautiful dream. What kind of family is the Du family? Are they afraid that they won't be able to find a daughter from a prestigious family to be their daughter-in-law? Yi Ying, stop dreaming. You should think more about how to make use of Madame Li's love to fight for a place in the military. See if it's possible to transfer to a military academy and become an officer with a military rank. Chapter 2107. Yi Ying's beautiful dream had just begun, and before she could get to the right place, Yi Jifan poured a bucket of cold water on her. Ying almost shed tears. Although she thought it was possible, she did not dare to say it out loud. She could only think about it in her heart. Go back to your room and have a rest. Get up early tomorrow and wait for the driver sent by Mrs. Li. It's good to go to the Li family early. I think Mrs. Li will introduce you to the wife of the governor who is close to her. As long as you can rely on the Du family, Ying, your marriage will not be too bad. Yi Jifan did not dare to think about his daughter marrying into the Du family. He only wanted to get Mrs. Li's help. Thinking that Mrs. Li will send a driver to take her to the Du family tomorrow, Ying felt a little better. Ying went back to her room and took a bubble bath. It was not until she went to bed that she found that her phone was out of battery. She plugged it in but did not turn it on. She went to bed directly. Yi Jifan was afraid that something would happen in the bureau, so he charged his phone and turned it on. As soon as he turned it on, countless text messages beeped. It was either the home phone or Sun Dongqing's phone. There were nearly 30 text messages in total. Yi Jifan, who seldom received continuous calls, calmly called home. No one answered the home phone, and the phone was turned off. He did not have much patience with his wife, so he ignored it and went to sleep. At this time, Sun Dongqing was sitting in the luxury cabin flying directly to the capital. Other passengers had fallen asleep, but she was not sleepy. She was looking forward to getting off the plane as soon as possible with her eyes wide open. In the car, Mrs. Li was asking Li Yuan about his impression of Ying. Li Yuan did not think much about it, nor was he interested. He just said to please Mrs. Li, "She is not bad. At least she is pleasing to the eye. She is not like the women I have seen before who think they are so great. She seems to have a good personality. She doesn't look like someone who will make trouble." Mom, it is useless to ask Li Yuan. As long as a woman is beautiful, he will like her. Du Jai smiled coldly and did not hide her disdain for Ying. She is not bad looking, but I don't see anything good about her personality. A dog that bites will not bark. People like her are like this. She's not causing trouble because she doesn't dare to cause trouble at my house. She doesn't have the guts. Madame Li had long seen that her daughter was against Ying. Although she didn't say anything, it didn't mean that she didn't know. Hearing her daughter's words, she smiled and looked at her daughter, who had always had sharp eyes. She praised, "Your eyes are indeed more accurate than Li Yuan's. Ying doesn't make trouble, but it doesn't mean that she is really weak. Her character is quite gentle. I admire her forbearance. She's also a sweet talker, just like her father. She doesn't give people the impression that she's trying to flatter them. I just feel that she's a little smart. Considering her age, she's quite tactful in dealing with things. She's much better than the girls your brother has dated before." The deputy chief of staff Du, who was sitting at the front, turned his head and said to his son and daughter, "Your mother is very satisfied with her. You two can just go along with what she says. Your opinions don't count. Dad, you've always been on Mom's side. Turn around and look straight ahead. Don't speak, don't interrupt." Du Jai leaned over and raised her hand to cover half of the deputy chief of staff Du's face. She pushed him back and said, "We'll talk about our own things. Just listen to us." Okay. I won't say anything. I won't say anything. You two continue to talk." The deputy chief of staff Du, whose face was pushed back by his daughter, laughed. He never cared about the things at home. It was enough for him to have his wife. If she said it was good, it was good. If she said it was bad, it was bad. Chapter 2108. Mrs. Li patted her daughter's arm with a smile. "You're so rude. Sit up straight. Don't affect the guards driving." "I haven't finished yet." Du Jai sat back with a smile and continued to say what she disliked about Ying. "I don't like her very much. Feels like she's pretending. She blushes all night and she's so shy. It's as if I'm so thick-skinned. I don't like her. And Mom, didn't you notice that her eyes were a little flirtatious?" When Li Yuan came in, she quickly glanced at him and lowered her head. "I really thought she was shy at that time. But in the end, you said you wanted her to be Li Yuan's girlfriend." "Ha!" Du Jai snorted softly with a mocking look on her face. She started to stare at Li Yuan from time to time. She's not looking at him shyly. She's just sizing him up. Does she want to see if Li Yuan is good enough for her? She's just the daughter of a little director. What right does she have to think that Li Yuan is good enough for her? Du Jai's words had a great impact on Mrs. Li. After a long time she nodded and said, "You're all young people. Looking at young people with the eyes of young people, sometimes you can see more clearly than adults. Hearing what you said, it's possible that Ying deliberately behaved well in order to leave a good impression in front of me. But, although Mrs. Li agreed with her daughter's words, she did not directly deny her love for Yi Ying. But she's really gentle and filial. You can see it from her pouring tea for Yi Jifan from time to time. She turned to ask Li Yuan, who was not interested. What about you? What do you think? Her daughter's thoughts were important, but it also depended on her son. As long as she's good enough for you and my sister, I have no objections. Li Yuan shrugged indifferently. Yi Ying's beautiful face flashed in his mind, and his eyes were a little more interested. Her father is not bad. Southern Province is a rich province. I want to go there to develop my career. If I have Yi Jifan's guidance, it should be smooth. Du Jai rolled her eyes at Li Yuan. Do you need Yi Jifan's guidance to develop your career in Southern Province? Isn't it enough for you to have uncle's guidance? Eldest uncle, second uncle, and third uncle can also help. Do we still need Yi Jifan? Sister, you're dreaming. Uncle will only help Li Jinyan. Why would he help my mother? It was already good enough that he didn't go against his mother. Third uncle doesn't want to count on him either. He's been hiding abroad for so many years. What can he do to help me? At the mention of his grandfather's family, a layer of darkness appeared in Li Yuan's eyes. With eldest uncle and second uncle around, what can we do? If you don't even try to fight for it, how do you know you can't do anything? Third uncle was forced to retire from the army and go abroad by first uncle. Now you can join forces with third uncle, right? There's also first aunt. She's his second wife, and she can't wait to get rid of Li Jinyan. Don't you know that you should join forces with first aunt? Hearing this, Li Yuan glanced coldly at Du Jai, who had simplified the matter. No matter how much eldest aunt wants to get rid of Li Jinyan, she won't help me, who also wants to divide the Li family. What are you arguing about? All of you shut up. Madame Li glanced at her son and daughter angrily. The smile in her eyes was replaced by dark clouds. Your second uncle will be here tomorrow. Don't talk about his past. Also, spend more time with your grandmother. She loves you two the most. Chapter 2109. Du Jai doesn't dare to make trouble when Mrs. Li is angry. She secretly glares at Li Yuan, who caused her to be criticized, and feels depressed. Thinking of her grandfather's family, Du Jai purses her lips and holds Mrs. Li's arm gently. She says softly, Mom, don't be angry. My brother and I know what to do. We won't embarrass you and third uncle in front of eldest uncle and second uncle. Why was it said that daughters were considerate? In fact, it meant that daughters were attentive. Her daughter immediately comforted her when she saw that she was angry, but her son didn't. Men were not so attentive and cared about personal gains and losses. Mrs. Li sighs and pats her daughter's shoulder gently. I'm relieved that you are sensible. Don't tell your brother that he needs to rely on his uncles in the future. They are unreliable. Your eldest uncle and your grandmother are like fire and water. It's good that your second uncle doesn't care. Your grandmother doesn't have to worry about it. Your third uncle has just come back. How can he help your brother? What's more, there is Li Jinyan. He alone is enough for your grandmother and your third uncle to worry about. Let's solve our own problems. Don't bother your grandmother. Mrs. Li is not in a good mood when it comes to her family. Du Jai sees that she frowns and doesn't want to talk about it. She nods obediently and lowers her eyes to hide the complicated feelings in them. Her grandfather's family seems to be rich for generations, but their relationship is not ordinary. Her grandfather was a playboy all his life. He married her eldest grandmother and gave birth to her eldest uncle and second uncle. In the end, he raised her younger grandmother and gave birth to her third uncle and mother. What surprised her more was that her younger grandmother and her eldest grandmother were not blood-related sisters. Her younger grandmother was adopted by her eldest grandmother's family. Later, the affair between her grandfather and her sister-in-law was exposed. Her eldest grandmother, who was strong-willed, slapped her younger grandmother in the face, and the two sisters turned against each other. It was not until her eldest grandmother passed away due to illness that her younger grandmother was able to marry into the Li family and become her grandfather's legal wife. The two elders fought for her grandfather for a lifetime and let the resentment of the older generation continue to the next generation. Du Jai thinks that her grandfather's family is obviously prominent, but the resentment of the older generation affects her generation. She can't help but sigh heavily. It is very quiet in the car, so her heavy sigh is particularly obvious. Madame Li, who was already in a bad mood, felt a little amused when she heard this. Why are you sighing all of a sudden? Is there anything in the family that you need to worry about? Mom, I am thinking about my grandmother. Adjusting her sitting posture, Du Jai asked softly, Mom, tell me what happened to grandfather's family back then. Why did eldest aunt pass away in an accident? And why was third uncle forced to retire from the army and leave for a foreign country? Tell me, I really want to know. Li's mother's mother. Li's aunt's mother's. Hearing this, Madame Li's face turned cold again, and she said in a low voice, Don't ask about things you shouldn't know. Why? Deputy Chief of Staff Du interrupted Du Jai and said with a smile, Jai, that's all in the past. Why are you, a young person, bringing up the past? He is still as secretive as before. His face changes as soon as he mentions it. Du Jai reluctantly says, Oh. She thought about it and said, Didn't Li Jinyan say that he is back? Mom, do you think he will come to our house tomorrow? Chapter 21:10. That depends on your first aunt's mood and his own mood. Madame Li's attitude was quite cold when it came to Li Jinyan. It's better if neither of them comes. She had no feelings for her eldest brother, not to mention that he was at odds with old Madame Li. Li Yuan, who was resting with his eyes closed, said with a faint smile, Li Jinyan won't come, but cousin will definitely come. Because as long as it's something Li Jinyan hates, the two of them will like it. That's right. Li Jinyan will definitely not come. Du Jai nodded thoughtfully. His eldest uncle's family wasn't complicated. The main reason was that his eldest aunt didn't like Li Jinyan, who was born from his first wife. She wholeheartedly wanted to fight for the family inheritance for her son and daughter. It was not that Li Jinyan was not sensible, but that first aunt could not tolerate the son left by the first wife. From time to time he would make some trouble. As a result, the relationship between Li Jinyan and first uncle was quite bad. Fortunately, Li Jinyan joined the army and was stationed at the seaside all year round. He could not return home even once a year, so first uncle's family was quite peaceful so far. As if thinking of something, Madame Li's eyes suddenly became serious. She said in a low voice, Li Yuan, since Li Jinyan is back, you should visit your grandfather's house more these days. Your grandfather still cares about his eldest grandson, Li Jinyan. Don't let him take all the benefits. Li Yuan twitched the corner of his mouth and refused. No, it's boring. Let my sister go. She likes the treasures in grandfather's hands. If you don't go, I will go. It just so happens that I have 4 days off. I can go and accompany grandfather and little grandma. Du Jai agreed immediately. She also thought about the treasures in grandfather's hands. Those were all antiques. It was said that many of them were the palace treasures that great-grandfather swept when he was a warlord. Little grandma, who wanted to take out the treasures in grandfather's hands, would definitely be happy for her to go. Madame Li nodded. That's fine. Don't provoke Li Jinyan in the future. Although your grandfather also wants to leave good things for me and your third uncle, Li Jinyan is the eldest grandson of the Li family after all. Although your grandfather dotes on you, he will never do more than his eldest grandson. The family whispered from time to time in the car and only stopped when they reached home. Li Jinyan, who had just returned home, was now sitting on an aged sofa made of yellow pear wood. He had a cold expression on his face as he chatted with the two elders. Although he said that he was accompanying Zhang Xian, he was actually just sitting by the side and listening quietly. Tomorrow is that last Jai's birthday. Old master, now that third brother's child is back, why don't you let Jinyan bring his brothers over tomorrow? Let third brother's child recognize everyone. Otherwise, when he goes out in the future, he won't be able to recognize everyone. That would be too disrespectful. The one who spoke was Old Man Li. She was 15 years younger than Old Man Li. She took good care of herself, so her hair was still dark. She wore an old-fashioned modified cheongsam, which made her look particularly elegant and dignified. She spoke unhurriedly with a soft accent. Just by listening to her, one could tell that she had a good voice when she was young. Li Jinyan, who had been silent all this time, raised his eyes when his name was mentioned. He said indifferently, My leave is limited. I still have a meeting tomorrow. Sorry, I don't have time. Is that so? I didn't think it through. Old Madam Li said with some disappointment. She looked at Old Master Li and deliberated for a moment before saying, then I'll bring her over. There's no need to trouble Jinyan. As for the gift, Old Master, why don't you give Jai the painting that second brother drew? This lass has liked it for a long time, and I've never been willing to give it to her. Chapter 21:11. Among the descendants left behind by her elder sister, only her second son made her slightly satisfied. He didn't care about anything and didn't care about his family. He carried a picture clip and walked the world, becoming a famous painter both domestically and abroad. She had several of his paintings in her hands, and any one of them was worth hundreds of thousands. Li Jinyan had no interest in these things. Seeing that it was getting late, he got up and said to the white-haired and white-bearded old man Li, who was sitting on the sofa, I won't disturb you anymore. Rest early. He nodded slightly at Old Lady Li, put on his military cap and left. Old Lady Li, who was watching his back, secretly clenched her fists. She didn't even want her old face anymore. She just hoped that he would say something and let the old man open his mouth and give the painting to her granddaughter. In the end, he was the same as his father. He just didn't let her have her way. It would be good if everyone in the first branch died outside, so that one or two of them wouldn't come to anger her. I have no objections if you want to leave the good things for third son. Third son's surname is Li. No matter who he leaves it for, it will be a descendant of the Li family. Old man Li's old but strong voice suddenly sounded. Old Lady Li was so shocked that she quickly loosened her fists and quickly adjusted her expression, making every wrinkle on her face appear benevolent. Forget about Jai. Her surname is Du, and she's not a descendant of the Li family. I will keep the things I give her, but they won't be good things. I won't leave them for her, but I won't treat her unfairly either. Inside the house, the gloomy old Master Li raised his voice as if he wanted someone to hear him. Jinyan is the eldest grandson of the Li family, and he's also the most promising one. Naturally, I have to leave the things in my hands to him. And the things I give you, you naturally have to leave them for third son's family. It's just a small birthday. What are you trying to do? Do you need the eldest grandson of the Li family to congratulate you? Did they come to Jinyan's birthday? As his grandmother, have you ever thought of giving him something good? The more she spoke, the more respectful Old Lady Li's expression became. It seemed that her relationship with Old Man Li wasn't like husband and wife, but more like master and servant. Old Madam Li, who had lived cautiously all her life, did not dare to show any disrespect to this husband who could control her life and death back then. Hearing this, he smiled and nodded. You're right. The Li family's things naturally have to be left to the Li family's descendants. As long as old Master Lin still had third brother in his heart, she would naturally compensate Jai. The lights in the rooms of the mansion went out one by one. Soon, only the street lamps outside the house and the corridor were illuminated. Li Jinyan, who walked out of the mansion, looked back at the mahogany door plaque, and a faint sneer appeared in his cold eyes. Li Mansion? He really did not have any kinship with the Li residence. The only kinship he had left was with his maternal grandfather's family. As for the things left for him, Li Jinyan raised his head and rubbed the left side of his face. His eyebrows were cold. Would a person who had once yelled at him to get out of the Li family suddenly treat his so-called eldest grandson well? He wouldn't wake up early if there were no benefits, and he deliberately said those words loudly. He was probably plotting something again. Li Jinyan walked out of the Li residence with a cold look in his eyes. When he was outside, he took out his phone and dialed a number that had been turned off for the past 2 days. Surprisingly, it actually went through this time. Xia Jinyuan was also very surprised. He deliberately looked at the caller ID before saying, Demon King. Yes, in the capital. In the military. He sat in the car he drove and did not start the engine. He asked Xia Jinyuan calmly, come out for a visit in the capital. Forget about the military. Xia Jinyuan, who was still in the military, smiled and said, I'm in the capital, but I can't come out for a visit yet. I'm still detained in the military, and will only be released in about 2 hours. But if you don't mind waiting, you can wait for me at the military hospital. I still have to go there after I'm done with my work. Chapter 21:12. Li Jinyan was not in the mood to chat with his friends, so he said, "I'll wait for you outside the military headquarters." Then he hung up the phone and drove straight to the military headquarters. V8, who was waiting in the car, was so shocked that his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when he saw Li Jinyan. When Xia Jinyuan came out of the car, he saw the two idiots chatting in the cold wind. It was midnight, yet they would rather stand outside in the cold wind than get into the car to warm up. Were they doing cold resistance training? Naturally, trained Special Forces soldiers could chat in the cold wind, but Sun Dongqing could not. She was so cold when she got off the plane that her whole body was almost frozen. Wearing a cotton coat, she could not resist the cold wind at all. She had no choice but to go back to the store in the airport lobby to buy a down jacket. Feeling warm, Sun Dongqing hurriedly turned on her phone. A few text messages popped up. Sun Dongqing took a look. Even though it was already past midnight, she couldn't wait any longer and immediately called Yi Jifan. Yi Jifan was in a daze when he heard the phone on the bedside table vibrate non-stop. He did not turn on the lights, so he reached out to pick up the phone and said in a hoarse voice, "Hello." Then he was startled awake by Sun Dongqing's howling. Old Yi, something big happened. Something big happened to Yingying." Yi Jifan's eardrums hurt from her piercing voice. He frowned and said in a deep voice, "Yingying is in Beijing with me. What could possibly happen to her? You must be confused from sleeping too much. Sun Dongqing, can you stop making a fuss all day long? Someone sent a video to our house. It was the package I received yesterday. I thought it was material for you." Sun Dongqing, who was finally able to talk to her husband, suddenly had a backbone. She quickly told him the whole story. "What should we do? What should we do? I asked her to study abroad so that she could make a name for herself, but in the end this damn girl did something shameless. Old Yi, I'm afraid we're really in big trouble." Yi Jifan got up from the bed with a livid face and said angrily, "Take a taxi to Wangfu Hotel right now. Call me when you're downstairs and I'll come down to pick you up. Remember, don't let the hotel staff see your face. Also, hold on to the videotape in your hands." Something big had happened, something really big had happened this time. After hanging up the phone, Yi Jifan's face was gloomy as if a storm was about to come. He put on his clothes, opened the door with force and walked to the next room. He kept ringing the doorbell impatiently. Ying was having a beautiful dream. She dreamt that she had married into the Du family and had become Li Yuan's wife. Just as she was exchanging rings with Li Yuan, she suddenly saw Yi Qian walking over from the front. Just as she was about to provoke her with a smile, the ear-piercing sound of police sirens came from outside the church. Ying quivered and opened her eyes. There was no sound of the police car, but the doorbell rang clearly. It was ringing very urgently. Ying, whose beautiful dream was interrupted, got up from the bed with a gloomy face. She was angry, but she did not dare to open the door directly. She looked through the electronic eye and saw that it was her father. Only then did she suppress the anger in her heart and open the door. "Dad, why aren't you asleep yet?" she said unhappily. "I was sleeping soundly. Why did you wake me up? I have to go to Mrs. Li's house early in the morning tomorrow. If I don't sleep well, I won't even look good with makeup." Yi Jifan, who was so angry that his chest was heaving up and down, did not speak immediately. Instead, he walked into the room. Ying, who was still in a daze, did not realize that something was wrong with him. She closed and locked the door. Just as she turned around, a black shadow flashed past her eyes. "Pa!" She was slapped hard on the face as she was caught off guard. Chapter 21:13. Ying was stunned by the slap. She covered her face and stared at Yi Jifan in disbelief. After a few seconds, she asked loudly, "Dad, what are you doing? Instead of sleeping at night, you came here to slap me. What are you trying to do? What did I do wrong? Did I make you unhappy? You still have the cheek to ask me what you did wrong." Yi Jifan slapped Yi Ying's left cheek again without any hesitation. The two slaps left 10 red fingerprints on Yi Ying's cheeks. Yi Ying, whose mouth tasted of rust, widened her eyes. Tears welled up in her almond-shaped eyes. She screamed, "Am I your biological daughter? Am I your biological daughter? You came here and slapped me twice without any reason. Dad, are you trying to beat me to death?" If you weren't my biological daughter, I would strangle you to death right now. Yi Jifan was so angry that his face turned the color of a pig's liver. After he slapped her with all his strength, his vision turned black. Yi Ying, who felt wronged, wailed, "I'm not your daughter. I'm not your daughter. I want to go back to the southern province. I want to find mommy." She was as wronged as a 5 or 6-year-old child. "Since when did you treat me as your biological daughter? All you do is compare me to Yi Qian. You say that I'm not as good as him here and there. You belittle me to the point that I'm worthless. Now you come here and hit me. Dad, since when did you treat me as your daughter?" After being slapped twice for no reason, Ying felt as wronged as a child who had lost her parents. She screamed until her eyes were about to pop out. Yi Jifan looked at his daughter coldly. Not only did the anger in his heart not dissipate, it burned even more fiercely. He didn't understand how his daughter had become like this. When she was young, she was clearly smart and clever. She was like a jade carving that was loved by everyone. At that time he thought, forget it. If I don't have a son, so be it. If I have a smart daughter, as long as I nurture her well, she will be better than other people who secretly give birth to a son. He really thought so back then. But now? He regretted it. He regretted it. She regretted not giving birth to a son and bringing him home. She regretted raising such a shameless thing. She still had the cheek to coax him and call him that. She was shameless. Yi Jifan turned on the lights in the room. As soon as the bright and luxurious crystal chandelier lit up the room, Yi Ying, who was screaming, saw clearly how ugly Yi Jifan's expression was. However, she didn't understand what she had done wrong during the day. She couldn't accept being slapped twice in the middle of the night. Tomorrow, she still had to go to the Du family to accompany Madame Li on stage. Tomorrow, she still had to get to know the young masters and young misses of the more powerful families. How could she, who had been slapped twice in the face anyone? "You keep saying that I'm your daughter, but do you treat me as your daughter? You clearly know how important tomorrow is to me, but you came up and gave me 2 slaps. How can I face anyone tomorrow? Can you meet anyone? Is that bitch Yi Qian your real daughter? All day long, you only say that she's better than me. When have you ever said that I'm better than her? No, never." The more she blamed him, the angrier Yi Jifan became. He pointed at Ying, who still dared to challenge him, and shouted fiercely, tell me everything you did in France." What? France? France? Chapter 21:14. Before she could say anything, Ying was shocked when she heard the word France. Her scream stopped abruptly, and her almond-shaped eyes, which had been full of grievances, were suddenly filled with panic. "You've been wronged, haven't you? Well, tell me all the nonsense you've been doing in France. Changing boyfriends every week? Running to a bar to be hugged by 2 men? Not going back to the dorm in the middle of the night and going to a hotel with a man? Ying, do you still feel wronged? Don't you think you're shameless?" Ying was completely shocked. How could it be? How could it be? It was so long ago. How could Dad know about it? Her expression made Yi Jifan even more certain that these things were true. They were all true. Yi Jifan clenched his teeth as the anger in his heart grew stronger. The anger on his face surged directly between his eyebrows. He shot a murderous look at Yi Ying, which made Yi Ying step back in fear. She was scared. She was scared. She was really scared that she wouldn't be able to walk out of the hotel room. Yi Ying's cowardly retreat made Yi Jifan's face burn with anger. Unable to restrain his anger, he lifted his foot and fiercely stomped on the coffee table. Still not satisfied, he picked up the cups and plates on the coffee table and threw them all at Yi Ying. The first coffee cup hit Yi Ying's shoulder, and the frightened Yi Ying came back to her senses. Then she saw several cups and plates being thrown at her. Yi Ying was so scared that she immediately covered her head and screamed, "Ah! Who told Dad? Who hurt her behind her back?" No, she definitely couldn't admit what she did. That's right, she couldn't admit it. What happened in France was in the past. She even called her ex-boyfriends and told them to be gentlemanly and not to talk about it. They all agreed. As long as they didn't say anything, no one would know. Even if Dad went to investigate, he wouldn't be able to find any evidence. She still didn't know that the biggest evidence was in Sun Dongqing's hands. Now she was on her way to the hotel. Facing the thunderous anger of Yi Jifan, Yi Ying, who was trembling in fear, shrank into the corner of the cabinet. Her long hair was scattered, her cheeks were red and swollen, and her tears were flowing. She looked really pitiful. This was the first time she had seen Yi Jifan so angry. She was very scared. She clutched her shoulder that was hurt to the bone. Her heart and mind were racing. She had to think of a way. She had to think of a way. Dad, I didn't. Who did you hear it from? I'm going there to study. How can I join a bar? How can I have a boyfriend? I didn't. Someone framed me, that's right. Someone must have framed me. It must be Yi Qian, that bitch. She knew that I was going to join the army, so she set me up. Dad, how could you listen to her? She clearly doesn't want me to be a soldier. You can't listen to her, you can't. Instead of thinking about how to make up for his mistakes, he only wanted to shirk his responsibilities. He was too disappointed. Even if she set you up, it's because she had something on you first. You didn't do those shameless things, so who would set you up? What could they use to set you up? You said Yi Qian set you up because she didn't want you to be a soldier? But she didn't even know you were in the army. Yi Jifan hadn't seen the videotape yet. After his anger, he felt exhausted. Ying, you disappoint me. I'm completely disappointed in you. Yi Ying, who was about to faint from crying, tried her best to shrink her shoulders and cover her face with her hands to prevent further injury. Her voice was hoarse from crying. She knows, Dad, she knows. Chapter 21:15. She had to make her father believe that Yi Qian framed her. Only by making him believe that she would not be beaten again. She burst into tears and pushed all the blame onto Yi Qian. She knew, and that's why she framed me. There's no one else other than her. Dad, I really didn't do anything to embarrass you and Mom. I really didn't. Dad, you have to believe me. You have to believe me. It's really Yi Qian who framed me. She framed me. She had to make her father believe her. Otherwise, she would not have an easy time tonight. Yi Ying's eyes flashed as she covered her face with her hands. She would never admit to the ridiculous things she did in France. She had to make her father believe that it was Yi Qian who framed her. She had never done anything to embarrass her parents. Suddenly, Yi Ying was glad that she told Yi Qian during her physical examination that time, and let her know that she had enlisted. Otherwise, she would not have been able to push all the blame onto her today. Moreover, other than Yi Qian, she could not think of anyone else who would frame her. Yi Qian, how dare you frame me? Fine. If I don't have an easy time, you won't have an easy time either. Yi Ying, who hated Yi Qian to the core, only wanted to push Yi Qian out when something happened. Just like when she was young, she only needed to push Yi Qian out whenever she did something wrong. The one who was beaten and scolded was always Yi Qian. It had never had anything to do with her. This time, there was no exception. Yi Ying, who was screaming her grievances, was afraid that Yi Jifan would do something irrational to her in his rage. She tried her best to reduce her presence. She hugged her shoulders and curled into a ball in a corner. She did look very pitiful. She didn't dare to speak to Yi Jifan directly. She only glanced at him from time to time. Every time she glanced at him, she would be frightened by Yi Jifan's ferocious expression. The more scared she was, the more her body trembled. The more she trembled, the more she wanted to use pity and grievance to make Yi Jifan feel sorry for her. She didn't dare to say that she wasn't Yi Jifan's daughter anymore. She only hoped that she could get some pity from him so that she could escape this calamity. How could Yi Jifan, who was so angry that his vision was turning black, feel sorry for him? He really wanted to strangle this disobedient bastard to death with his own hands. How did Yi Qian know that you joined the army? How did she know? How would you know? He slowly sat down on the sofa after standing there for a long time. He stared at the stubborn Yi Ying and asked, how did she find out? How did Yi Qian know? Yi Jifan already had an answer in his heart. Other than the mother and daughter pair, who else would sue Yi Qian? Who else knew that Yi Ying was about to join the army? To be safe, he didn't even mention it to his colleagues at the bureau. Yi Ying sobbed, tears and snot flowing down her face. I told Mom. Last time during the physical examination Mom and I bumped into Yi Qian. We couldn't help but tell him. He had repeatedly warned her not to tell anyone before she actually joined the army. In the end, the mother and daughter pair told Yi Qian. At this moment, Yi Jifan seemed to have aged a lot. But even if Yi Qian knew about it, she didn't have the ability to get her hands on the videotape, unless she had someone backing her up. But would there really be someone like that willing to help Yi Qian? She sent the videotape directly to his home. Did she send it to other places? Did she send it to other people? Or did she send it to his colleagues? What about the provincial government? Chapter 21:16. No, he couldn't just suspect Yi Qian. The most suspicious people should be his political opponents who were trying to sabotage him. Only they had the ability to get their hands on the videotape. However, they weren't trying to sabotage him. They were openly telling him that they had the videotape of his daughter's scandalous deeds. If Yi Ying was innocent and upright, why would they try to sabotage her? A fly wouldn't stare at a flawless egg. He had left evidence that could be used against him. Who could he blame? So, you suspect Yi Qian of sabotaging you? Are you trying to tell me that you didn't do anything that would embarrass the adults in France? Yi Jifan's gaze was cold as he asked in a low voice. Do you dare say that you didn't do anything that would make you a laughingstock and embarrass you? Raise your head. Look at me and answer. Do you dare say that you were sabotaged? Do you dare to say it? Yi Ying's fingers were trembling violently. She didn't dare to raise her head or say it. However, she had to raise her head and say it. She removed her hands from her face and dug her fingers into her palms. I didn't. It was Yi Qian who sabotaged me. Other than him, who else would go to such great lengths to sabotage me? Fine. She was still stubborn even at this point. The look in her eyes said it all, but she still pushed all the blame to Yi Jian. Yi Jifan, whose blood was boiling, nodded coldly. Okay, I hope you can continue to be stubborn later. He was too disappointed. He was really too disappointed. She dared to do it but didn't dare to admit it. She didn't know how to solve the problem. She was so stupid that she only knew how to frame others. Fine. She didn't have any skills. Other than talking, she didn't do anything else. She was useless. She was just like her mother. Yi Jifan's chest was heaving up and down. He panted heavily and didn't say anything else. Yi Ying, who was trembling in fear and crying, didn't dare to get up. She huddled in a corner and hoped that time would pass quickly. When Sun Dongqing arrived at the hotel, it was almost 4 o'clock in the morning. When she saw Yi Jifan's gloomy expression, she was furious. Where's the disgrace? Where is it? I must teach her a lesson tonight. The thing that she hated and hated the most was done by her own daughter. Hugging, and even getting a room. How could she have such a cheap daughter? That videotape was a slap to her face. Her face was burning hot. It really hurt. What a good daughter you've raised. Yi Jifan glared at him and said through gritted teeth. My Ying is the best. Yes, your Ying is the best. This was her goodness. This is the good that you've taught. I've really learned something new. Sun Dongqing was not as protective as before. She rolled up her sleeves and took a step forward. What a disgrace. I'm going to beat her to death today. Yi Ying was overjoyed by Sun Dongqing's appearance. Her eyes, which were red from crying, shone brightly. She cried out miserably. Mom, save me. She got up with disheveled hair and threw herself at Sun Dongqing. Her savior was here, her savior was here. As long as her mother was here, her father wouldn't be able to touch her. What welcomed her was not Sun Dongqing's protection, but 2 slaps that were louder than before. Not just one but countless slaps, punches, kicks. Sun Dongqing, who was so angry that she had lost her rationality, punched and kicked her. I'm going to beat you to death, you disgrace, you disgrace. Chapter 21:17. Yi Ying, who had never been hit by Sun Dongqing before, was horrified. Compared to Yi Jifan's 2 slaps, Sun Dongqing's was much more violent. Mom. I didn't, it hurts, Mom, stop hitting me, I really didn't. Yi Ying, who was beaten to the ground, bent her body and desperately protected her face and head. She was overwhelmed with horror. How could this be? How could this be? Why didn't her mother help her? Why? Yi Ying screamed and begged for mercy, but Sun Dongqing beat her even more fiercely. I didn't send you to study abroad so that you could learn to sleep with foreign devils. I didn't want you to be a prostitute. I didn't want you to change your boyfriend every week. I'll beat you to death, you shameless thing. You can live a good life, but you have to humiliate yourself. If you want to find a boyfriend, fine, I won't stop you, but you should find me a boyfriend like Mrs. Lee's son. Find a foreign devil to sleep with? Shameless thing, who did you learn this from? Who did you learn this from? Just as Sun Dongqing was about to kick Yi Ying's head, Yi Jifan, who was expressionless, frowned and grabbed his wife who had lost her mind. That's enough. If she continued, she might really beat Yi Ying to death. Sun Dongqing was a barbarian and a shrew. When she lost her mind, she was even more ruthless than Yi Jifan. In this way, Yi Jifan's attitude was much gentler. There was a video recorder in the hotel. Yi Jifan put in the tape. After a while, Yi Ying, who was wearing heavy makeup, appeared in the video. She was intimately dancing with a blonde man on the dance floor of the KTV. After seeing this scene, Yi Jifan, who was so angry that the veins on his temples bulged, closed his eyes. It wasn't a trap, it wasn't a trap. This was to tell him that his daughter Yi Jifan was a slut abroad. Yi Ying, who was bruised all over, was completely dumbfounded. How could it be? How could it be? How could these things be recorded into a tape? Who was it? Who was it that messed with her? The image flashed, and it showed her hugging and kissing the golden-haired man dancing on the sofa. The man's hand lifted her shirt and reached for her chest. The image was very clear, as if someone was filming it right in front of her. No, it's not like that. Don't look, don't look. All of a sudden, Yi Ying rushed up like a madwoman. She was so flustered that she was out of her wits. She tried to take out the tape from the VCR and destroy it. The more anxious she was, the more confused she became. The more confused she was, the more she couldn't take out the tape. She screamed in panic, picked up the VCR, and threw it against the wall. No, she didn't do those things, she didn't. The noise was so loud that it woke up the guest in the other room. Soon the hotel staff and the lobby manager arrived. Because of this guest, Yi Ying did not continue to be beaten up by Sun Dongqing. After explaining and sending the lobby manager away, Yi Jifan sat on the sofa and said coldly, "You don't have to go to Miss Du's birthday party tomorrow. You don't have to join the army. I'm going to book the tickets now. You go back to Shuka village tonight." "No, I don't want to. I don't agree." Yi Ying screamed. "Mrs. Lee likes me so much that she wants me to be her daughter-in-law. I must go tomorrow." She crawled to Sun Dongqing on her knees and hugged her feet. She cried until she was out of breath and begged, "Mom, please persuade Dad. I must go to Mrs. Lee's house tomorrow." Chapter 21:18. Scared, Yi Ying was scared. Even Sun Dongqing, who loved her the most, had hit her. Yi Ying was scared. She didn't know why she was so sure that she had done something shameful in France. It was as if she had seen her ridiculous life when she was studying abroad. She couldn't accept her fate. She wouldn't accept her fate so easily. She had to convince her mother to stand by her side. She had to convince her. Yi Ying was also a character. She could always find all kinds of excuses to make herself feel at ease and comfort herself when she was in a desperate situation. She could also shamelessly think that she had done nothing wrong, and that it was all the people who wanted to hurt her who were wrong. The videotape, it didn't matter. Who hadn't been young and frivolous? Who hadn't lost themselves? Li Yuan, just like Li Yuan. He was also studying abroad. She didn't believe that he hadn't had a few girlfriends. Hugging Sun Dongqing's legs, Yi Ying felt like she was hugging a piece of driftwood that wouldn't let her drown. With a red and swollen face, she kept saying, "Didn't you say that if I wanted to find a boyfriend, I should find a boyfriend like Mrs. Lee's son? I have a chance. I really have a chance." "Mom, Mrs. Lee really said during dinner that she wanted me to be her son's girlfriend. It's true. I didn't lie to you. I didn't lie to you. I want to go. I must go. If I don't go, I won't have a chance. Mom, I'm begging you. Please help me. I'm your daughter. You love me the most. Please help me. Please help me." She begged bitterly. She couldn't go back. It was really over if she went back. Dad would definitely not care about her anymore. He would definitely have another child and raise another child well. She could only stay in the mountains for the rest of her life and become a joke. "I admit that I didn't behave well in France, but it was all the same. I had no choice. I really wanted to study when I went there, but everyone was playing together. If I didn't join in, they isolated me and said that I was pretending to be noble. They even blocked me. Mom, I was scared. You and Dad threw me abroad and thought that I would have a good life. Wrong, it was all wrong. I was scared. I was really scared. But what could I do? When I didn't stay with them, they ganged up on me. Mom, you don't know how scared I was for the past week. They locked me in the toilet, locked me out of the dormitory, changed my shampoo to detergent, and threw my clothes into the toilet. What can I do? I don't want to be bullied. I can only be like them. I was forced. She put the bullying incident on herself and made herself the target of bullying. The more Ying spoke, the more she believed that she was forced to do so. Sun Dongqing had never heard of this before. When she heard Ying's words, she was furious. She turned around and focused on the them that Ying mentioned. Why didn't you tell us? My daughter, they are forcing you to your death. Looking at her daughter whom she had doted on for 20 years, Sun Dongqing, who had beaten and scolded her, felt her heart soften. She thought that her daughter had abandoned herself, but in the end she was forced to do so. Being forced and abandoning oneself were two completely different things. That was because she did not protect her daughter well. No matter how shameful her daughter was, it was her parents' fault. Old you. Sun Dongqing, whose attitude had softened, was about to speak when she was coldly interrupted by Yi Jifan. Forced you? Ying, you can lie to your mother, but do you think you can lie to me? Chapter 21:19. As soon as Yi Jifan opened his mouth, Ying panicked. I found you a prestigious French university, not some random university. Force you? Ying, you can lie to your mother and yourself. No one can force you. You're the one who degenerated. Every word made Ying feel like she was falling into an abyss. Her heart sank to the bottom. Sun Dongqing, who was holding Ying's shoulders tightly, knew that her husband would not lie to her about this. Then her daughter was lying to her just now. Mom. Ying did not dare to say that her shoulders were hurting. She knew that only by crying out in pain could Sun Dongqing's heart soften. She was thinking quickly about how to get away. Yi Jifan, who had decided to give up on Ying, pressed on. Sun Dongqing, do you think the other party only has one videotape? Can you guarantee that they didn't send more videotapes to my station? My colleague? Do you really think it's just a videotape? Sun Dongqing, can you grow a brain? Now, someone doesn't want your daughter to enter the army. Do you understand? He pointed at the videotape that was broken by Yi Ying and growled darkly. Can you guarantee that the other party won't send the videotape to the army after Ying enters the army? She did not know. She only knew that her daughter had done something shameful. She had to teach her a lesson so that she would not do something shameful again in the future. As for other things, she did not think about it. After being reminded, Sun Dongqing panicked and stammered. No, is there really no other way? We can only go back to the village? What do you think? Yi Jifan, who had a headache that was about to explode, quickly rubbed his temples. Ideas came one after another. If they could not find the person who sent the videotape, Ying would not be able to leave the village, let alone enter the army. As for marrying into the Du family? Don't even think about it. Once the videotape fell into Mrs. Li's hands, the whole family would be finished. Ying, who was crying so hard, saw that her mother's attitude softened. She immediately continued to plead. There is a way. As long as Mrs. Li treats me well, no one will dare to offend our family. Mom, I will marry into the Du family. Believe me, I will definitely marry into the Du family. Li Yuan has a good impression of me. He even asked me to look for him when I'm free in the future. He'll take me out to play. The deputy chief of staff Du also agreed. Mrs. Li also asked Li Yuan to take care of me. Mom, did you hear that? She wants me to marry Li Yuan, right? Sun Dongqing felt that her daughter's words made sense, but when she saw Yi Jifan's ferocious expression, she swallowed her words. If it was any other matter, she would still dare to argue with her husband, but this matter made her so angry that she wanted to beat her disobedient daughter to death, not to mention her husband who was an official. In the face of Yi Ying's attempt to escape, Yi Jifan sneered. Before the videotape, he actually had the idea of marrying his daughter into the Du family. After all, Mrs. Li's words were too tempting. What about now? Not anymore, not even the slightest bit. Now he only hoped that he could bring Ying back to his hometown as soon as possible, and let the person who sent the videotape see his sincerity. Sun Yaozu's sudden death was investigated by the Southern Province Police as a case of bodyguard kidnapping his employer and murder after failing to extort money. Now it was his family's turn to be unlucky. It was possible that someone was targeting him and did not want him to continue his career. They wanted to kill him completely. Chapter 2120. If his daughter was useless, he could find another surrogate, but he could not lose his position. The person behind the jade instructed him to build a relationship with the Du family, so he definitely did not want to see him fall out with the Du family. After weighing the pros and cons, giving up Yi Ying was the best choice. As Yi Qian said, for his career, Yi Jifan would definitely disown his family. Whoever stopped him, he would be ruthless, even if his own daughter stood in his way. Yi Jifan, who had made up his mind, said coldly, "Mrs. Li has a good impression of you? Ying Ying, you think too highly of yourself. If you sent the videotape to Mrs. Li's house, what do you think will happen to you?" Yes, Mrs. Li did reveal that she wanted her son to marry you. But did you live up to her expectations? No. You left such a big weakness for others to use against you. This is a bomb. A bomb that will blow up our whole family and make us lose everything. If we did not have a relationship with the Du family, this videotape would at most make our whole family lose face. But now, once Mrs. Li watches the videotape, she will not let you go, and she will not let me go. Sun Dongqing, if I am finished, my whole family will be finished. The power of the last sentence was no less than a bomb thrown into Sun Dongqing's heart, blowing away her stupidity and miraculously understanding the predicament in front of her. Now that she had completely understood what Yi Ying meant, she howled and punched Yi Ying's shoulder hard. What sin have I committed to give birth to such a disgraceful thing like you? It is not easy to find a general's wife who likes you. You actually. Sun Dongqing, who was sad from the heart, punched Yi Ying and then punched her own chest hard. Her heart was so painful, so painful. Such a good opportunity gone again. Gone again. Seeing that her father would not help her, Yi Ying, who was desperate, cried and got up. "Mom, don't be angry, I was wrong. She hugged Sun Dongqing and suddenly said in a low voice, "Mom, if you don't help me, Dad will not want you and he will not want me." Sun Dongqing, whose body suddenly stiffened, heard her daughter say, "Dad is only in his early 40s, the golden age for men. As long as he wants to have children with his official position, there are many young and beautiful women who want to give birth to his children. Mom, you must help me go to the Du family. I can't be fooled by Dad. He didn't want me to go because he was afraid that he would offend the Deputy Chief of Staff Du. Madam Li likes me. Mom, I'm confident that I can win her heart. I'm also confident that Li Yuan won't be able to run away. Tomorrow is my last chance. If I miss it, Mom, both you and I will be abandoned by Dad. Don't say that Dad doesn't dare, he dares. I can't compete with you over Dad. Mom, you can't compete with him over what he wants to do, and neither can I. So, I'm going to take a gamble. If we win the bet, we win." His words touched Sun Dongqing's heart. That's right. Her daughter was right. Once the mother and daughter returned to Shuka village, everything would be over. They would become the laughingstock of the entire village. But what should he do? She didn't have any other ideas and could only let her daughter figure it out herself. The mother and daughter hugged each other. Yi Jifan, who had a splitting headache, didn't say anything else. He glanced coldly at Yi Ying, got up and said to Sun Dongqing, "Look after her. I'll go back to my room and book tickets for you two to go home." He didn't know that when he went back to his room to book the tickets, Sun Dongqing and Yi Ying left Wangfu Hotel in a hurry. He also didn't know that the mother and daughter had caused a huge disaster. Chapter 2121. It was 5 o'clock in the morning, and the cold wind blew through the capital city. Occasionally, there would be some noises on the streets, and after that, there was only the quiet streetlights waiting for dawn. Yi Ying did not dare to stay any longer. She staggered into a taxi with Sun Dongqing and gave the driver the name of a chain hotel in the country. She desperately wanted to escape from Yi Jifan's control. What should she do tomorrow? She did not have a solution now. "Mom, I have to put ice on my face to reduce the swelling. Forget about my body. I'll wear a long-sleeved dress." Yi Ying quickly spoke to Sun Dongqing in dialect after getting into the taxi. What should she do next? She did not have a solution now. She had to go to the Du family and attend Du Jai's birthday party first. Then she took out her phone and quickly sent a text to Li Yuan. The text basically said that her mother was worried and came over. She did not know why she quarreled with her father. She failed to stop them and was accidentally injured. In short, she tried her best to explain the injuries on her body and face. Sun Dongqing glanced at the text and saw that she was a little embarrassed. Her expression made Ying narrow her eyes. Deep resentment flashed through her swollen eyes. Not only did she hate Yi Jifan, but she also hated Sun Dongqing. Sun Dongqing, who was wrapping ice in a towel, did not notice and said, "How could I not know that Mrs. Li really wanted you to be her daughter-in-law? When I saw the videotape, I was so angry that I almost fainted. Inging, whether you were forced or not, you did such a thing." Speaking of the videotape, Sun Dongqing was angry again. She pressed the ice in her hand on Yi Ying's face. With this videotape, even if you really marry into the Du family in the future, you will still be on tenterhooks. Mom, why do you keep looking at the past? Do you think everyone is clean? They are all the same. Li Yuan is still studying in the United States, which is a very open country. The number of girlfriends he had could fill several buses. Can you stop talking about it? Seeing her bruised face in the mirror, Yi Ying was irritated. If you keep thinking about the past, why don't you quickly reduce the swelling on my face? When I marry into the Du family, you can just enjoy life with me. It had to be said that Yi Ying was very good at coaxing Sun Dongqing. Sun Dongqing, who originally wanted to strangle Yi Ying to death, was busy getting ice cubes for Yi Ying and spraying anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving spray for Yi Ying. She was so busy that her heels didn't even touch the ground. Li Jinyan was also running around. He didn't expect that he would become Xia Jinyuan's errand boy when he arrived at the hospital. There were examinations, forms, stitches, and medication. By the time they were done, it was already early in the morning. Xia Jinyuan, who had finally cleaned up the pus in the wound and was stitched up again, lay lazily on the hospital bed and chatted with Li Jinyan, who was resting on the hospital bed. "You came here in the middle of the night to talk to me about the overseas competition. Is your time that tight? I haven't seen the specific list of people on our side, and the Major General didn't mention to me who will be going either. When the list is out, we will arrange a training session to improve our teamwork." Li Jinyan, who was resting with his eyes closed, just wanted to find someone to talk to. The list was secondary. When he heard Yi Ying, he said calmly, "You are injured now, how are you going to arrange the training? Yi Qian should also be selected. Her schedule isn't easy to arrange." It had been a month since the last training session. She should have started school by now. Chapter 21-22. If she does well this time, the school won't have too many problems. If she doesn't, I'm afraid they won't let her go. After all, the school doesn't know what she's training for. After Xia Jinyuan finished speaking, he thought for a while and said, "Actually, you can say that she's training for the competition. The National University of Science and Technology often sends students to participate in the competition. She can do it too. I'll call you later to ask about the situation. You should know about Yi Qian's results." When they talked about the military, Li Jinyan's slightly depressed mood suddenly became a lot more cheerful. After resting for a while, he got up, straightened his military uniform and said calmly, "Rest well. I'll go to the military headquarters for a meeting." Xia Jinyuan, who could tell that he had something on his mind, looked at him meaningfully and said with a half-smile, "You're in a good mood so quickly? Are you sure you don't need to talk to me anymore so that I can talk to you?" "Talking to Yi Qian can indeed improve my mood quickly." Faced with his comrade's teasing, the handsome and cold Li Jinyan calmly replied. That one sentence made Major Xia choke in his throat. After he calmed down, Major Xia smiled and said, "Major Li, Yi Qian is my girlfriend. You're late." "So what if she's your girlfriend?" "She's also my comrade." "Ha, she's also my comrade. She's both my girlfriend and my comrade." Major Xia, who was now the boyfriend, calmly responded to the sudden provocation. "You're not interested in stealing your comrade's girlfriend." He was indeed not interested in being immoral, but Li Jinyan looked at his former opponent, who was now his comrade, and sneered. "Didn't I tell you before? Yi Qian gives me a familiar feeling." "Major Xia, wait for me to check it out." When the time comes, it'll be hard to say what your identity and mine will be. Check it out. Xia Jinyuan's smile did not fade, but his eyes darkened. He said in a deep voice, Devil, Yiqian's situation is a little special. What do you want to check? The situation is a little special? Li Jinyan, who was about to leave, sat back on the bed and asked coldly. What happened? What I'm investigating here, could it possibly affect her? His eyes suddenly turned cold and sharp as he said, Or do you know what I'm investigating? Someone is investigating it too? This time it was Xia Jinyuan's turn. His eyes suddenly turned cold and sharp. He stared at Li Jinyan, and even his voice was frosty. Devil, what did you find out about Yi Jian? He was a major and a marine. What right did he have to investigate Yi Qian? Check the relationship between Yi Qian and my family. Since it was related to Yi Qian, Li Jinyan did not hide anything. I want to know why I feel a sense of familiarity with her. The relationship between the little fox and the Li family? Xia Jinyuan did not expect to be asked such a question. He could not help but chuckle. How could she be related to the Li family? The Li family used to be a warlord. Yi Qian's family has been farmers for 3 generations. How could they have anything to do with you? Knowing that no one was investigating the same thing as him, the sharpness in Li Jinyan's eyes gradually disappeared. That's why I want to check it out. He calmed down and said indifferently, Otherwise, I'll always wonder why I feel a sense of familiarity with Yi Qian. It was not a sense of familiarity between a man and a woman. At first glance he felt a sense of déjà vu, so much so that he misunderstood that he might like Yi Qian. When he found out about the relationship between Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian, he did not feel sad, nor did he feel jealous. Instead he felt relieved. These 2 feelings puzzled him, so he had no choice but to investigate. Xia Jinyuan felt that it was a fantasy. How could it be possible? Chapter 21-23. Demon King, perhaps you can think of the so-called sense of familiarity as a kind of appreciation between the strong. Looking at his stubborn comrade, Xia Jinyuan felt helpless. I once conducted a detailed investigation on Yi Qian. The military has also investigated her. Devil, I can tell you with certainty that she has nothing to do with the Li family. If she does, the military will definitely find out. The military has detailed information on 3 generations of her family. You're overthinking it. Li Jinyan only replied calmly to his comrade's advice. I trust my intuition. To hell with your intuition. Xia Jinyuan cursed in his heart. Seeing that he was so insistent, he reminded him. Recently, Yi Qian has been troubled by something. Since you have to investigate it, I hope you can postpone it for the time being. I don't want to complicate matters because of your investigation. Sure. Li Jinyan nodded. He would definitely be cautious when it came to Yi Qian, but... He pursed his lips and asked, What's troubling Yi Qian? What happened to make you so nervous? No, it's not Yi Qian. As for the specific reason, I'm sorry, Devil, I can't tell you. I just hope you can delay your investigation. His intuition told him that Yi Qian had something to do with the Li family. He didn't know what to say. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. He wouldn't investigate anymore once he gave up. Li Jinyan, who still had to go to the military, didn't stay any longer. He opened the door and strode out. In the ward, Xia Jinyuan, who had been in a high-intensity battle for more than 10 days, raised his head and rubbed his slightly dizzy temples. Due to the severe lack of sleep, he thought for a while and carefully recalled his investigation of Yi Qian's family. After thinking for a while, he was certain that his little fox had nothing to do with the Li family. If the devil insists on investigating, then so be it. He had already reminded him not to cause trouble for the time being. With his character, he would do it. Xia Jinyuan stopped thinking about it and closed his eyes to rest. He needed to call Houzi later and ask what happened between Yi Jifan and the Du family. As for his little fox, he had to go to the southern province to look for her after he rested. He had a lot of things to deal with, so he had to rest well. Xia Jinyuan, who slept until 8 o'clock, opened his eyes. The first thing he did was to call Houzi in southern province. He needed to know what Yi Jifan and the Du family were up to. Only then did Xia Jinyuan realize that while he was away, Yi Qian had done quite a few big things. Ho Zi told Xia Jinyuan everything that had happened to Sun Yaozu without exaggerating. First, he shot Sun Yaozu's eyes with a glass shard. Then, he brought him to the mountain and dealt with him. I didn't do anything. Other than cleaning up the mess for her and getting rid of the foreign bodyguards that Sun Yaozu had illegally hired and framing him, the rest is the Southern Province Police's job. Xia Jinyuan did not react much when he explained everything that had happened in a few words. He was fine as long as his little fox was fine. She would not make a move easily. Once she made a move, she would definitely have to make a move. It was fine as long as she was fine. The second thing was the videotape. Xia Jinyuan was even more relieved. Although Little Fox did not directly tell Ho Zi how she was going to deal with the backup tapes, he could guess it based on his understanding of her. Yi Jifan would definitely receive one copy. One copy would most likely be sent to Madame Li because she wanted to cut off Yi Ying's escape route. The other copy would be from the military? His old man Xia? Both were possible. Chapter 21-24. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du had used his power for personal gain to send Yi Ying into the military, and even sent her to the Beijing Government Arts and Crafts Regiment. It seemed like the Deputy Chief of Staff Du was very confident in himself and believed that there would be no problems with what he did. Yi Ying entering the military would not only make Yi Jifan's political career more difficult, but it would also be evidence for him to deal with the Deputy Chief of Staff Du in the future. If he wanted to blow up the matter and make Yi Jifan a target of the Du family, he would have to tell Little Fox to endure for a few more days until Yi Ying entered the military and Mrs. Li saw the videotape. At most she would have to endure for another 10 days. Your girlfriend is very good at taking care of herself. Lalu, you have good taste. Take good care of her and your future will be exciting and fulfilling. You can also rely on each other and won't make a scene because of your career. Ho Zi's mentality was becoming more and more peaceful. It was probably because he had experienced so much and lost so much that he realized that life was actually just two people relying on each other and slowly living the rest of their lives. Xia Jinyuan knew what kind of person he was talking to in the past. When he heard this, he raised his eyebrows and said, "You look like a loving father. How many months is my sister pregnant?" In front of Xia Yiwei, Ho Zi, who had restrained his anger, sighed. "Why don't you believe that I've really changed? She's pregnant for a month. Ha ha ha, good news. I have to be a loving father. I'm already in my 40s and I have a child at an old age. If I don't learn to be a loving father, your sister will sharpen a kitchen knife in the middle of the night and warn me." Ho Zi had been in the underworld for more than 20 years, and had been a mafia boss for more than 10 years. Even if he had washed his hands in a gold basin, the anger in his bones could not be washed away in such a short time. However, he was willing to give up for the person he loved and cultivate for the sake of the little life that was about to come. From his appearance, he was no longer as ruthless as he used to be. At least, when Yi Qian saw him, he almost thought that he had the indifference of sitting in the bamboo forest and looking at the clouds calmly. Xia Jinyuan, on the other hand, saw through Ho Zi and directly exposed him. When he found out that Xia Yiwei had been pregnant for a month, Xia Jinyuan was happy for the two of them. The two of them had an average age of 40, so it was time for them to have a child. After chatting with Xia Yiwei for a while, Xia Jinyuan hung up the phone with a smile on his handsome face. Good things always come in pairs. Xia Jinyuan put his phone back into his pocket with a faint smile and slowly lay back on the bed. He was in a good mood and there was a smile on his face. Sun Yaozu had already been dealt with, and Ho Zi Qingwei was keeping a close eye on him, so he didn't need to pay any attention to him. Now all that was left was the videotape. Ho Zi gave him the videotape at the right time. Yi Jifan could only watch helplessly as Yi Ying ruined the opportunity that he had worked so hard to get. When the opportunity came, his little fox did not show any mercy and directly attacked. Moreover, it was a sure kill move. Want to enlist? Her character would only bring bad luck to the Deputy Chief of Staff Du. After understanding the situation clearly, Xia Jinyuan began to plan his next step to cooperate with Yi Qian. She should have sent out the videotape by now, right? However, if she had sent it out, Yi Jifan should have received it by now. If he had received the videotape, would he still bring Yi Ying to the capital? It was a little unlikely. Madame Li, who did not tolerate anyone, was not an easy person to get along with. Last night, She even specially held a welcome dinner for Yi Jifan and his daughter. It was obvious that she really liked Ying. However, if she found out that the girl that she thought was gentle and obedient was actually a debauchee, she would definitely make a big fuss. Chapter 21-25. This was interesting. Madame Li cared about her reputation the most. Yi Ying's move was undoubtedly a slap in her face, putting her in an awkward position. With Madame Li's vengeful personality, she would definitely fall out with Yi Jifan. Not only would they fall out, but Yi Jifan's family would also have a hard time. Then would the person supporting Yi Jifan behind the scenes show up? Would they lend a helping hand? He really hoped that the person behind the scenes would help. As long as they showed up, the truth about Sun Xueqing would be revealed. He couldn't stay in the hospital. He had to go to Mr. Xia's office. After that, he would go to Southern Province to see Little Fox, who he missed so much. She must have been very worried when they parted in such a hurry last time. Later, he didn't contact anyone outside. She must be very anxious. Now that he had returned to China, he naturally had to see her. After a few bottles of anti-inflammatory drips, Xia Jinyuan pulled out the needle himself. Then, he put on the military uniform and coat sent by V8 and strode out of the hospital while avoiding the eyes of the nurses. According to the doctor's advice, it was best for him to go to the hospital for 3 days to prevent the wound from being infected and suppurated again. For Xia Jinyuan, 3 days was too long. 3 hours was enough. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who got out of the car, was still far away when he saw a familiar figure standing by the flower bed. Even if the other party was wearing tattered clothes, he could still recognize the figure. At first glance, wasn't the person looking for him? You're so capable. Stay in the hospital for 3 days. You'll come out in 3 hours. Aren't you afraid that you'll faint on the way? When father and son met, they would start by insulting each other. Commander-in-Chief Xia frowned a little. He took off his military cap and put it on the desk. He stared at the boy who didn't listen to the doctor's advice and said coldly, "Why didn't you stay in the hospital? Why did you come here? Don't tell me you missed me and came here specially." He couldn't talk to his son, who gave him a headache. The only person who could deal with him was Xiao Yi. The penetrating wound on his waist was not treated properly, and the wound was infected and suppurated. As a soldier, he could understand that there were no better conditions to treat the wound during a mission. But now that he had returned to the country, the doctor had specially instructed him not to move around as he pleased and that he had to stay in the hospital for 3 days, but he still didn't listen. In the office, the difference between a superior and a subordinate, between a general and a major, Xia Jinyuan, who was standing in front of the desk, respectfully saluted the sitting commander-in-chief. All right, let's sit down and talk. After all, he was his son. Commander-in-Chief Xia was worried when he heard that his son was injured. He waved his hand and gestured for him to sit down first, lest he reopen the wound if he stood for too long. Long story short, you have a meeting to attend at 9:30. Xia Jinyuan, who had wanted to ask a few more questions, immediately explained the purpose of his visit. I wanted to ask if you received the videotape from Yi Qian? I've received a copy of the recording. As for the videotape, wait a moment. Commander-in-Chief Xia saw that his son's expression was cold, so he took the intercom and asked the clerk, check if there are any mails from Southern Province. If there are, send them to me now. Mail and parcels that could be sent directly to Commander-in-Chief Xia were checked by specially designated personnel, in order to prevent dangerous items from being carried. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the clerk came over with a package that was confirmed to be safe. It was the videotape that Yi Qian had sent to Commander-in-Chief Xia. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't play it immediately. He directly asked, "What's in it?" Chapter 21-26. It's about the private life of a recruit before she joined the army. This recruit was diagnosed with a heart condition in junior high school, and it was recorded in her personal file. On the day of the college entrance examination, she framed Yi Qian for cheating to avenge her personal grudge. After an investigation by the Education Bureau, this recruit was banned from taking the college entrance examination for 5 years. In less than half a year, this recruit suddenly joined the army again, and it was very likely that she would enter the Beijing Government Arts and Crafts Regiment. The person who helped her to join the army was none other than Deputy Chief of Staff Du Xiajinyuan. who was reporting seriously, glanced coldly at the videotape. His dark eyes flashed with a cold light. A recruit like this is not qualified to join the army. Deputy Chief of Staff do not only allowed her to join the army without investigating the matter clearly, he even used special recruitment as an excuse to let her join the army in advance. Commander-in-Chief, if this person really joins the army, once her private life and past actions are reported by the media, our army's image will be seriously damaged. Commander-in-Chief Xia already knew who the recruit he was talking about was. Yi Qian sent a recording, and someone clearly mentioned the Deputy Chief of Staff. The military commission also heard this recording, but old Du was not an ordinary person. Without more conclusive evidence, no one, including himself, could easily touch old Du. This videotape also could not prove that there was something wrong with old Du. Special recruitment was not an exercise of privilege, and real people could indeed join the army in advance. Old Du only dared to do this because he knew about it. Yi Jifan's daughter joined the army because of her immoral character. If this matter was exposed, old Du would at most be criticized at the conference as not investigated. Rather than startling old Du now, it was better to hold back for the time being. Commander-in-Chief Xia looked at the videotape again. However, since his daughter-in-law sent the videotape to him, he could not ignore it. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had long regarded Yi Qian as his daughter-in-law, seemed to have thought of something and said something that seemed to have nothing to do with the topic. Xiao Yi didn't just send me the videotape, right? Who else did she send it to besides me? You have one box. One box was sent to Yi Jifan, and the other box was sent to the wife of the Deputy Chief of Staff. Xia Jinyuan did not want to hide what Yi Qian had done from his father. Since the old man asked about it, he must have some plans. Yi Jifan and his daughter arrived in Beijing yesterday. Mrs. Li personally welcomed them. Ho Zi also told me that Mrs. Li likes Ying very much. Xia Jinyuan paused for a few seconds to add on. Commander-in-Chief Xia looked at him thoughtfully for a moment and said, "This recruit hasn't joined the army yet, right? Let's talk about it after we enlist." Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. Since the old man said so, it meant that the father and son had the same idea. He wanted Yi Ying to enlist because he wanted to anger Mrs. Li, so that she could settle the score with Yi Ying and Yi Jifan for deceiving him. Mrs. Li was famous for her ruthlessness. Every military and political family in Beijing knew about it. Old man Xia knew that the videotape and Ying joining the army would not make the Deputy Chief of Staff do anything, but he still let Ying join the army first. It was obvious that he had the same idea as him. He smiled and joked. "Yi Qian hasn't even married into our family, Xia, and you're already protecting her. I must tell her how much you care about her." Commander-in-Chief Xia did think so. Yi Jifan was in politics. He could not reach out his hands, so he would let Mrs. Li, who liked to reach out, do it. After losing so much face, old Du's wife would not let the matter rest. Chapter 21-27. If I don't take good care of Xiao Yi, I'm really afraid that another guy with foresight will snatch him away from you. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't spare any effort to attack his son. In exchange, Xia Jinyuan looked at him indifferently, so Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't mention it. Yi Qian trusted him and he trusted Yi Qian. If he said too much, the two of them would laugh at him. Well, his son was much more reliable than before, so he shouldn't worry too much. As long as Major General Yang mentioned him, he would add, "Commander-in-Chief, it's all thanks to your hard work back then that Xia Jinyuan became what he is today. In fact, he only did it twice back then, and Major General Yang happened to meet him both times. As for what Xia Jinyuan is today, to be honest, it was all because of Xia Jinyuan's own hard work, and it had nothing to do with him. Now that he had found Yi Qian as his girlfriend, he probably didn't need to do anything in the future. The two of them could solve their own problems by themselves. But now that he could help, he would naturally help. As for old Du, you and Yi Qian are not allowed to interfere. Now we should focus on investigating Yi Qian's mother, martyr son Xueqing." Commander-in-Chief Xia felt that the most important thing was not to bring down Yi Jifan, but to investigate martyr son Xueqing. On the third day of the new year, the military commission asked Yi Qian to come to Beijing. The words military commission made Xia Jinyuan's eyes turn cold. Why did they ask her to come? One of martyr son Xueqing's comrades with the surname Kai, who is now the director of a city's public security bureau, is also investigating. He returned to his original unit to take some of the information from the investigation back then. Coincidentally, the military was also retrieving the original information, so they found this director. For the sake of caution, the military asked Yi Qian to come to the military commission to find out how much she knew about martyr Sun Xueqing. Yi Qian was very calm. Originally, the military commission wanted to test her, but she directly told Colonel Tan, who was talking to her, that she suspected there was a problem with martyr Sun Xueqing's sacrifice. She suddenly spoke so bluntly that Senior Colonel Tan, who was questioning her, almost lost his cool. Hearing this, Xia Jinyuan laughed. That's right, his little fox didn't like to beat around the bush, especially in front of the military commission, who was investigating martyr Sun Xueqing. The military disciplinary committee was not an ordinary place. Hiding it would be counterproductive. It was better to say it directly and let the head of the military disciplinary committee see her unreserved cooperation. When Commander-in-Chief Xia thought about what happened that day, a faint smile appeared on his serious face. But soon, he put away his smile and continued to be serious when facing Xia Jinyuan. The military takes Yi Jian's matter very seriously. Now everything is on the right track. You should remind her not to act rashly so as not to ruin her future. Yi Jifan's case has been investigated by the Discipline Inspection Commission. According to the current information, there are a few minor problems, but there are no major problems for the time being. Don't worry, it's only been 10 days. We don't expect to find a big problem immediately. Give the military commission some time. The military commission, and the military commission acted quickly. Little Fox didn't need to do anything. Once the videotape was sent out, they could sit back and watch the storm. Xia Jinyuan was very satisfied with the current situation. Commander-in-Chief Xia frowned when he saw the faint smile on his face. How can you still smile? Hurry up and go back to the hospital. Stay in the hospital for 3 days. Don't move around without my permission. It's a puncture wound, not a scratch. Don't mess around. Chapter 21-28. Sorry to disappoint you. I've never thought of going back since I was discharged from the hospital. Major Xia, who had finished his business, got up lazily. His thin lips curled into a slightly roguish smile. Faced with Commander-in-Chief's military might, he said calmly, I plan to go to the airport and head to the southern province now. I have to see your daughter-in-law first. Otherwise, I'm really afraid that the daughter-in-law I finally got will be taken away by another man. Why would he go to the southern province with an injury? Even if he wanted to court a daughter-in-law, he had to be healthy. Commander-in-Chief Xia's face completely darkened. Nonsense. Wait until your injury is healed. As he spoke, he took out an encrypted document from the drawer. Take a look at this document. I want to see this document. I also want to go to the southern province. I'm not fooling around with you. When Xia Jinyuan decided on something, especially when it came to Yi Qian, he would not change his mind at all. He calmly accepted Commander-in-Chief Xia's extremely intimidating gaze and unhurriedly opened the document. When he read it, he was immediately amused. I'm not in a hurry. Why is the military in a hurry? This was a document regarding the conferment of military ranks. The document stated, in view of the fact that Major Xia Jinyuan has not responded to the conferment of the rank of Lieutenant Colonel for a long time, we specially request the military to directly overtake Major Xia Jinyuan and confer the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. Commander-in-Chief Xia had never interfered with his son's promotion, but now that the document was in his hands, he had to ask. You should have been conferred the rank of Lieutenant Colonel last July. Why did you delay the conferment? Do you want to learn from the founding generals? You don't want to be conferred the rank? You're mocking me again. Xia Jinyuan took the document. His gaze fell on the bright red military emblem on the cover of the document. His slender fingers gently stroked it. It's not that I don't want to, but I want to slow down a little and wait for Yi Qian to come up. He wanted to wait for Yi Qian to graduate and for her to be conferred the same rank as him. Hearing this, Commander-in-Chief Xia's unfathomable eyes moved a little. His son cherished Yi Qian more than he had imagined, and also knew how to cherish Yi Qian more than he had imagined. Good lad, tough enough. As expected of the offspring of his old family Xia, Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was very satisfied, showed anger on his face. You don't want the rank just because I said so? Do you think it's child's play? From last July to this year, do you still want to drag it out? I'm not dragging. I'm just slowing down. Xia Jinyuan obviously knew that his father was bluffing, but he really had to explain this matter to his father. If nothing goes wrong, Yi Qian will graduate with an Outstanding Student Award and be promoted to captain. And since she started in junior high school, she has repeatedly made military contributions to the army. When she graduates, she can be conferred the rank of major. I'm not in a hurry to wait another 4 years. I'll wait until she graduates. Commander-in-Chief Xia chose not to listen to his explanation. Then it's not up to you to drag it out. The military rank has already been issued, so you have to think about it even if you don't want to. I'll get the guards to send you back to the hospital. Behave yourself. The military rank had to be conferred. How could it be delayed? If he didn't listen, someone else would take care of him. When Commander-in-Chief Xia thought of someone, he was referring to Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan, who didn't want to confront him, took a step back for the time being. He didn't mention going to Southern Province in the afternoon. Instead, he said that he had something to discuss with Major General Yang, and that he would go to the hospital after the matter was settled. Without waiting for the guards to come over, he left under Commander-in-Chief Xia's cold gaze. He really did need to look for Major General Yang of the army. He had to ask which comrades of the Snowfield Brigade had gone abroad to participate in the competition. After he walked out of the office, Commander-in-Chief Xia called Major General Yang of the army and instructed him to get the guards to escort Xia Jinyuan back to the hospital after the matter was settled. Then, he called Yi Qian and asked her to come forward and persuade the troublesome bastard to stay. Chapter 21-29. Xia Jinyuan hadn't contacted Yi Qian yet, so Commander-in-Chief Xia instructed his staff to call the office of the Director of the University of Science and Technology of China and make an appointment first. The University of Science and Technology of China had strict regulations and didn't allow students to use cell phones. At this time, not many students had cell phones. Even if they did, they had to hand over their cell phones as soon as they arrived at school and wait until they were out on holidays or on official business. Yi Qian, who had reported yesterday, handed over his cell phone as soon as possible. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who knew the rules, didn't call his cell phone directly. Instead, he called the director's office. He didn't make the call himself either. He asked his staff to make the call first and then transfer the call to his office. The military called to look for a student. It was none other than Yi Qian, who most of the teachers in the school knew. The director, who knew Yi Qian, looked at the class schedule and asked the teacher to inform Yi Qian after class. Yi Qian was sitting in library number 3 and discussing with several top students from other classes. On the first day of school, the students hadn't gotten over the New Year's atmosphere yet. The freshmen were given a mission. On Labor Day, the freshmen were to go to the northern part of the province for a drill. As the frontline leaders of the future battles, they were instructed to experience the atmosphere of a battle where life and death were on the line. As soon as the order was given, the red and blue teams of each class began to prepare in advance. After the first class, the red and blue teams sent out representatives of each class in less than 2 minutes. They met during the short break between classes at the speed of light. There's no preparation time for a real battle. A battle that starts as soon as it's announced is the real battle that determines the outcome. A top student from the School of Science spread out a map of the training base they were going to on Labor Day. The school suddenly told us that there's a drill on Labor Day. Why do I feel like the map they gave us isn't a real one? 2 armies are fighting for positions. Who would have the chance to run to the position and observe the terrain first? Who would know in advance that the position they took would be the position that the Blue Army would be fighting for? I asked the seniors in the School of Science and went through some information myself. I found that the school really didn't tell us the positions we would be practicing a few months in advance. At most, they gave us an approximate time. When it's our turn, you're telling us the time, location, and number of people. You're even giving us time to arrange our troops in advance. Don't you find it a little strange? The students of the School of Science were all engineering students, so their logical thinking was quite rigorous. They had a thick book on cryptography, while Yi Qian and the others had only just started studying it, but they had already finished self-studying. Another student said, "Having a direction is better than not having one." Let's not talk about whether it's strange or not. We can first familiarize ourselves with the northern training base and the surrounding terrain. When the time comes, we can carry out the drill anywhere. We can't always focus on the north. Our school has exercise bases in the east, west, south, and north. In my opinion, we can't just grasp the north. We have to grasp the exercise bases in the east, west, south, and north. Only in this way, no matter where the exercise is, we won't have to improvise. Sun Tzu said in The Art of War, "Make a plan before you act. Know when to stop and you will gain." I agree with this student's point of view. Some students agreed. Only by not fighting an unprepared war can one be invincible. This had been the case in all wars since ancient times. Yi Qian didn't speak immediately. Although she had actual combat experience and had participated in a real battle between two armies, she had never participated in a drill involving hundreds of people. Regarding this, she decided to listen first and then express her opinion. Chapter 21:30. The short meeting was just to get to know each other. There was only so much time outside of class. They met to get to know each other and set a time for the next meeting before returning to their respective classrooms. At noon, Yi Qian finished her lunch and told Su Wan and He Qing that she needed to go to the dean's office. She told them to go back to their dorms to rest while she jogged to the dean's office. Su Wan looked at Yi Qian's back as she left and lamented to He Jing, "I have two fears. One is my father, and the other is entering the office. Every time I see a classmate entering the office, I always feel like the wind is blowing and the water is freezing. The hero will never return. As long as you improve your physical fitness, you will never have the chance to go to the office." He Jing pointed out her classmate's weakness without giving her any face. During the scolding session this morning, as long as your physical fitness was mentioned, I saw our instructor's gaze sweep over you. Why are you so weak? You're second from the bottom in the class. You're quite capable. You eat so much every day. If you don't gain strength, you'll only gain weight. What's the use of gaining weight? It's not like you can be slaughtered to buy meat. Su Wan was horrified. I gained weight again? No way. I just went back for the new year and I gained weight again? My father dug me out of bed at 5 in the morning to run. How can I gain weight? Facing the classmate who completely missed the point, He Jing patted her shoulder and sighed with emotion. The wind is bleak and the water is cold. Once a hero leaves, he will never return. Classmate, take care. In the previous semester's physical fitness exam, Su Wan, who had been lagging behind since the start of the freshman's military training, received the lowest score in history. Her instructor and captain were shocked. It could be predicted that Su Wan's life would be tragic this semester. Your grades in the military academy could not be too good, but your physical fitness had to be very, very good. Otherwise, you would only have more miserable days ahead of you. As someone who had not attended classes for a month, Yi Qian naturally did not feel any pressure when she became the top student in the entire school. Last night, the instructor even talked to her and asked if she could spare some time to help the students who were in the bottom 20 in class improve their physical fitness. He also said that there was no need to worry about being too ruthless. They could only blame themselves for being too weak. Yi Qian said she would do her best. Yi Qian, who was running towards the director's office, thought that it was because of this matter. She knocked on the door and shouted, "Reporting in." When she heard a "please come in" from inside, the first thing Yi Qian did when he pushed the door open was to give a military salute. "Commander-in-Chief, Yi Qian is here. Please wait a moment, I'll pass the phone to her." The hospital director was on the phone. His words made Yi Qian realize who was looking for him. Yi Qian, who had spoken with Commander-in-Chief Xia many times, was not as tense as before. However, when Yi Qian heard Commander-in-Chief Xia's dignified voice, he could not help but straighten his back. Xiao Yi, sixth brother, has already returned to the country. He even suffered some minor injuries. I stopped him from coming to the southern province to look for you. I hope you can forgive him. Knowing that Xia Jinyuan had returned safely, Yi Qian, who had been heavily shackled, felt the shackles on her heart suddenly loosen. The sound of flowers blooming in spring bloomed from the depths of her heart. However, at the same time, her brows were tightly knitted together. She knew that Commander-in-Chief Xia's minor injuries were not really minor injuries. If they were, Commander-in-Chief Xia would not have specially called her. Chapter 21:31. His injuries must be so serious that he had to be hospitalized. Yi Qian, who was a little out of breath, closed his eyes slightly and tried to mentally prepare himself before asking calmly, "Can you tell me how serious his condition is?" He was very calm, but every word was so heavy that it felt like a stone had fallen from the sky and hit Chief Commander Xia. He suddenly realized that he had made such a call. Was it a little inappropriate? Even though Commander-in-Chief Xia was a dignified general, he was also a father who deeply cared about his son. Before he could reflect on his inappropriate call, Commander-in-Chief Xia quickly smiled and replied, "It's okay, it's okay." His waist was pierced, but it avoided the vital parts. He handled it a little carelessly, and the shrapnel left 2 small fragments, which caused the wound to become inflamed. He handled it immediately after returning to China. The doctor suggested that he stay in the hospital for 3 days and get an anti-inflammatory drip. He just came over and told me that he wanted to visit you in the afternoon, but I didn't agree. The clerk who knocked on the door walked in quietly and saw that the commander-in-chief was on the phone with someone. He opened the camouflage folder and presented the contents to the commander-in-chief. This was an invitation from the political department's arts and crafts department. Commander-in-Chief Xia was invited to watch the Beijing government troops' upcoming performance in the army. The general idea was to invite leaders of all levels, and then the leaders of all levels would give instructions, guidance, and criticism. Commander-in-Chief Xia's gaze fell on one of the invited work units, pointed here and said, "Go and ask the school leaders who will be coming to Beijing to watch." "Okay." The clerk nodded, put down the folder and left the office. On the other end of the phone, Yi Qian secretly let out a long sigh and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I will definitely stop him from coming over. I will definitely keep him in the hospital for 3 days. For his health, she would definitely not let him come over to Nan province." His waist was pierced by shrapnel and avoided the vital parts. Although the injury was serious, it was better than a bullet pierced through the waist. With Yi Qian's help, Commander-in-Chief Xia was relieved. However, he could understand his son's feelings of wanting to see his girlfriend. It was quite pitiful for the 2 of them to be apart so much. Thinking of the document just now, Commander-in-Chief Xia asked about Yi Qian's grades last semester, and whether anything had happened in the past few days. Yi Qian, who had good grades, reported his grades one by one. "My overall grades are okay. There's not much to do in the next few days. The main classes haven't started yet, so I'll focus on physical fitness for the time being." Focus on physical fitness for the time being. That's easy. With an idea in mind, Commander-in-Chief Xia praised Yi Qian first. He smiled and said, "Not bad, not bad. No wonder Old Six told me confidently that you would definitely get the title of Outstanding Student. Little Yi, you're very good. You let us all be at ease. Since you don't have classes these few days, and it's Saturday and Sunday in 3 days, how about this? You go to the capital with the school leaders to watch the performance of the Beijing political group. At the same time, you go to the hospital to visit Sixth Brother, lest he sneaks into the southern province to look for someone and make everyone uneasy." Yi Qian readily agreed. It should be said that he couldn't ask for more. She really wanted to see Captain Xia. She really missed him. Lovesickness seeped into her bones, and she was deeply sentimental. Regarding the matter of Yi Qian coming to Beijing with the school leaders had called the dean before she left the dean's office. They asked the dean to inform Yi Qian that he would come to Beijing with the school leaders at 9 o'clock tomorrow to report on his work. They couldn't directly go to Beijing to watch the performance. After all, watching the performance was secondary. The meeting after the performance was the main point. Chapter 2132. Yi Qian, who was about to leave for the capital, was oblivious to the fact that Yi Ying was talking about her. Browsing through the graduation album of the military academy, she chuckled and said, "Jai, I always thought that you graduated from the National University of Science and Technology as well. So, it turns out that you graduated from this military academy." Du Jai, who was in the midst of putting on her eye makeup, replied with a lukewarm in response to Yi Ying's enthusiasm. She then asked, "What do you mean by also? Do you have a friend who graduated from the National University of Science and Technology?" "I don't think so. Aren't you still in school at your age?" "I don't know anyone who graduated, but I do know someone who is still in school." We aren't friends, so our relationship is just a so-so. That girl used to be in the same junior high school as me, and her results were average. However, after the college entrance examinations, she somehow managed to get into the National University of Science and Technology. It was a huge deal back then, Ying said calmly. At the same time, there was a hint of jealousy and disdain in her voice. It was difficult for two girls to like an outstanding girl, but it was easy for them to hate the same girl. It just so happened that Du Jai was secretly looking for Yi Ying's faults. Hearing her words, a cold sneer crept onto her lips. Feigning concern, she said, "Having such an outstanding girl by your side is indeed a headache. All right, you aren't bad yourself, so why are you being jealous of her?" "It's not that I'm jealous of her. It's just that she used to be really bad. Her results back then were really bad. She was always at the bottom of her class from primary school to junior high school. I found it hard to believe that she managed to get into the military academy all of a sudden." Yi Ying continued flipping through the album as she casually continued speaking. "Take Sis Jai for example. Your results have always been good, so it's no surprise that you managed to get into the military academy. On the other hand, from primary school to junior high school, she had to copy my homework every single time. No one gave her any exam, so she was always at the bottom of her class. How can I not be surprised that she managed to get into the military academy during the college entrance examinations? That's indeed a little surprising. So that's what happened. Someone who was worse than me suddenly managed to get into the military academy. Naturally, I would feel a little disappointed, so Du Jai said apologetically. Yi Ying continued as if she did not understand. I'm her relative. We share the same surname and grew up together. I'm happy that she got into the military academy, but I'm also worried. It's fine if he really relied on himself to pass the exam, but I'm afraid that's not the case. At that time, everyone in the village was happy, but my parents were worried, afraid that they would be happy for nothing. If Du Jai conveyed her words to the deputy chief of staff Du He Yiqian, "Oh Yiqian, what do you think will happen to you?" Du Jai, who was not interested, suddenly opened her eyes. She turned to look at Yi Ying, who was sitting on the dressing table to her left. "She has the same surname as you? What's his name?" "Yiqian." Yi Ying could tell that there was something amiss with her tone, so she thought that Zhang Xian had understood what she was trying to say. With a deep frown, she sighed deeply. "My cousin grew up without parents. If not for my parents raising her, she would have been living on the streets by now. She wasn't the type to study since young. My parents said that it was my uncle and auntie who blessed her that she was able to get into the military academy. They had the same surname, but one was from the military academy while the other was from the army. Am I overthinking things? Do you have a picture of her? Let me take a look. Regardless of whether I'm overthinking things or not, I'll know once I see the picture," Du Jai asked, unwilling to give up. Chapter 2133. Du Jai was far more scheming than Yi Qian, and she was better at hiding things. She didn't want others to know that she knew Yi Qian, and she also didn't want others to see her abnormality. She added lightly, "If a gentle and generous girl like you doesn't like Yi Qian, I'm sure that Yi Qian isn't very likable." Yi Ying hoped that Du Jai would stand on her side. Hearing this, she smiled and said, "I don't hate her, but I don't like her either. After all, she and I are still family. I also hope that she doesn't do anything wrong and doesn't always think of taking shortcuts." Hearing this, Du Jai almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. What right did she have to criticize others? Wasn't she the same? The two sisters were the same. If the Yi Qian she was talking about was the same person as the Yi Qian she knew, then it really was. Du Jai's eyes darkened as she played with the eyebrow pencil. If it really was the same person, she had to admit that Yi Qian was undoubtedly much better than Yi Ying. However, they had one thing in common, and that was that she didn't like either of them. She was from a small family, yet she wanted to marry into a big family. She was dreaming. As for the other one, she always tried to be brave, but all the male soldiers fell for her tricks. Did she think that she was a flower in the army and wanted to stand out and make all the female soldiers feel inferior? Du Jai's mind flashed with the image of a face that was as beautiful as the moon, even if she was dirty. Her eyes flashed with a ruthless look, and her mood instantly sank. "Pa!" She threw the eyebrow pencil in her hand onto the dressing table. I'm sorry, Miss Du. The makeup artist thought that she had applied too much eye makeup and made Du-jai uncomfortable. She was so frightened that she quickly apologized. Du-jai had a habit of venting her anger on others, but she never did it in front of others. Instead, she liked to play dirty tricks behind people's backs. This matter had nothing to do with the makeup artist, so she didn't need to vent her anger on a mere makeup artist. She raised her hand, indicating that it had nothing to do with her. However, Ying misunderstood. She thought that Du-jai was standing up for her and said softly, "Jai, don't be angry. I don't care anymore. I don't have the photos. If you want to see them, I'll see if I can get the photos taken during graduation." Who would look at the graduation photo? It was filled with heads. How could they see it clearly? "Can you show me a solo photo?" Du-jai glanced at Ying, who was putting on an act in front of her, and the disgust in her heart grew stronger. She really didn't understand what her mother liked about her. Pretentious and pretentious. Although her looks were acceptable, this kind of appearance was completely unrecognizable. Seeing the flash of joy in Yi Ying's eyes, Du-jai immediately understood why Yi Ying had mentioned Yi Qian to her. Earlier, she had mentioned that Yi Qian's grades were not good, but he had suddenly gotten into the military academy. Wasn't this hinting that Yi Qian had relied on cheating to get into the college entrance exams? Now she understood. So this was her true intention. "Since you said that her grades might be fake, then we have to check it out. The military academy is meant to groom future military officers. How can there be fish eyes as pearls? Give me the solo photo as soon as possible. I'll ask my father to find out what's going on." Yi Ying was so agitated that she secretly pinched her thigh to suppress her excitement. However, she pinched herself too hard. Her expression of pain and excitement intertwined, causing her sweet features to twist. She panicked and said, "There's no need to check, there's no need to check. She's doing very well now. I heard that if she didn't pass the military academy's new training program, she would be rejected. Since she didn't, it means that she's still capable." Chapter 21:34. The door of the dressing room was pushed open and Madame Li, who was dressed in a dignified and noble manner, walked in. Yi Ying, who was talking, turned her head when she heard the noise. She hurriedly adjusted her expression and stood up. She stood up gracefully and greeted Madame Li. "Madam." Madame Li took in all her expressions. She didn't know what was going on and thought that her daughter had embarrassed Yi Ying again. Seeing that Yi Ying could quickly adjust her expression and pretend to be calm, she smiled with satisfaction. She didn't misjudge her. She was indeed a sensible girl who knew not to embarrass others. "You are injured. Don't be so polite. Sit down." Mrs. Li, who walked over elegantly, took the initiative to put her arm around Yi Ying's shoulder. She thought for a while and said, "Fortunately, your face is not injured. Don't wear anything else later. Just wear a military uniform. Don't put too much makeup on your face. Just be simple and elegant." Du-jai, who had finished the eye makeup, said with a smile, "Mom, in fact, I don't need to put on too much makeup. Just be simple and elegant. Just wear a military uniform." "You want to disagree with me again, don't you?" Mrs. Li tapped her daughter's forehead with her index finger. She was in a good mood and joked with the makeup artist. "Make her uglier. She will be too ashamed to see others later." The makeup artist hurriedly said respectfully, "Miss Du is born beautiful. She is very beautiful without makeup." "Did you hear that, Mom? You have to listen to the opinions of the people and the voices of the people." Du-jai, who was smiling like a flower, raised her eyebrows like a girl and pulled Yi Ying into the topic. "Tell me, who is prettier, me or Yi Ying?" Mrs. Li liked Du-jai's coquettishness very much. It was not coquettish, but coquettishness that made her laugh. Hearing this, Mrs. Li looked at her and then at Yi Ying. Each has her own merits. However, Ying Ying is more well-behaved. Look at her. She's well-behaved. Du-jai smiled and looked at Yi Ying, who had lowered her head and blushed. She laughed even more clearly. "Don't talk about it. She is blushing." She didn't know whether she was blushing because of anger, or because she was really embarrassed. Du-jai retracted her gaze coldly, and began to discuss with Madame Li which necklace would suit the gown better. More than a dozen necklace boxes were opened and placed neatly on the dressing table. Every necklace was expensive, and one of them was the pink diamond necklace. "Yi Ying." Beautiful, resplendent, envious. How about a pink one? It looks good in pink and matches your white lace gown perfectly. Madame Li personally put on the pink diamond for her daughter. As she lowered her head, she smiled gently and said, "Your sweetheart will also be here tonight. Dress up well and let him be stunned by you." "Oh, you said Qin Xiu would come? Look at you. You are already stunned before he comes." Mrs. Li tidied her daughter's hair and instructed the makeup artist elegantly. "It doesn't have to be too thick. Just plain and light will do. She doesn't have to be too mature. She is still young." "Yes, madam," the makeup artist answered in fear, for fear that she would make Mrs. Li angry. Mrs. Li nodded with satisfaction and turned to Yi Ying. "Ying, go and change into the military uniform. I will take you out for a walk. There are guests at home. Li Yuan is entertaining the male guests. Help me talk to the female guests. They are all girls in their 20s. I can't keep up with their topics." Chapter 2135. Not only were they all girls in their 20s, but they were also Mrs. Li's daughter-in-law. Yi Ying, who was wearing a military uniform, was led into a circle by Madame Li. She was not bad-looking, and she had learned piano and dance. She had an intellectual and gentle temperament. Moreover, she was led by Madame Li. Although the people in the circle did not know her identity, they were all polite to her because of Madame Li. Mrs. Li did not take Yi Ying with her all the time. After introducing her to the daughters of several friends in the circle, she went to do her own thing. Although Du Jai's birthday party was held by her own family and only friends of both parties were invited, those who came were either rich or noble. They came with their children. In the evening, the hall of the villa under Li Yuan's name was very lively. It's good to be young. Look at them, they are all having fun. TSK, TSK, TSK. If it were us, we wouldn't be able to get out of bed the next day. They are in a good era and have a place to play. In our era, who dared to play? They could be criticized. That's right. At that time there was no fun or food. Mrs. Li was better. She was born with a silver spoon in her mouth and was a real daughter of a famous family. Come on, Mrs. Li, this toast is for you. A lady who was good at talking and usually played mahjong with Mrs. Li held a crystal goblet filled with red wine and took the lead to toast. With her as the beginning, the other ladies followed. When Du Jai appeared, all the people in the room applauded. Then Yi Ying listened to the applause and looked at the crowd. When her legs touched the thick and white cloud carpet, she felt as if she were stepping on clouds. Every step she took was so weak that she could not find the feeling of being on the ground. The crystal lamp was so bright that it shone on Du Jai's crystal crown. Yi Ying's eyes fell on the crown and her vision was a little blurred. Such a princess-like life, like the moon surrounded by stars, was the life she wanted. It was so beautiful that she wished she could have it now. Don't worry. She has already walked out. As long as she coaxed Madame Li, this kind of life would definitely become her life. The young lady behind Jai is surnamed Yi, and her first name is Ying. After studying in France, she was specially recruited into the Beijing political group. Although she's young, she's very obedient and well-behaved. I really like her personality. Observing secretly in the afternoon, Madame Li found that Yi Ying was very good at dealing with people and things. When she met two people who deliberately made things difficult for her, she calmly retorted with her own ability and helped everyone to save face. After observing for the whole afternoon, Madame Li felt more satisfied. Only then did she formally introduce Yi Ying to her friends. With her special introduction, Yi Ying's name gradually spread. Before the banquet ended, everyone knew that Madame Li liked a girl from the southern province named Yi Ying. Du Jai was very happy at first, but gradually as time passed, the haze in her eyes became heavier and heavier. Fortunately, she knew how to hide it, so no one could see the unhappiness in her heart. The person she had been longing for did not come, and she had even made preparations early. Yi Ying, who had a few new numbers added to her phone, was very happy. She did not steal Du Jai's limelight and stayed by Madame Li's side obediently. Whenever Madame Li asked her a question, she answered generously and gently, which made Madame Li smile. Yi Ying, who was not by Yi Qian's side, was really good. At this moment, Madame Li did not know that she had lost face because of Yi Ying. Chapter 2136. Mrs. Li, who was more and more satisfied with Yi Ying, spent the entire night either with Du Jai or with Ying to chat with her friends, Deputy Chief of Staff Du's friends. At the end of the banquet, Mrs. Li even asked Ying to send off the female soldiers from the capital government regiment. They were friends with Du Jai, and because of Mrs. Li's introduction, they didn't dislike Ying and didn't have much interest in interacting with her. Even so, Ying was very happy. Yi Jifan was so angry that he was sent to the hospital. He drank a little too much last night, and in the middle of the night he was furious because of the videotape. When he woke up and knocked on the door, he found out that his wife and daughter had sneaked out behind his back. Shocked and angry, he searched outside in thin clothes. At noon he had a stuffy nose, fever and cough. Why are you angry with Ying? As long as she can make it up to you, everything will be fine. Sun Dongqing, who received the call from the hospital, was so scared that she rushed over. She complained about her husband's unreasonable behavior. I hit and scolded her last night. Ying knows that she was wrong. She is our only daughter. Did you really beat her to death? I was very angry. At that time I wanted to beat her to death as well. It was better than continuing to embarrass myself. But now we have Mrs. Li and the Du family. As long as Mrs. Li likes her, what is there to be afraid of? As she spoke, Sun Dongqing gritted her teeth and said fiercely, "We must find that damned bastard who harmed our family. If we don't teach him a lesson, he will think that we are easy to bully." Ying said that it was Yi Qian, that wretched girl. I thought about it and couldn't think of anyone else other than her. She must be jealous that Ying joined the army, so she came up with such a vicious method to harm Ying. After being brainwashed by Ying, Sun Dongqing believed that all this was caused by Yi Qian. At this time, Yi Jifan was already disheartened. He didn't want to see this stupid woman in front of him, nor did he want to see Ying, who wanted to climb up the social ladder but couldn't achieve anything. Yes, you and your daughter are smart. You are the smartest in the world. Everyone else is a fool. Well, now that your daughter has gone to the Du family to show off and make Madame Li happy, Sun Dongqing, hurry up and be happy, otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have time to be happy. The sarcastic Yi Jifan closed his eyes and pointed at the door. You can get lost now. Don't let me see you again. Scram. Dad. Ying, who had been listening outside for a long time, pushed the door open and came in angrily. How can you say such terrible things? If Mom leaves, who will take care of you? Tomorrow morning, Li Yuan will accompany me to report. After reporting in the morning, I will go with the Beijing political group to perform for the military leaders at all levels in the afternoon. You always say that I will embarrass you, but when have I ever embarrassed you? Today, Madame Li introduced me to many madams of influential families, not just the wives of high-ranking generals in the army. I also made many new friends, including a few from the political group in the capital. Did I embarrass you? I'm giving you face. Long face? Yi Jifan, who always had a strong sense of crisis, felt a wave of despair in his heart when he heard this. It was over, it was over. Everything was really over now. As long as the videotape was sent to Madame Li, his career would be over. Scram. For the sake of his career, Yi Jifan, who had worked hard for nearly 20 years, let out a desperate and violent roar. He got up too forcefully and pulled out the foredrip. As he waved his hand, blood and foredrip splashed on Ying's face, causing her to scream in horror. Chapter 2137. Sun Dongqing knew that her husband was really angry. Looking at his ferocious face, she was terrified. Usually, old Yi would just endure his anger. He cared about his image and would never do anything that would be unbecoming of an official. He had never been angry with his wife and daughter in public. Now he was roaring and ignoring his health. Sun Dongqing couldn't help but mutter in her heart. Nothing would happen, right? Old Yi would never do anything that would harm the family. No matter how she quarreled with him, he would never say anything bad. Sun Dongqing, who was suddenly scared, comforted her husband for the first time. Okay, old Yi, calm down. Don't be angry with a child. Ying knows that you are sick and hurried to see you. Just let it go for the sake of her filial piety. Don't you always say that the family is noisy? What are you talking about? Now Ying has won Mrs. Li's favor, and Li Yuan sent her to the hospital. Doesn't it mean that Mrs. Li really wants Ying to marry into the Du family? As long as Ying marries into the Du family, What are you afraid of? It's not our family that is afraid, but the person who sent the videotape should be afraid. If he knew that Ying would marry into the Du family, he wouldn't dare to do anything to her. He dares to go against the Du family. As his mother-in-law, how could Mrs. Li let him go? It was rare for Sun Dongqing to persuade her husband, but what she said was still not clear. The reason why she was so confident was that she was sure that Ying would marry into the Du family. She was sure that Mrs. Li liked her daughter, and would not let anyone bully her. But what she didn't expect was that Mrs. Li liked Ying only because Ying looked pure, well-behaved and obedient. Later, she secretly investigated Ying, and asked Yi Jifan's colleagues and friends. She found out that Director Ye's daughter was indeed obedient, well-behaved, and didn't have any messy boyfriends. She also found out that Ying went abroad to study at an elite school. Only then did she think more highly of Ying. Mrs. Li's conditions for choosing a daughter-in-law were quite strict. The most important one was that her daughter must be pure and not tainted. Yi Jifan's position as an official, Ying's obedience, and all other aspects combined made Madame Li see him in a different light. But once Ying's true colors were exposed and her dissolute private life was exposed to Madame Li, how could Madame Li help Ying just because she liked Ying? She was not Ying's mother. How could she forgive Ying's deceit so easily like Sun Dongqing? Sun Dongqing thought that Mrs. Li liked Ying as her daughter-in-law, but she didn't expect that Ying. Sun Dongqing, who was immersed in Ying's beautiful dream, only thought of beautiful things and completely ignored the consequences of deceiving Madame Li. Like mother. Yi was. He. Yi Jifan glared at Sun Dongqing with his bloodshot eyes. His wife was still daydreaming about the consequences of her actions. Divorce. Yi Jifan yelled at Sun Dongqing. Go back to the Nan province to file for divorce. Go back to the Nan province now. After shouting, only Yi Jifan's heavy breathing could be heard in the ward. Sun Dongqing and Ying were shocked by Yi Jifan's words. Chapter 2138. This was the first time Yi Jifan had asked for a divorce, and it was under such circumstances. Ying found it unbelievable. After a while she screamed, Dad, are you crazy? I'm about to marry into the Du family, and you're asking for a divorce at this time. What are you trying to do? You don't know how much Mrs. Li likes me. Today she introduced me to some of her best friends and asked them to take care of me. She instructed Du Jai's friends to take good care of me since they're all from the capital's political group. When I came to the hospital, Mrs. Li didn't even ask the driver to send me. She asked her son Li Yuan to send me. Dad, do you know what this means? It means that Mrs. Li told Li Yuan that I'm the daughter-in-law she wants. What kind of family is the Du family? I won't talk about the deputy chief of staff Du, and I won't talk about her eldest son either. You know, let me tell you. Mrs. Li's family used to be a warlord. Mrs. Li has an older brother, who is the leader of your province. She also has a younger brother, who is a great painter who can sell his paintings for 6 figures. Mrs. Li from such a powerful family likes me, and wants me to be her daughter-in-law. This is the Yi family's ancestors' matter. You even want to divorce my mother. Fine, as long as you divorce my mother, I'll change my surname to Sun immediately. Sun Dongqing hadn't recovered from her husband's divorce, and her heart skipped a few beats when she was shocked by her daughter's words. What nonsense! Your dad said that out of anger. Divorce? Impossible. If she divorced old Yi, who would she rely on for the rest of her life? Find her daughter? Her daughter had to take care of her husband's family. She would never divorce old Yi. Ying, who was trembling with anger, stubbornly raised her chin and screamed fearlessly. What nonsense am I talking about? Is he still my father? Is there a father who can't bear to see me do well? No, he's not my father. Other fathers want their daughters to marry well and dress well, but what about him? He's afraid that I'll marry well. Is he my father? Is he my biological father? Faced with the stubborn mother and daughter, Yi Jifan, who had been so angry that he roared before, calmed down. He had to calm down. Otherwise, he would be as unlucky as the mother and daughter. Sure, I don't want anything after the divorce. I'll give you all my assets. I only need to bring my household register and ID card. I don't want a single cent. I'll leave my wallet to you and your mother. You can change your surname. I'll ask my friend in charge of household registration to change your surname to Suning. From now on, you can live with your mother and have nothing to do with me, Yijifan. I'm not your father, and you're not my daughter. We're even now, and we don't owe each other anything. Before the worst happened, he had to draw a clear line between them. For the sake of his career, Yijifan, who was completely disappointed with his mother and daughter, began to disown his family. He was such a person, just as Yi Qian had said. Ying was very stubborn. Hearing this, she sneered and said, "Fine, from now on I'll be called Suning. I have nothing to do with you." She turned to Sun Dongqing, who had no chance to interrupt, and deliberately said happily to annoy Yijifan, "Mom, he finally asked for a divorce. I'm very happy. From now on, you and I don't have to live with his attitude anymore. Mom, Li Yuan and I will take care of you from now on. You don't have a husband to take care of you. It's okay. Li Yuan and I will take care of you. He's just the director of the Provincial City Construction Bureau, so what? I'll ask Li Yuan to get you a higher position." Chapter 2139. Yijifan, who was trying to suppress his cough, did not feel any pain in his heart. He only felt that he was going to be liberated. He married Sun Dongqing and raised a daughter who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. She was so stupid that she refused to change. This was the biggest failure of his life. He had to divorce her quickly. After the divorce, he could still find a better and younger one. As long as the Du family did not make things difficult for him, he could think of a way for his career. He did not care about the person behind the jade pendant. It didn't matter if they came for Yijifan or Ying, he didn't care. He had been an official for nearly 20 years and had never been greedy. He only owned shares in a few companies. Even if the disciplinary committee came to investigate, he was not afraid. Yijifan, who was calmly thinking of a way out, threw both mother and daughter out of his life. He did not care even if she was his own daughter. He raised an ingrate. What else did he care about? Sun Dongqing would never agree to a divorce. This was something that would embarrass her. How could she agree? This time, no matter what Ying said, she was not moved. "Old Yi, you want a divorce? Over my dead body." Sun Dongqing crossed her arms and sat on the bed. "Ying is your daughter, and she is also my daughter. Divorce? Dream on." Sun Dongqing did not make a fuss. She only stared coldly at Yijifan. "Don't even think about it. I am a member of the Yi family. I will be a ghost of the Yi family even if I die." Her refusal made Ying anxious. She rushed over and pulled Sun Dongqing up. "Let's go, Mom. Let's go. I won't beg him anymore. I won't beg him anymore. I will do my best for you. I won't let you down. I will definitely let you live a good life. He doesn't even acknowledge me. Why should I acknowledge him? Mom, go back to the southern province and divorce him. Divorce him." The beating last night was a new contrast to the luxurious life she enjoyed at the Du family. Ying hated Yijifan even more. She could not wait to cut off their father-daughter relationship. "I'm not leaving. I'm not going anywhere. You want a divorce? No way." Sun Dongqing, who had been provoked once again by Yi Ying, suddenly exploded. She yelled at Yijifan, "Yijifan, if you dare to divorce me, I'll go to your office and make a scene. Make a ruckus until you can't be the bureau chief anymore. How dare you threaten me?" Yijifan turned his head and glared fiercely at Sun Dongqing. "If you dare to make trouble for me and make me unable to be the director, I'll make sure your daughter can't even enter the army." Holding Yi Ying's letter of enlistment and the videotape, Yijifan was even more ruthless. "I can tear up the letter of enlistment and send the videotape directly to the Deputy Chief of Staff Du. Sun Dongqing, you dare to threaten me? Let's see who can outplay who." Only Yijifan and Sun Dongqing could have turned against each other to this extent. Ying was frightened. She hugged Sun Dongqing's arm and cried, "Mom, please, please divorce him. I'm your daughter. For me, please divorce him quickly. I have to report at 12 tomorrow. Go back to the southern province now and finish the paperwork by tomorrow morning. Please, I'm begging you." Sun Dongqing's lifeline was Yi Ying. She hoped that Yi Ying could succeed. The last thing she wanted was for Yi Ying's future to be blocked. She never thought that her husband would threaten her with Yi Ying's future, just to force her to divorce him. Sun Dongqing, who could not accept this, screamed and threw herself at Yi Jifan. How dare you force me, Yi Jifan? You bastard! How dare you force me? I'll fight you! I'll fight you! Chapter 2140. Yi Ying, who was caught off guard, was pushed to the ground. Seeing the chaos, she didn't try to stop them. Instead, she stared at the videotape in Yi Jifan's hand and her notice of enlistment. She wanted to grab it. Although Yi Jifan was sick, he was not so sick that Sun Dongqing could pounce on him. His face turned pale and he shouted angrily, "Did I force you? Did I fucking force you? It's you and your daughter who want to kill me. Marry into the Du family?" She was the daughter-in-law of a powerful family. How dare they think about it after such a big scandal? Did they think that Mrs. Li was blind? Did they think that she was easy to talk to and would forgive Yi Ying easily? Yi Jifan didn't say this sentence again. It was useless to say it. She might not divorce him. At night, all the wards were quiet. The noise of the family of three had already attracted complaints from patients in other wards. Just as Yi Ying was about to snatch the letter of enlistment back, the nurse pushed the door open and entered with several security guards. "What are you doing? Do you think the hospital is a market? If you want to quarrel, do it outside." The security guards rushed in and quickly separated Yi Ying and Sun Dongqing. Yi Jifan covered the back of his hand, coughed and gasped. "My ex-wife brought her daughter here to make a scene. Please help me ask them to leave. Also, my heart is beating fast and my head hurts. My blood pressure may be unstable. Please check it for me. Thank you." Ex-wife. She had become his ex-wife without a divorce? Sun Dongqing was so angry that she pointed at Yi Jifan's nose and shouted, "Yi Jifan, you bastard! When did I become your ex-wife? Threatening your daughter? I'll fight with you, I'll fight with you." Seeing the security guards and nurses come in, Yi Ying felt a little guilty. She was afraid that it would become a joke and reach Mrs. Li's ears. "Mom, let's go first." She got up and tried to support Sun Dongqing, who seemed to have gone crazy and kept persuading her. "He won't care about us anymore. I told you he won't care about us anymore. Get divorced, get divorced." One day, she would make him regret driving his daughter out. Yi Ying's eyes darkened as she gritted her teeth. She didn't believe that she couldn't accomplish anything without him. With Madame Li's appreciation, as long as she could marry into the Du family, she would make everyone who looked down on her regret. Sun Dongqing did not want to leave, no matter how much Yi Ying persuaded her. Seeing that there were so many security guards, she acted like a shrew and rolled on the ground. What a heartless man. I've been with him for so long, and in the end he still wants a divorce. The more she acted like this, the more Yi Jifan hated her. He tried his best to get Ying into the army, tried his best to let the family live a good life, but what happened in the end? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop the mother and daughter's stupidity. They were biting off more than they could chew. If he didn't want to be dragged down, the only way out was to divorce. Yi Jifan, who was sitting on the bed, didn't say anything else. He just pressed on his chest and took deep breaths. He looked like he was having a heart attack. When the nurse saw this, she immediately asked the security guards to take them out. The patient was the most important. It was useless for Sun Dongqing to make a big fuss. The more she disturbed the silence of the ward, the angrier he would be. Yi Ying didn't want to be taken away by the security guards. She glared at Yi Jifan angrily. Seeing his back to her, Yi Ying was so angry that her masseter was trembling. She scolded the security guards. "I'll go by myself. Get out of my way." When Sun Dongqing saw the security guards coming to drag her away, she screamed, "Hit me! Hit me! The security guards are hitting me. I want to call the police. I want to call the police." The security guards responded quickly. "Okay. It's good that you call the police. Go to the police station and spend the night there. Ask someone to bail you out tomorrow." Chapter 2141. Yi Ying heard that she had called the police and needed someone to bail her out. How could she go to the police station with her current status? Her face turned pale as she growled at Sun Dongqing. "Mom, are you trying to help me or hurt me? If we go to the police station, who's going to bail us out?" "Shut up." Sun Dongqing didn't want to go to the police station. She was so angry that she had no choice but to turn her head and stare at Yi Jifan viciously. Yijifan, don't even think about getting a divorce. I'll exhaust you to death even if I have to. Yijifan didn't answer. He only raised the enlistment notice and videotape in his hand. Sun Dongqing left with Yi Ying angrily. In the ward, the nurse pressed the bell to ask the doctor on duty to check on the patient. Sun Dongqing walked out of the ward and said viciously, "It's best if you die of illness." The security guard who was escorting her away couldn't help but frown. Whoever got involved with such a vicious bitch would be unlucky. The mother and daughter who were invited out of the hospital did not leave immediately. Sun Dongqing wanted to leave, but Yi Ying held her back. "Mom, I must get my enlistment notice back. It's related to my military service. The report can't go without it." The videotape is not a big problem. Dad doesn't dare to really bring it to Mrs. Lee. The most important thing now is to get the enlistment notice back. We must get our hands on it. Let's get a divorce, Mom. Dad is already like this. What's the point of dragging it out? Didn't he just say that as long as you agree, he can give up everything? Mom, please think about divorcing him for me. Sun Dongqing was determined not to accept the divorce. Ying, I can promise you anything else but not this. If you get a divorce, where will I put my face? There has never been a divorced couple in Shuka village. Do you want me to go back to the village and drown in the saliva of those gossipy women? Why do you want to go back to the village after the divorce? What's so good about that lousy village? You can live in the provincial capital in Anyang. After the divorce, the house will all be yours. Also, as long as I marry into the Du family, you don't have to worry about anything. You see, I'm now a military performer. I'll report tomorrow morning and perform with the veterans in the regiment in the afternoon. Madame Lee specially told her acquaintances in the regiment about this. If it weren't for the fact that I'm only joining the army tomorrow, Mrs. Lee would have asked the group to arrange for me to perform with them. Look, Madame Lee treats me so well. Are you still afraid that you won't have a good life after the divorce? Every time Ying thought of the enlistment notice and the videotape, her heart would burn with anxiety. She kept trying to persuade Sun Dongqing, but Sun Dongqing still wouldn't nod her head. After talking for nearly an hour, Ying finally knelt down with a plop. Mom, you must help me. I beg you. You must help me. I don't want to lose everything. I don't want to lose to Yi Qian. I don't want to be suppressed by Yi Qian for the rest of my life. Daughter, I beg you, I beg you. She was just short of kowtowing. Yijifan also didn't want to delay any longer. After the nurse and doctor left, he took out his phone and called Sun Dongqing. Have you thought about it? If you don't give me a reply, I'll tear up the enlistment notice and call the deputy chief of staff due to ask the guards to come and take the videotape away. I'd like to see if your precious daughter can still join the army. You'd better agree to my divorce before I want to drive you to the brink of death. Ying begged bitterly and Yijifan pressured her step by step. Sun Dongqing finally agreed to the divorce. Chapter 2142. At the same time, she also stated her own request. Return to the southern province now and transfer all the assets to me first. Then we'll go through the divorce procedures. Yijifan, who had no feelings for Sun Dongqing, nodded without hesitation. These assets were not considered assets. After the divorce procedures are done, I'll immediately tell Yi Ying where the enlistment notice and videotape are. I guarantee that she can enlist before 12 o'clock tomorrow. It won't affect her performance in the afternoon. When it came to negotiations, Sun Dongqing and her daughter were no match for Yijifan. Soon both parties agreed verbally. Yijifan handed the enlistment notice and videotape to a nurse in the hospital and gave the nurse a few hundred yuan for storage. He booked the plane tickets overnight and flew back to the southern province with Sun Dongqing. What? Director Yi just finished the divorce procedures with his wife? Xia Yue, who was nursing her pregnancy at home, was so shocked that she sat up from the sofa. Ho Zi, who was peeling an apple, was so shocked that her expression changed. She threw the apple and knife aside and quickly supported Xia Yue. Why are you so shocked when they're divorced? Lie down. An elderly pregnant woman with signs of miscarriage scared Ho Zi. She was so scared that she did not even go to the office. She was afraid that something would happen to the mother and child. Xia Yue then remembered that she was pregnant. She quickly lay down on the sofa and calmed herself down before asking, "What happened? Why did they suddenly get divorced? I don't know. I only found out when I saw the divorce certificate in the drawer. It was done this morning. There was no news at all. The secretary on the phone whispered. He was also confused about this. The director was in a good mood before he went to the capital 2 days ago. Why did he suddenly fall out with the director's wife? He returned to the southern province at 1 o'clock in the morning last night. He asked me to go to the office to send the household register to his house. There was no warning today and they suddenly got divorced. Did something happen in the capital? The bureau doesn't know yet. I'm probably the only one who knows. Everything was fine. Why did they suddenly get divorced? Secretary Xia, why don't I ask around? What happened in the capital? Xia Yue thought about it and smiled. Forget it. Divorce is not a big deal. You don't have to ask around. Just pretend that you don't know. The sudden divorce probably had something to do with the video that Xiao Yi sent out. She had to tell Six's brother about it. Six's mood had been at its lowest since yesterday. He was locked up in the hospital and guarded by 2 guards. At the same time, he was also guarded by 3 of his comrades and Li Jinyan. There were 6 people guarding him and an injured person, to the point where he couldn't escape even if he had wings. After receiving Xia Yue's call, Xia Jinyuan, who was lying in bed with her heart already in Yiqian, did not have much interest in listening to the conversation. It wasn't easy for Yi Jifan to endure the divorce until now. So be it. It won't affect him much. It's true that the divorce won't affect him much, but he went to the capital and suddenly rushed back overnight. He finished the divorce procedures this morning. You can find out what happened to him in the capital. I suspect that it has something to do with the video that Xiao Yi sent. This sentence piqued Xia Jinyuan's interest. He smiled and said, "Okay, I got it. Take care of yourself. I'll keep an eye on him." The 4 comrades in the ward who were playing Level Up did not hear the other words clearly, but they heard the words "keep an eye on him" very clearly. Han Zheng asked, "Who asked an injured person like you to keep an eye on him?" Chapter 2143. Xia Jinyuan had been in a bad mood since yesterday. He was locked up in the hospital and was guarded by 2 guards. At the same time, 3 of his comrades and Li Jinyan were guarding him. There were 6 people guarding him and an injured person. In order to prevent him from leaving the hospital and running to Nan province, the 6 of them guarded him until he couldn't escape. After receiving Xia Yue's call, Xia Jinyuan, who was lying in bed with his heart already in Yiqian, lost interest in listening. It wasn't easy for Yi Jifan to endure the divorce until now. So be it. It won't affect him much. The divorce won't affect him much, but he went to Beijing and suddenly rushed back overnight. He finished the divorce procedures this morning. You can find out what happened to him in Beijing. I suspect it has something to do with the videotape Xiao Yi sent. Xia Jinyuan's interest was piqued. He smiled and said, "Okay, I got it. Take care of yourself. I'll keep an eye on him." The 4 comrades in the ward who were playing Level Up didn't hear much except for the words, "keep an eye on him." Han Zheng asked, "Who asked an injured person like you to keep an eye on him?" "It's not a person. It's a private matter. I have to keep an eye on Yi Qian to prevent him from being snatched away." Xia Jinyuan put down his phone and looked at his comrades who were brazenly playing Level Up in front of him. His thin lips curled up slightly, revealing an elegant smile. "Why don't you play with a little money? If you don't play big, a few yuan per round is fine." Li Jinyan, who had played a card, coldly exposed his comrade's plan. "You want us to go back to the military headquarters to drink cold water and sit in a dark room, right?" No matter how big the game was, gambling was prohibited in the military. "Captain, you're so evil. I almost fell for it," Han Zheng said as he held down the K7 card with one hand. Wait, I still have a pair of spades. Up. My 2 of spades is the biggest. Are you kidding me? We agreed not to remember the cards." "Do I even need to remember the cards? I remember it with one look." "Do I need to remember the cards? Remember at a glance? Isn't that just memorizing the cards?" Han Zheng and V8 laughed and reprimanded each other. Although it was a little boring to watch over the disobedient wounded, it was still okay to play cards. They had been fighting since yesterday and took turns to rest at night. They had been fighting since the morning and it was almost time for lunch. Xia Jinyuan looked at the group of comrades he could not defeat alone. He pressed his slender fingers against his forehead and then asked Han Zheng, "Help me find out something urgent." He wanted Han Zheng to find out if Yi Jifan had any conflicts with the Du family since he came to Beijing. Du family? How are you related to the Du family? The Du family celebrated Du Jai's birthday last night and held a small birthday party. The people who attended were all acquaintances and friends of the Du family. One of my friends and his sister also went. Wait a moment, I'll call and ask. Han Zheng had a lot of good-for-nothing friends. If he had anything to ask, he could definitely find out everything. He picked up his phone and was about to go outside to make a call. As he walked out, he said hello to his friend. When he looked up, he saw a slender figure walking toward him. She saw him in advance and smiled faintly. Are you going out to work? Damn. I'm not busy. Help me find out if anything big happened at Du Jai's birthday party last night. I have to go now, something urgent came up. Goodbye. She finished her sentence in 3 seconds. Then she smiled widely at Yi Qian. I'm not busy. Didn't I know you were coming, so I specially came to pick you up? Chapter 2144. It was definitely a pleasant surprise. With Yi Qian's arrival, they finally didn't have to keep an eye on the troublesome old six. If he wasn't injured, Demon King Li would probably be the only one who could guard one room. Han Zheng, who was grinning from ear to ear, turned around and pushed the door open. Come in. Everyone is waiting for you. He made a gentlemanly gesture and said, My humble abode is simple, and there's a disobedient fellow here. Please bear with her. Everyone in the ward looked up at Han Zheng. Because he spoke politely, they all thought that a leader had come to visit. The 3 people at the card table quickly hid their cards and stood up to wait for the leader to come in. The leader came in quickly. The person that he had been thinking about day and night suddenly appeared in the ward. Xia Jinyuan, who was lying on the bed, chased them away. You can leave now. Go away and don't come back. Yi Qian came in wearing her military uniform. She saluted her comrades in the ward who were all higher ranked than her and said, I'll have to trouble you to guard the ward. I have something to do with the leader at 2 in the afternoon, so I can only stay for an hour. Since he could only stay for an hour during the day, he would definitely have time at night. Xia Jinyuan thought to himself. After asking all his comrades to leave, he quickly locked the door, turned around, and took large strides to hug the girl he had been thinking about. I missed you very much, little fox. He kissed her forehead eagerly. His kisses spread from her forehead all the way to Yi Qian's delicate lips. He didn't give Yi Qian a chance to speak. Xia Jinyuan, who missed her so much that his heart couldn't help but tremble whenever he thought of her name, occupied his territory. His large hands tightly held her waist and pulled her fiercely into his embrace. This was a deep kiss that erupted purely out of longing. The scorching hot breath that was filled with longing wrapped around her tightly, making her world only have his existence. Yi Qian, who had always been slow to react to intimacy, was momentarily stunned by the sudden kiss. With the nimble possession of his tongue and the invasion of his refreshing breath, Yi Qian's passion was instantly ignited. She missed him very, very much, just like how he missed her very, very much. The affectionate kiss was so gentle that it made her heart sink. Their inseparable entanglement made her tiptoe uncontrollably, responding to his deep affection and longing. I missed you very much, Captain Xia. I missed you very much. She responded passionately and tried her best to tiptoe to respond to his longing. She used her actions to tell him how much she missed him too. After a long while, Xia Jinyuan ended the deep kiss. They could smell each other's breath between their breaths. His handsome nose touched the tip of her pretty nose. He looked at her deeply and their breaths were intertwined. Sorry for making you worry. After looking at her for a long time, Xia Jinyuan held the back of her head with his big hand and let her bury her head in his chest. He didn't dare to look at her. He was afraid that he would see tears that would make him sad. I'm sorry, my love. I'm sorry, my love. I'm sorry to have frightened you. He couldn't say he was sorry directly. This was the responsibility of a soldier. He couldn't say he was sorry. This was something she had to get used to and accept as a soldier. All of the apologies, all of the guilt, could only be repeated over and over again in his heart. Chapter 21:45. Yi Qian didn't dare to hug his injured waist. She clutched his hospital gown tightly and took a deep breath before answering softly. I was very scared when I left, but everyone told me that I had no other choice but to believe that you would return safely. I was very scared, but I always believed that you would come back safely. She understood him. She knew how he felt when he hugged her so tightly. She knew that he felt guilty and wanted to apologize to her. But she also understood why he couldn't say, "I'm sorry." She knew and she understood. Her gentle answer made Xia Jinyuan, who had never shed tears even when he was injured, suddenly feel warmth in his eyes. Under the light, tears glistened in his deep and bright eyes. He was so lucky to have met a lover who understood him, and how lucky he was to have met her. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. You're still waiting for me. How can I let anything happen to me? Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I'll be fine. For you, for myself, for my comrades, and for the country I'm loyal to, how can I let anything happen to me? He stroked the top of her head with his large hand and comforted her. It'll be fine. Don't worry, little fox. You're looking forward to my return. How can I bear to destroy your hope? I said before that I'll grow old with you. This is a promise I made to you. I can't go back on my words. How could he bear to let the person who loved him be sad? How could he bear to let her live alone in the future? It was so difficult to open her heart. Once he left, there would be no room for another man in her world. He couldn't bear to let her be sad. He couldn't bear to let her be lonely, and he couldn't bear to leave her alone. There were so many things he couldn't bear to part with. How could he let himself leave her? Xia Jinyuan held the back of her head tightly and slowly closed his eyes. He lowered his head and planted a kiss on the top of her head. I love you, Yi Qian. I'll love you with my life until the end of my life. He would love her so deeply. Loving this lover who made his heart ache and made him pity her. From the prime of his life to the twilight of his life, from a head full of black hair to a head full of white hair, until he stopped breathing, he could stop loving her. Yi Qian, whose eyes were moist, bit down hard on his lower lip, forcing back the sobs that were about to come out. Remember my words, little fox. I will try my best to come back and see you. Please, you must persevere and wait for me to come back. When I leave you to carry out a mission, you just have to wait for me to come back. You can't let me affect you, especially when you're on a mission. You can't let me affect you. You have to do the same. You have to work hard for me and come back alive. You can't let me down or make me sad. You have to come back alive even if your uniform is stained with blood. Do you understand? Yi Qian, who had stopped crying, nodded. She knew everything. She knew everything. I know. You've told me this before. I've always remembered it. Yi Qian closed her eyes and sniffed the familiar scent on his body. It was so peaceful. To be able to come back alive, even if he was injured, it didn't matter. At this moment, Yi Qian understood why it was said that injuries on the Snowfield Brigade Special Forces represented a new life. It turned out that coming back alive with injuries represented a new life. Chapter 21:46. Xia Jinyuan had always known that Yi Qian was very obedient to him. She would remember every single word that he said. Every time he heard her say that she remembered his words, his heart would always soften and melt into water. You're so obedient, my baby. Xia Jinyuan lowered his head and smiled as he kissed her forehead. Suddenly he bent down and picked her up while Yi Qian was unprepared. He smiled and said, Don't move. I can't use my strength as I please. If you move, you might slip from my hands. Yi Qian didn't dare to move. She was afraid that if she struggled, she would reopen his wound. She gripped his clothes tightly with both hands and looked at him with displeasure. I won't move. Aren't you afraid that your wound will reopen if you bend down and pick me up? No wonder the commander-in-chief said you were a bastard and even sent so many people to guard you. They really did protect me this time. Xia Jinyuan smiled. The person he missed had already arrived, so it didn't matter if he guarded her or not. He carried her to the bed and couldn't help but lower his head to kiss her lips that were red from his kisses. He said softly, You only have an hour. Come to the bed with me. How could Yi Qian refuse? He was injured and it was best for him to rest in bed. Yi Qian didn't dare to lie in his arms. She only dared to rest her head on his shoulder and hold his arm with both hands as she listened to him talk about the danger he encountered. I was interrogated when I returned, but fortunately, I wasn't the main person in charge. I was fine after being whipped a few times. They were all minor injuries. My skin wasn't even broken. The two of them lay on the bed that was not spacious and whispered about those thrilling things. No matter how thrilling it was after Xia Jinyuan's narration, it was not thrilling anymore. They just skimmed over it casually. After my mission was completed, I decided to add another mission at the last minute when they were exchanging fire. I triggered a hidden alarm and was hit by shrapnel. That's why I was injured. There wasn't much of a problem. I checked it out and was discharged after 3 days of anti-inflammatory injections. He said it with a faint smile. The bloody gunfight turned into a child's fight. Yi Jian, who was lying on the side, couldn't help but get up a little. She then looked down at the man lying flat on the bed. Her fingers gently caressed his slightly thin, handsome face. She didn't say too much because they both understood each other. They wore the same military uniform and carried out the same dangerous mission. They really understood each other. Sigh. She originally wanted to teach him a lesson, but now she really couldn't bear to. It was normal that he didn't recognize her when he was on the mission. He was injured. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but smile at her gentle touch. He closed his eyes and felt her affectionate gaze. She used her fingers to trace his face. From his eyebrows to his eyes, to the tip of his nose all the way to his lips. Her fingers gently caressed his face. Then she used her delicate lips to kiss him. She kissed his forehead, his eyes, the tip of his nose, and finally stopped at his lips. She used the tip of her soft tongue to gently lick his lips, then nimbly entered and danced with the tip of his tongue. "Little fox," he called out softly. He reached out and pulled Yi Qian into his arms. "I'm not that weak. I just need to avoid the wound." Yi Qian kissed his thin lips, then kissed his handsome chin. "Lie down properly. I want to see your wound." "What's there to see? I'll bandage it. You won't be able to see it even if you want to." The wound that had been stitched up again. To be honest, it was a little hideous. He really didn't dare to let her see, for he was afraid that her heart would ache. Chapter 2147. Gently biting his chin with her teeth, Yi Jian, whose voice was as soft as water, snorted. "You didn't recognize me and I didn't care. Now I just want to see your injuries. Are you not happy?" Happy. 100%. Thinking about how he was less than 3 meters away from her on the island and how he didn't realize it was her, Xia Jinyuan didn't dare to go against Yi Qian's words. He spread his long arms and legs and spread his tall and straight body. "Come on, let's examine it properly." He looked like he was saying, "Please pick more." Yi Qian gently pinched his arm muscles and started to be naughty again. The somewhat heavy atmosphere was eased by his nonchalant body movements and facial expression. Yi Jian, who was hiding the worry in her eyes, couldn't help but chuckle and tease. "You look very easy to bully now. Can you bear to bully me? Can you bear to bully me?" Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and smiled elegantly. "But I don't mind if you bully me. How can I not bear to bully you? How can I not bear to bully you? You've already brought it up yourself, so how can I refuse?" Compared to the past, Yi Qian was becoming more and more talkative with Xia Jinyuan. She pinched his arm again with her slender and fair fingers. "Lie down properly and put your hands down. Do you want the stitches to be pulled apart?" He had copper skin and iron bones. She couldn't pinch him without using some force. The so-called bullying was nothing more than loud thunder but small raindrops. She pinched the same spot twice in a row. Seeing his cynical handsome face contorted in pain, Yi Jianjian stopped before going too far. Xia Jinyuan saw this and chuckled sexily. His little fox couldn't even bear to bully him. Yi Qian carefully lifted the patient's gown and saw a corner of the white gauze. He held his breath. He did not see the wound, only the gauze. His heart ached faintly. His fingers gently caressed the edge of the gauze, and his voice was tense as he muttered to himself. "Fortunately, it's a bullet wound, so it's easier to disinfect and treat it. There's no deep purplish bruise on the lumbar muscles. Fortunately, the muscles weren't cut off. Captain Xia, I don't know how many injuries you have. Did you deal with them yourself first?" "Of course you'll deal with it yourself. With your temper, you won't go to the hospital if you can avoid it. Even if you go to the hospital, you won't be content and will do everything possible to get discharged. Move to the side a little. Let me look behind you. The shrapnel came in from the front and went out from the back of your waist. You're lucky that the shrapnel didn't stay in your body. When you hugged me just now, you used a lot of strength on your waist. I don't think you pulled the thread open. Otherwise, there would be blood seeping out of the gauze. Without expecting Xia Jinyuan to answer, Yi Qian answered his own question. Both his front and back were wrapped in sterile gauze. Even if he was lying flat, he had to turn his body slightly to avoid pressing on the wound. Through the gauze, he could smell the anti-inflammatory medicine and the faint smell of blood from the wound. Yi Qian sighed softly as he looked at the gauze. He slowly lowered his head and closed his eyes. Yi Qian kissed the gauze gently and tenderly. The kiss was too light, and there was a gauze between them. Logically speaking, one should not feel anything. However, Xia Jinyuan felt it. Under the trembling kiss, the muscles at the edge of the wound twitched and trembled. The trembling sensation suddenly rushed up and into his heart, causing his heart to tremble. Chapter 2148. She was talking to herself, but she didn't want him to know how much she cared for him and how worried she was about him. Xia Jinyuan, who felt as if something was stuck in his throat, looked deeply at his lover. His voice was hoarse as he said softly, "I'll let you see when the gauze is removed. Don't look now. Be good. Put down your clothes and sleep next to me. I want to look at you." Yi Qian gently put down her clothes and went back to sleep next to him. Both of them were lying on their sides looking at each other. Their eyes were on each other, and they couldn't get enough of looking at each other. Neither of us can guarantee that we won't get hurt in the future. We can only try our best to minimize the degree of injury. Therefore, little fox, you must be diligent in your training and not stagnate. You must improve year after year, month after month. Don't be sad. It's normal. Just like when you got injured last time, although my heart ached, I chose to face it. If there's no guarantee, I can only face it. He could always educate her, remind her and teach her at any time. The military was a thorny road, but because of him, the road was the most beautiful scenery. She couldn't help but gently touch his handsome features that couldn't hide his noble temperament. Yi Qian gently rubbed the tip of her nose against his. She gazed at the man who was like a pine tree on a cliff. She gently kissed his thin lips and said something that surprised Xia Jinyuan. "I like kissing you." With this sentence, Yi Qian's lips almost broke. Fortunately, Han Zheng knocked on the door in time, interrupting the deep kiss. "I'm sorry, I really have to disturb the two of you for a while. I've been standing outside for more than 10 minutes, and the two of you can't stop kissing. It's a little urgent, so I had to disturb you." Han Zheng knew the relationship between the two of them, and he was deeply sorry for interrupting their intimacy. However, he had no choice. He really had something important to say. Under Xia Jinyuan's knife-like gaze, Han Zheng, who felt that his body had been shot into a lotus pod, was under immense psychological pressure. He quickly told Xia Jinyuan everything he had heard. Ying attended Du Jai's birthday party last night. Mrs. Li introduced Ying to her friends and even jokingly told her friends in the capital political group that she would take care of Ying. Mrs. Li's son Li Yuan accompanied her. Yi Zhifan, who was supposed to accompany them, didn't go. At around 10 at night, he took a flight back to southern province. Then, this morning, Sun Dongqing and Yi Zhifan suddenly divorced. Well, this is what I heard. In short, Mrs. Li is very satisfied with Yi Ying. Then, those who attended the banquet, including my friend and his sister, all think that Mrs. Li probably wants Li Yuan to marry Yi Ying. That's all. Sorry for bothering you. Goodbye. After telling Xia Jinyuan everything he had heard, Han Zheng didn't waste a second. He sensibly got up and left quickly, not giving Xia Jinyuan a chance to shoot daggers at him. Interrupting their deep kiss had already made him suffer 5 minutes of knife throwing. If he didn't stay any longer, he was afraid that old Six Fist would hit his face. Yi Qian couldn't help but squint as he listened to this rather complicated and bizarre story. It sounded bizarre and unbelievable, but after thinking about it for a while, he understood. She looked helplessly at Han Zheng, who was running away. She pursed her lips and said to Xia Jinyuan, "You were the one who asked him to find out, and now you're blaming him. Captain Xia, aren't you afraid that Han Jing will cut ties with you? Chapter 2149. We've been breaking up with each other since we were kids. We've broken up countless times, but we've never succeeded. Xia Jinyuan, who was counting the time in his head, half-hugged Yi Qian, who was sitting on the edge of the bed. He rested his chin on her shoulder and stole a kiss on her earlobe before getting down to business. Sun Dongqing must have rushed to Beijing last night because of the videotape. Yi Qian sneered and said calmly, I'm 100% sure that she brought the videotape into Beijing. Sun Dongqing is a very old-fashioned person. When she saw the videotape, she would most likely beat Ying up. Wearing a military uniform to attend Du Jiai's party, it seems like Ying was badly beaten up. She had to wear a military uniform to cover up her injuries. Otherwise, with her love for beauty, she would have worn a little dress to appear in front of everyone. Yi Qian, who knew Sun Dongqing well, was not there, but he could guess a little of what happened. This was the meaning of the saying, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Xia Jinyuan liked this side of Yi Qian very much. She was very smart and quick-witted. She could find the right direction with just a few clues. This side of Yi Qian made him fall in love with her. Yi Qian patted the hand that kept stroking her waist and felt itchy. She continued her analysis without being interrupted. Yi Jifan did not accompany Ying to the Du family's house during the day. I'm afraid he didn't want Ying to go either. In the end, Ying went. Yi Jifan was afraid that Mrs. Li would find out about the videotape. He didn't want to implicate himself, so for the sake of his career, he proposed a divorce that night. The process was definitely not good. Sun Dongqing would not accept the divorce, but Ying had already won Mrs. Li's favor. She even went out with her son. She thought that she could marry into the Du family smoothly. Li Yuan. In her previous life, she only knew that Ying's husband's surname was Du, and her mother-in-law's surname was Li. She didn't know that her husband in her previous life took Mrs. Li's surname. Xia Jinyuan kissed Yi Qian's earlobe again and said with a smile, Go on. It's not Detective Holmes. It's only because I know Yi Jifan well. Yi Qian, who had been kissed by him several times, smiled slyly. He turned his head and bit his ear in revenge. When he heard him suck in a breath of cold air, his dark eyes smiled as if he had succeeded. I sent the video to Mrs. Li for 2 reasons. First, I wanted to cut off Yi Ying's escape route. Second, I wanted to scare Yi Jifan. But I didn't expect that he would be so afraid that he would divorce Sun Dongqing. Sure enough, a person who didn't recognize his own family was heartless. For the sake of his career, he could forsake his wife and daughter. But he is indeed the Yi Jifan that I know. Yi Jifan did not want a wife or a daughter. He only wanted an official position because he could have more wives and daughters, especially since they were often a burden to him. For the sake of an official position, Yi Jifan would definitely abandon them even faster and more ruthlessly. It was rare for a man to be so heartless. But Ying was arrogant enough to think that she could marry into the Du family. She was conceited enough and stupid enough. Was Ying that stupid in her previous life? But in this life, she was able to coax Mrs. Li to introduce her to friends everywhere. It was obvious that she wasn't that stupid. So was she stupid? Or was she not stupid? After leaving the hospital, Yi Qian couldn't help but wonder. Knowing that Yi Qian wouldn't be leaving until Sunday, Xia Jinyuan didn't want to go back to the southern province anymore. He asked Yi Qian about the package number to Mrs. Li and began to add fuel to the fire. He wanted to make it bigger, faster, and more lively. He didn't do anything. After checking the package's location, he told the delivery man to deliver it to Mrs. Li today. Chapter 2150. At this time, Xia Jinyuan only wanted to add some firewood to the fire, but he didn't expect things to be so lively in the end that it exceeded his expectations. At 2 o'clock sharp, Yi Qian followed the military academy leaders and military leaders into the grand performance hall amidst the applause of the soldiers. The person next to her was none other than Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was talking to her. After the performance, leave later. Come with me to the hospital to visit Old Six. In order to let Yi Qian hear what he was saying amidst the applause, Commander-in-Chief Xia lowered his head slightly. In the eyes of the soldiers, it was the leader showing concern for the soldiers. However, in the eyes of Yi Ying, who was clapping behind them, it was a bolt from the blue. Her eyes widened in fear and her applause was even slower by half a beat. Fortunately, her applause was soft and the applause from the audience fell in unison. Her sudden clapping did not cause a commotion. Even so, it still made the class leader, who was taking care of her, break out in cold sweat. Yi Ying, what are you doing? The class leader reprimanded softly. You have to follow the rhythm when clapping. Didn't I teach you before? A recruit who joined the military less than 2 hours ago came out to watch the performance with them without even making her bed properly. She didn't know what the leader planned for her. Even taking care of a recruit shouldn't be like this. Yi Ying, who was frightened, tried to control the fear in her heart. She fidgeted and placed her hands on her knees. Her fingers dug into her knees as she asked her class leader in a trembling voice. Class leader, the leader in front of us. Who is he? He seems to be in a very high position. She had seen him before. She saw him at old Jin's funeral. The class leader was afraid that she would speak again, so she immediately whispered, Commander-in-Chief Xia, military leader, remember this. Military leader. Ying felt her vision darken. Yi Jian, that wretched girl, actually knew the head of the military Commander-in-Chief Xia a long time ago. How did she know him? How did she know him? Why could she still accompany Commander-in-Chief Xia? What right did she have? Don't talk. If the platoon leader sees me going back with you, I'll be punished. The class leader saw that there was something wrong with her expression. He thought it was the first time she was scared to see the chief, so he comforted her. Don't worry, the chief isn't someone you can see whenever you want. You're lucky to be able to see the chief as soon as you joined the army. But, there's still a military academy student beside the chief. Yi Ying, who was so scared that her heart was trembling, stuttered. She swallowed hard and asked, why can a military academy student accompany the chief out? The class leader didn't really want to answer, but fortunately, everything was still going on, so she quickly said, she must be very outstanding in school. The leader received her. Alright, if you have any questions, you can ask me later. Was it because of her outstanding performance in school that the chief wanted to meet her? No, definitely not. How could she not know how capable that bitch Yi Jian was? She did have the ability to fool ordinary people, but in the elite troops, her ability to fool ordinary people was not enough. How could she possibly be received by the head of the military? There must be a problem, there must be a problem. Yi Ying, who couldn't accept this, madly guessed. Her guesses were all about slandering Yi Qian in an attempt to calm herself down. She couldn't believe it. She couldn't accept the fact that Yi Qian accompanied the military leader to the performance. Right. She could find Du Jai and let Du Jai deal with Yi Qian. Chapter 2151. Where do I find her? Damn it. Where do I find Du Jai? She must find Du Jai, and tell her that her cousin who cheated on the college entrance exam was Yi Qian, who accompanied Commander-in-Chief Xia. She also needs to tell the Deputy Chief of Staff to investigate Yi Qian's cheating, and kick her out of the military academy, so that she will never have the chance to accompany the chief of the military. Yi Ying, sit properly, sit properly. The class leader noticed that the recruits were leaning forward, making them sit in a straight line in a very obvious arc. She immediately shouted and reminded her sternly. Yi Ying couldn't control her emotions. Whenever she thought about how Yi Qian was summoned by the chief of the military, she couldn't control her emotions. Her ears clearly heard the class leader's voice, but not only did she not retract her body, she sat up straight and even wanted to stand up. But this scared the class leader to the point that her heart kept thumping. The class leader had no choice but to grab Yi Ying's arm. Yi Ying, go back with me to receive your punishment in front of the commander. Yi Ying, who was completely immersed in her imagination, was grabbed by the class leader. Following another round of applause, Yi Ying suddenly woke up. Crap! I forgot where I am. Yi Ying's heart sank, but she didn't dare to turn her head to talk to the class leader. She struggled slightly and signaled the class leader to let go. I'm sorry, class leader. This is the first time I've seen so many chiefs, so I'm very nervous and scared. Yi Ying explained in a low voice, but her gaze was fixed on Yi Qian, who was sitting with the leader in front of her. Her gaze was like a venomous snake, full of ruthlessness and malice. The class leader saw that she finally sat up straight and clapped her hands with the rhythm, so she was slightly relieved. But with the lesson learned from the previous incident, the class leader's gaze would sweep over Yi Ying from time to time to prevent any accidents from happening again. Yi Ying, who woke up with a start, didn't lose her composure again because she was already comforted by her own imagination. She was certain that the reason Yi Qian was summoned by Commander-in-Chief Xia was because of Uncle General. Just you wait, Yi Qian. I'll show you later. She planned to bring Du Jai to look for Yi Qian after the meeting so that Du Jai could get a good look at him and wait for the Deputy Chief of Staff to reveal Yi Qian's hypocrisy. With that thought in mind, Yi Ying's imbalanced mentality was satisfied. She was even thinking about how terrible Yi Qian's fate would be later. Ha ha ha. He would definitely be so scared that he wouldn't dare to meet anyone. When the Deputy Chief of Staff appeared, he would definitely be so scared that he would cry bitterly and regret what he had done. Ha ha ha, she might even come to beg her to put in a good word for her in front of the Deputy Chief of Staff and plead for her. Did he want her to put in a good word and plead for him? In your dreams, Yi Qian. I will definitely make you suffer so much that you wish you were dead. I will make you regret what you have done to me. Yi Ying, who was deeply immersed in her imagination, almost laughed out loud. Fortunately, she knew where she was right now. Even if she wanted to laugh, she had to control herself. She bit her tongue and swallowed her laughter back into her stomach. Through her imagination, Yi Ying obtained unprecedented happiness in her heart. But Du Jai wasn't as happy. No wonder she couldn't find Yi Qian in the system. He was actually a military academy student. She couldn't find him even after searching for so long. She even thought that she had been scared silly and misheard his name. A military academy student who didn't properly stay in school to learn, but actually followed a group of male soldiers to the depths of the snowy mountains and tried to show off. Yi Qian, do you have nothing better to do? Chapter 2152. Du Jai, who had a ribbon wrapped around her finger, stared unblinkingly at Yi Qian, who came in with Commander-in-Chief Xia and spoke as he took his seat. A cold glint flashed across her watery eyes. No wonder she didn't like her at first sight. She had already gained the favor of Commander-in-Chief Xia. She didn't have the ability to touch the people around Commander-in-Chief Xia, but she could touch a mere cadet from a military academy. Yi Qian, oh Yi Qian, don't blame me, Du Jai, for making things difficult for you. It's just that you're too much of an eyesore. Du Jai, who had been in a bad mood since yesterday, looked at Yi Qian as though she had found an outlet to vent her anger. A cold smile flashed across her eyes. She lowered the curtain that she had gently lifted and turned to the dressing room to prepare herself. There was an unfriendly gaze in front of her, and there was another unfriendly gaze behind her. Yi Qian felt a headache coming on. Who was it? She was just here to watch a performance. Why was someone suddenly targeting her? Yi Qian didn't know who it was until she saw Du Jai go on stage. After enduring the unfriendly gaze for more than an hour, she finally knew that the unfriendly gaze from the front was from Du Jai. But what about the gaze behind her? Who was it behind her? Don't underestimate the cultural troops. Different types of soldiers have different responsibilities. The cultural troops are soldiers who protect the spirit of the soldiers. By adjusting the atmosphere, they can raise the soldiers' emotions and improve their combat ability. Some soldiers think that the cultural troops are just dancing, singing, running to the middle of the stage to read poems and essays, and that's all. Their understanding is too biased and extreme. Regardless of whether it's peacetime or wartime, the cultural troops' thoughts are actually to protect the combat ability and cohesion of our army. Western armies are mostly offensive armies, while our army is defensive. Those who are good at defense hide under the 9 elements, while those who are good at offense move above the 9 heavens. The offensive army mainly goes straight to the enemy's hometown, while our army has been mainly guarding our hometown since the founding of our country. The art troop is an indispensable troop class at home. Without its existence, the life of the entire army will be overshadowed. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was watching the performance, smiled as he spoke to Yi Qian. It was as though he was an elder teaching the younger generation. Every word he said had a profound meaning behind it. Sometimes when the commander-in-chief spoke softly, Yi Qian couldn't help but lean over to listen. Not everyone could be taught by the commander-in-chief, and even less everyone could be corrected by the commander-in-chief. Every time Yi Qian finished listening to an elder who was broad-minded, far-sighted, and had a strong military ideology, He felt that his thinking had improved again. From where Ying was standing, she could clearly see the military chief and Yi Qian talking from time to time. She could also see Yi Qian's side profile listening seriously. Occasionally, she could even see the military chief nodding his head in agreement with her words. Every time she saw this, Ying felt like her heart was on fire. She wanted to rush up to Yi Qian and scold him so that the military chief could see the true face of Yi Qian. You're really capable. You can even coax the military chief to nod his head. Good. I'll let you be proud for a while. Very soon, I'll make sure you won't be able to be proud anymore. The vicious gaze that burst out seemed to condense into a substance. The gaze was so strong and had a strong sense of existence that Yi Qian could not help but turn her head and catch it with her sharp eyes. It was too easy for Yi Qian to find Ying. Everyone's eyes were focused on the stage. Only Yi Ying, who was sitting in the fourth row from the back, was staring at her. Chapter 2153. So it was Yi Ying. She finally figured out who was staring at her from behind. She didn't expect that Yi Jian, who dared to be distracted while accompanying the chief, would suddenly look over and see her accurately. Yi Ying was so flustered that she choked on her own saliva, but she didn't dare to cough. It was so uncomfortable that her cheeks turned red. In her panic, she looked away for less than a second. She suddenly realized that she looked very embarrassed and made Yi Qian laugh at her. She couldn't help but stare at him again. She tried to raise her aura, trying to force Yi Qian to panic with her gaze. Unfortunately, everything she did was a joke in Yi Jian's eyes. It only made the corners of Yi Jian's mouth curl up into a faint sneer before he withdrew his gaze in an unhurried manner. Her cold smile made Ying so angry that she felt like her chest was about to explode. She clenched her teeth and squeezed out Yi Qian's name from between her teeth. Yi Qian. Just you wait. She grabbed her knees with both hands and dug her nails into them until they turned red. In the magnificent performance hall, the Beijing government troops' outstanding troupe presented a wonderful and morale-boosting performance. The applause from the audience told the troupe on the stage how successful their performance was. Madame Li looked at the time. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, less than an hour before the performance ended. She tidied up the things on her desk and said to her secretary, "I'm leaving early. If there's anything, feel free to contact me. Also, inform the R&D department to postpone tomorrow's morning meeting to the afternoon." She almost forgot that her daughter was going back to the army tomorrow morning. She promised to send her off. "Yes, Chairman." The secretary nodded and wrote down the time of the meeting in her notebook, so that she wouldn't forget. A man in his 40s who was dressed in a suit and leather shoes came in. He was Madame Li's senior assistant. When she wasn't in the company, her assistant could handle many company matters for her. "Chairman Li, there's a package from Nan Province. The postal worker said that the sender needs to hand it to you as soon as possible. Do you want to?" Madame Li, who was rushing to the performance venue, picked up a black, low-key leather handbag and put on the coat handed to her by her secretary. She said calmly, "Take a look at what it is first, then call me. I have something to do, so I'm leaving early." "Yes, Mr. Li." The senior assistant handed the scarf to Mrs. Li. The secretary opened the office door, and he quickly pressed the elevator button. He didn't return to his office with the package until the elevator door was completely closed. When he arrived at his office, he opened the package and saw that it was a videotape instead of a document. It was inconvenient for him to watch it immediately, so he put it aside for the time being and dealt with the other work at hand. At 5 o'clock sharp, the performance ended on time. All the performing soldiers stood neatly on the stage. 6 representatives stood at the front and shook hands with the military leaders. After the various military leaders left, the soldiers in the hall also left in an orderly manner. The leaders of the military academy were instructing Yi Qian and the others to meet with Commander-in-Chief Xia alone. They had to be steady and calm even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of them. They were not to be timid and not to have any military bearing. After giving a few more instructions, the leaders of the military academy left with ease, chatting and laughing with the leaders of the other military academies. Yi Qian, on the other hand, was led by the guards to look for Commander-in-Chief Xia. "Your University of Science and Technology has always been at the forefront of all the military schools. You're only in your first year, and you're already so outstanding that you've even been summoned by the Commander-in-Chief. Another talent." Chapter 2154. No, you are flattering me. Come, let's talk outside. The leader replied with a smile. There were many talents in the National University of Science and Technology, and there were many students who had been summoned by the head. There was no need to make a fuss about it. Their school was like that, and so were the other schools. On the other hand, Ying, who was walking out of the venue, wanted to look for Du Jai. She found an excuse to use the washroom and swiftly made her way to the backstage, only to bump into Du Jai, who was just about to leave. Sis Jai, didn't you say that you wanted to see Yi Qian's photo? She was sitting on the rostrum watching your spectacular performance, so you might not have noticed her. I'll bring you over to her right now. She was in a hurry to return to her unit, so she didn't notice that Du Jai was on the phone with Madame Li. Beside her was a guard sent by the Deputy Chief of Staff Du, and he would bring the two of them out of the venue through the passageway. When she saw Ying, she immediately stuffed her bag into her hands and smiled at Madame Li. Speak of the devil. All right, that Ying you were talking about is right beside me. I'll bring her out right away. Hurry up. She still has to return to her unit. Madame Li hung up the phone with a smile. She turned to the Deputy Chief of Staff Du and said, Bring me to Old Xia. Shu Man has already returned to the country, but I haven't seen Old Six around. I'll have to ask him what's going on. It's understandable that he didn't go over previously. After all, he's been in the military for an entire year. I don't believe that Old Xia would be willing to leave his son in the military all year round, not even allowing him to accompany Master Xia and the old madam during the new year. Jai hasn't been back all year round. If Old Xia is stricter, it's not impossible for his son not to come back all year round. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du shook his head and replied with a smile. Just say a few words. Don't let Old Xia have anything against you. When has he not had anything against me? I'm still lacking his opinion. Madame Li raised her chin slightly. Her eyes, which had obvious fish lines at the corners of her eyes, looked quite arrogant. When she saw a colonel with 2 bars and 3 stars, she restrained her expression and put on a dignified smile. Old Zhong from the Capital Political Group is here. I asked Ying to come out and talk to me. Ask him to come over. Among the few daughters-in-law that she liked, Ying was the most satisfied. Her son Li Yuan was also satisfied. Since that was the case, he would nurture him first. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du did not interfere in the family's affairs. It was just a matter of saying a few words. Whether it was useful or not depended on the individuals fighting. On the other side, Du Jai confirmed that she and the Yi Qian, mentioned by Ying, were the same person. Countless thoughts ran through her mind. Interesting. It was rare for cousins to fight to such an extent. However, she did not tell Ying that she knew Yi Qian. Instead, she pretended to be serious and said, I will first mention your suspicions to my father, but you know the details. After I start, you can explain it to my father yourself. What did her mother see in Ying? How could such a stupid thing even catch the eye of an elder like her? How could she get into the National University of Science and Technology by cheating? Did she think the military academy was a market? That anyone could get in? Du Jai looked down on Ying even more. Ying, who did not notice at all, was already jumping with joy. She could directly mention Yi Qian to the Deputy Chief of Staff Du. She would definitely mention it properly. Yi Qian. Bitch. Just you wait. I will make sure you die without a burial place. You will never be able to turn over a new leaf. Chapter 2155. Ying's thoughts didn't escape Du Jai's sharp eyes. Du Jai, who liked to use others to do her dirty work, chuckled and said, Also, Regiment Commander Zhong from the capital's political group is here as well. Be on your guard later and don't say anything wrong. With this, Yi Ying's emotions were completely dispelled from Yi Qian's appearance. She couldn't control her excitement, and it appeared on her face in a moment of carelessness. Du Jai glanced at her disdainfully, and a hint of malice flashed across her eyes. She slowly said, Be more dignified. It's just meeting a regiment commander. What's there to be happy about? Just smile, don't embarrass my parents. Your sister is much calmer than you. She didn't have the slightest bit of stage fright when she sat beside the commander-in-chief. You should learn from her. Even though Du Jai knew that Ying hated it when people compared her to Yi Qian, her intentions were clear. Ying didn't understand her intentions. Instead, she hated Yi Qian even more. Why is it that no matter where I go, I have to hear people comparing me to Yi Qian? Why is everyone telling me to learn from Yi Qian? I'm clearly much more outstanding than Yi Qian. Ying clenched her teeth and sighed softly. Indeed, she has always been bold. There's nothing she doesn't dare to do. I can't do it. I don't dare to do bad things, and I'm nervous when I encounter good things. She's a coward? Hey, I didn't see it. Du Jai scoffed coldly. It was hard to tell if Yi Ying had caught the deeper meaning behind her words, but her face stiffened for a moment before she replied awkwardly. It's not that I'm a coward, I'm just a little nervous. I'll have to trouble Sis Jai to remind me later on. There's no need for me to remind you. Just learn from your cousin, Yi Qian. There are so many good teaching materials out there, so why are you looking so far ahead? Even if Du Jai was being sarcastic, she was still able to maintain her politeness. It would make others think that she didn't mean anything else, and that they were just overthinking things. Yi Ying's face stiffened to the point that she couldn't even maintain her smile. In order not to let Du Jai see her expression, Yi Ying chose to lower her head. I can't get angry with Du Jai, and I can't be calculative with her. Madame Li's opinion. With her head lowered, she didn't notice that Du Jai's footsteps had suddenly stopped. She stared coldly at the side, who was approaching them. This was a Y-shaped passage. Both sides had to pass through the main passage to leave the venue. Yi Jian, who had seen the two earlier, kept a straight face and kept pace with the guards. She glanced at Du Jai indifferently and walked to the front first. Yi Jian was not surprised that Yi Ying was walking with Du Jai. What was there to be surprised about? Han Zhang had already said that Madame Li was very satisfied with Yi Ying, and wanted her son to marry her. Du Jai straightened her back and looked at Yi Qian, who ignored her. Her expression changed. What an arrogant and conceited military academy student. She didn't even smile when she saw that he chose to ignore her. Very well, I'll teach her a lesson later. Staring at the back of the person in front of her, she said in a low voice, Why didn't you greet your cousin when you saw her? Yi Ying didn't see Yi Qian from the front. When she looked up, she only saw the side of Yi Qian's face. It was calm and filled with an aura that made her not dare to look directly at him. She doesn't like me talking to her. Why should I be annoying? Yi Ying said, trying to cover it up. She lowered her head even more. Too despicable, too despicable. Both of you are too despicable. Yi Qian Du Jai, there's no one more despicable than you. Chapter 2156. Yi Ying didn't dare to offend either of them and could only curse in her heart. She lowered her head and cursed in her heart with every step she took. She didn't want to run into Yi Qian at all. She didn't want Yi Qian to be standing not far away when she was talking to the Deputy Chief of Staff Du. Thinking of this, Yi Ying couldn't help but slow down. Du Jai was the opposite. She didn't like the two sisters. Discord? Great. Let them disgust each other. She could just stand aside and watch. She had to let Madame Li see her, and let her know how hypocritical her daughter-in-law was. Her words were so disgusting that it made people vomit. Yi Ying wanted to leave a little later, but Du Jai didn't give her a chance. She urged, Walk faster. Do you want my parents and Colonel Zhong to wait for you? My mother hates waiting for people. Don't make my mother angry. All the words were not as lethal as this sentence. Yi Ying could only grit her teeth and catch up. She couldn't worry about this and that. How could Yi Qian be next to her when she was talking? Her luck couldn't be that bad. If she was really next to her, she could just not say anything. That's right, it would be fine if she didn't say anything. What was she worried about? Instead of worrying about running into Yi Qian, it was better to coax Madame Li. She could only rely on Madame Li now. Yi Ying adjusted her mood and pursed her lips. She took a deep breath to relax her expression. She showed Madame Li's favorite obedient smile and walked out of the passageway. Outside, Madame Li smiled and said to Commander-in-Chief Xia, Old Xia, let's sit together when you have time. Bring Ah Yuan out. Don't force him to stay in the army all day long. Young people need to socialize occasionally. If he stays in the army all day long, he might find a daughter-in-law who is like a male soldier. Not everyone knew that Xia Jinyuan had joined the army, and it was impossible for them to know that he was of marriageable age. Colonel Zhong was one of them. He smiled and said, Commander-in-Chief's son is of marriageable age? When the time comes, Please remember to invite me to the wedding banquet. I'll remember it on behalf of Shirley. When his son gets married, I'll give you a call if he forgets to inform you. Deputy Chief of Staff Du agreed with a smile. When they were outside, he would not let others see that he was not on good terms with Commander-in-Chief Xia. Instead, he would show that they were on good terms. Commander-in-Chief Xia naturally wouldn't let anyone see through him. He smiled and said, "As long as he's willing to get married soon, I'm happy to invite all of you over for a drink. Old Du, I didn't get to drink the first 2 cups of your wedding banquet. You must remember to inform me when the 3rd cup is held." When the Deputy Chief of Staff Du's eldest son and eldest daughter got married, the Du family did not invite Commander-in-Chief Xia at all. Now that this matter was brought up again, the Deputy Chief of Staff Du's smile became a little forced. What did old Xia mean? Was he blaming him? Commander-in-Chief Xia's meaning was obvious. The 2 families were not on good terms, so it was best not to interact with each other in public if possible, let alone say something that showed that the 2 families were close. Of course. You escaped the first 2 cups, so I won't let you escape the next 2 cups. Compared to socializing, Madame Li was much better at it. She calmly changed the topic into a joke. Colonel Zhong didn't talk much. When it was time to laugh, he would laugh. When it was time to speak, he would say a few words. The 2 people standing in front of him were not people he could casually interrupt, so he just listened carefully. Chapter 2157. The Xia and Du families were not on good terms, and Regiment Commander Zhong did not know the twists and turns of the story. He only thought that the 2 leaders were just teasing each other. Yi Qian did not disturb Commander-in-Chief Xia as he walked out. He even told the guards not to go over and to wait for a while. "Who are you waiting for? Do you need me to bring you over?" A crisp and polite voice came from behind him. Even without meeting the person, one could feel that the woman who spoke was very cultured. But Yi Qian, who had already met her, knew that her politeness was all a facade. When she spoke, it sounded like she was being polite, but in reality, every word was directed at her. If Yi Ying walked with Du Jai, even if she was betrayed, she would still count the money for the other party. He turned around and smiled at the northern beauty. "No need, thank you." "You really don't need it? Didn't you sit with Commander-in-Chief Xia before? Are you looking for Commander-in-Chief Xia? Ying told me that you are cousins with her. I have a good relationship with Ying. If you have any difficulties, tell me and I will help you solve them." After Du Jai finished speaking to Yi Qian, she decided to let the 2 of them bicker. She smiled at Ying and said, "Just now, you said that you were afraid that your sister would not talk to you. Look, I already spoke up for you. You took the initiative to greet her. How could she ignore you?" She thought that the 2 of them had a good relationship, but it turned out that it was just that. Yi Ying's face was so stiff that she could not even smile. Du Jai acted as if she did not see it. In her previous life, she heard from Sun Dongqing that Yi Ying and her sister-in-law had an average relationship. Even though many things had changed in this life, their relationship was still average. Yi Qian had a playful look in his eyes. He did not plan to deal with the 2 of them. He smiled faintly and replied, "Yi Ying and I are not cousins. Miss Du, who does not know the situation, it is best that you do not meddle in other people's affairs. Yi Ying and I are not cousins, so our relationship is naturally average." "No, it is not average. It is very, very bad." Yi Zichen, who was smiling faintly, went straight to the point and talked about his real relationship with Yi Ying. He even called her Miss Du, and got what he wanted. Both of their faces changed. Yi Ying looked at Du Jai and then looked at Yi Qian. "Miss Du? Du Jai didn't even introduce herself earlier. So how did Yi Qian know her surname? Unless the 2 of them already knew each other." Thinking that the 2 of them knew each other, Yi Ying's face turned cold. They clearly knew each other, but Du Jai did not mention a single word to him. What kind of intentions did she have? Du Jai's expression was ugly because she thought that Yi Ying had lied to her, and said that she and Yi Qian were sisters. Because of Yi Qian's words, the 2 of them suspected that the other party had ulterior motives. Madame Li had already seen Du Jai. She signaled to another guard of the Deputy Chief of Staff to bring her over. She smiled and said, "Commander Zhong, there is a new recruit in your regiment. I will have to trouble you to discipline her. I asked her to come over and greet you. Otherwise, she will not know that you are her commander when she sees you in the future. Commander-in-Chief Xia heard this and knew who the new recruit was. He smiled calmly and said, "Then I will leave first. I still have some matters to deal with. Okay, I will call Schumann when I have time. You can bring A Yuan out to have dinner with her. Schumann has already returned to settle down. You should let the mother and son see each other more often." Madame Li, who was almost at a disadvantage just now, even made a fool of Commander-in-Chief Xia in front of one of the commanders. You want to embarrass the Du family? Xia Xinhui, do you dare to talk about your own family matters? Chapter 2158. What was there to be afraid of? Commander-in-Chief Xia shook his head and sighed with a smile. Try to persuade her. Our child has grown up and joined the military. As his father, I can't even see him once in a year. Tell her not to keep thinking about having our son come back to see her. Regiment Commander Zhong knew that the commander-in-chief had been divorced for many years. Although it sounded a little awkward since the commander-in-chief had said it himself, there was nothing awkward about it. The smile on Madame Li's face faded. She didn't expect old Xia to talk about his personal matters in front of a regiment commander. As a mother, she didn't manage to turn the tables. As a daughter, she didn't manage to instigate a fight between the two of them. Du Jia's gaze turned cold and gloomy after being checkmated. She glanced at Yi Qian and lowered her gaze slightly. She assumed a condescending attitude and said with a half-smile, "No wonder I couldn't find any information about you. Turns out you're just a military school student." Military school students don't sit properly in the classroom. Instead, they run around. Yi Qian, be careful that you don't ever graduate. Her words were extremely vicious. She was implying that Yi Qian wouldn't even be able to keep his life when the time came. The guard had already walked over. Without waiting for Yi Qian's reply, she smirked arrogantly and intentionally brushed past Yi Qian's shoulder. Thinking about Du Jia's words, Yi Ying seemed to sense something unusual. When Du Jia was a few steps away, she lifted her chin and said softly with an arrogant expression, "Yi Qian, you want to fight with me? You'll die a horrible death." "I'll be waiting, Yi Ying." Yi Qian smirked at Yi Ying, who had purposely stayed behind to humiliate herself. He stared at Yi Ying with his dark eyes and smiled meaningfully. Let's see who will end up worse. Yi Ying's heart pounded. Her eyes widened and she blurted out angrily, "That box." She couldn't say it. What if it wasn't her? Dad said before that Yi Qian didn't have the ability to do it. If she said it, it would be the same as handing it over to her. She swallowed her words and glared at Yi Qian angrily. Then she hurried to catch up with Du Jia. Du Jia walked quickly with a gloomy face. Yi Qian didn't want to come over? The more she wanted her to come. She walked over and saluted Commander-in-Chief Xia and Regiment Commander Zhong, then said respectfully, "Commander-in-Chief, the cadet in front wants to come over but doesn't dare to. Do you want the guards to bring her over?" "Child, why are you always so enthusiastic? Do you think everyone is as daring as you?" Madame Li had already pretended to blame him, but with a smile on her face, everyone knew that she didn't mean it. In the presence of outsiders, Du Jia appeared very calm. She smiled appropriately and explained seriously, "Mom, you've misunderstood me. Ying Ying told me that the cadet was her sister, so I went over to greet her. But..." She paused for a moment before saying something that made Ying panic. "But she said that she isn't Ying Ying's sister, so I'm a little confused. Why don't you get Ying to call Yi Qian over and ask him? They're both surnamed Yi, and Yi Ying is so obedient. She wouldn't say such things, right?" Madame Li didn't like messy relatives. She should have investigated all of Yi Jifan's relatives. Tomorrow, she would return to the company and instruct her subordinates to do so. She frowned and looked at Yi Ying. With a cold voice she asked, "What's going on? Is she your sister or not?" She didn't want her daughter to embarrass herself in front of a military cadet. "Madam, she's my sister. I'm not lying to you." Yi Ying's tears came as she obediently looked at Madame Li. She quickly lowered her head and said uneasily, "I don't know why she said that she's not my sister in front of Sis Jai. She's clearly my sister. Commander-in-Chief, I'm not lying to you." Yi Ying wanted to say many bad things about Yi Qian, but under the Commander-in-Chief's intimidating gaze, she didn't dare to. Chapter 2159. Commander-in-Chief Xia's expression darkened. Yi Qian was their family Xia's daughter-in-law. With a future daughter-in-law like Yi Qian, Commander-in-Chief Xia viewed Yi Qian as inferior to any other girl. Even the calm and polite Du Jai was inferior to her. If you don't even know, why did you say she's your sister? You can't even figure out your own affairs. Commander-in-Chief Xia was very protective of his own people. With just a few words, Ying was sweating profusely. That wasn't all. He frowned and swept a glance at Yi Ying's shoulder. His voice deepened. A recruit who just joined the army? You're actually a specially recruited recruit? Who recruited you? Didn't they investigate your family's relationship? Do you have a specially recruited recruit who you don't even know about? No recruit could withstand the commander-in-chief's imposing military might. Yi Ying, who was already feeling guilty and scared, was so scared that her knees went weak and her face turned pale. Sir, she's my sister, but I don't know why she said she's not my sister? Yi Ying, who was scared to tears, replied in a trembling voice. I really don't know. Deputy Chief of Staff Du, who had been slapped in the face, also turned cold. He knew he shouldn't have casually brought people to him. Look, he made a fool of himself this time. No matter how obedient the daughter of a small official was, she didn't have much confidence. She wasn't like Jai, who was full of confidence. Even if she did something wrong, she could calmly accept it. She wouldn't cry easily and let others look down on her. Commander-in-Chief Xia was vaguely angry when he saw a recruit crying just like that. A specially recruited cultural soldier? Commander Zhong, you're a specially recruited cultural soldier whose specialty is crying, right? The commander-in-chief's anger couldn't be directed directly at a recruit. Since the leader of the recruit was present, he naturally had to ask the leader about it. Commander Zhong's head was about to explode. She wasn't specially recruited by the capital political group, but by the Deputy Chief of Staff Du. Fortunately, Commander-in-Chief Xia's anger quickly shifted to Deputy Chief of Staff Du. She's the recruit that your wife said she wanted Commander Zhong to take care of, right? Why? Is she related to your Du family? That's strange. Since she's related to your Du family, don't you know if she has an elder sister? At this time, even Madame Li did not have the right to speak, much less Du Jai, who was secretly clenching her fists. How could she have known that when she wanted to burn Yi Qian? She would burn her own family instead. Father, how should I answer? What else could he say? The Deputy Chief of Staff Du sighed and replied, Old Xia, calm down. This recruit is indeed related to my family. His father saved my son. Yes. Shirlai, don't be angry. It's scary. She was specially recruited. She's quite talented. I've seen her before. She's amazing. With her husband's words, Madame Li chimed in. This child is very obedient and has an affinity with me. She's very kind. Although she's a little timid, I can tell that she doesn't like to cause trouble. Calm down. The recruit just entered the military and hasn't gotten used to it yet. After a period of training, she'll definitely be a qualified cultural soldier. Du Jai, who no longer wanted to speak up for Yi Ying, had to speak up now. Commander-in-Chief, I also like to cry because I miss home when I first arrived. She didn't want to make things difficult for her parents because of Yi Ying. So she targeted Yi Ying. Ying, didn't you just say that Yi Qian's grades used to be bad? Is it strange that he suddenly got into the military academy? Deputy Chief of Staff Du and Commander-in-Chief Xia are both here. Just say what you want to say.